You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? It is Friday. We made it through another Friday. Oh, good Friday. I mean, hey, it was a short week for me. I had the today and yesterday off. So kind of nice, Yes, I got a haircut, but I'm still rocking my Mariners hat because the Mariners won tonight. So good on them. I was getting a little worried about that for a bit. I was going, are the Mariners just going to choke? Are they just going to choke now? Are they just going to choke? Apparently, I don't know. It was getting a little worrisome. Anyways, guys, welcome to the Vodka stream. Let's go ahead and turn on some little music, little mood music right there. Cheers, guys. Cheers. All right. Love it. All right, we got plenty to talk about. We're gonna have Ernie Altbacker is gonna be on, and his partner in crime when it comes to his partner in crime, the illustrator of Area 51 Studios, Josh White's also going to be joining tonight too. So we'll have a little bit of, we'll have some fun with those guys, and of course have plenty to talk about. Even though it was like kind of the work there this week was, not like a ton of news was happening, but hey, we still got things to talk about, especially after today, right? Cheers. What's going on, Phil? Hello? Clone Avenger. I still remember showing my mom the stock image they used when Henry Cavill was cast as Superman. She loves Tom Welling, but she saw Henry Cavill and she was totally fine with the casting. Yeah, a lot of moms definitely were. Ask Mama Film Junkie. Mama Film Junkie, yeah. She was very excited about Henry Cavill she knew about Henry Cavill before I even knew who that guy was. She watched him in like some movie, I think, before. So speaking of, hi. Hello, Mom. Hello, Teresa. Good to see you guys. And thank you, of course, Mr. Jason McKenzie, for helping out the pirate ship. Yes. Cheers. Good to see you. We got the Dodger game. It's like the Dodgers are going to sweep the Brewers. That's lame. I hate it when a playoff series is a complete sweep. It's just not exciting. It's just not really exciting at all. So I'm like, I was hoping that the Brewers at least win one game, but they can't even do that. That's what they get. Monique, what's happening? Happy Friday to you. It's skirt steak and garlic chickpea pasta kind of night. I don't know if I've ever had. I don't even know what a chickpea is. I've heard of it, but I don't know if I've had it. And you made pasta with it. That's interesting. So that was good no matter what. I mean, you put garlic on anything. It's just amazing. Mr. Balga, what's going on? If you tell social media you are making a movie about your passion project, nobody panics. You release a photo of Henry Cavill as Superman and everyone loses their minds. Fascinating. Oh, yeah. Definitely going to talk about this right here. Definitely going to talk about it. What's going on, Lane? What's happening? The Foo Fighters sneak peek was interesting. I'm hooked for the full thing. Yeah. We got new Foo Fighters music. It's not the first time they actually teased new music. They actually teased some music before when they were doing like their pop-up shows. Some music that was part of that, they snuck in, I think, some new songs in there as well. But they definitely did today. So any Foo Fighter fans out there, if you guys didn't see it yesterday, the Foos definitely made it be known that a new album is 100% coming out. Who knows? I'm hoping that it's going to be like next week. I don't know. Is it going to be soon? Or is it going to be next year? I don't know. It seems like 30 years of Foo Fighters that it'd be proper to release a new album. This year they released one song and one new song, but we'll see what happens. Salud, Mr. Trevino. I should be leaving work right now, but we got hit with 2 hours of mandatory overtime. Hey, that's some extra cash right there, but cheers to you, sir. Cheers to you. Let's see. We got Gilmer right here. Watch The Lost Bus from McConaughey. Really good. Surprised no one's talking about it. Yeah, sometimes like movies that show up on Apple TV, they just kind of don't get talked about, but they do very well still. They just, I don't know. I know McConaughey was going around and promoting his new book as well as this movie. Just like, you got to watch this. I'm driving a bus. driving a bus in there. I don't know. I'm trying to do a McConaughey. I need to perfect my McConaughey impression. There's like a way that you're supposed to like say your. I don't know. I'm trying, but yeah, I want to see it though. It looks good. It looks good. I want to fire up Mama Film Junkie's Apple TV again. Apple TV, usually has a lot of gems. So, what's going on? We got AIWBB. Hello, happy Friday. Saw some stuff on Twitter. Hey, Chris, what's the deal with you and Travis? What? What's the deal with you and Travis? What's going on? 19 months. Hey, let's go. I just emailed. Okay, cool. Cool. See? There you go. Mom Film Junkie. Love her some Cavill. Yeah, I think she was like, I don't know if she liked Corn Sweat too, but it's nothing, it doesn't measure up to Cavill. Of course, doesn't measure up to Cavill. I said this when they rebooted the DC, and I will say it now. Uniting the fandom is the only way out of this. There's no uniting. Otherwise, it will keep hurting the brand. There's no uniting the fandom. There's zero uniting the fandom. There really is. There isn't. There just isn't. Sadly, but what can you do? Henry was my neighbor years ago, and he is better looking in person. What? Okay, so now we know a little bit more about Monique. Wow. What? That's cool. That is crazy. Wow. So yeah, Monique right here, she's been holding that one for a bit. That's pretty awesome right there. And also, yeah, rest in peace, Mr. Ace Frehley, man. That's sad. Cheers. The dude was 74. The dude was still making music. Legendary guitar player. He helped form Kiss. Obviously, he got kicked out of Kiss at one point because of reasons, of course, which, drugs and alcohol, stuff like that. But he was still he had a fall. He fell. And apparently it was just something in his brain, and I'm like, that sucks, man. He was still freaking going. When you see like, oh yeah, you're 74. Was it cancer? Was it this? Was it that? No, he just fell. He just had a spill. And man, you just, you fall, you hit something right. Man, scary. It's Final Destination type stuff. What's going on, Jay? Hi, everyone. How's everyone going? Hi, Dave. How are things going? Things are going pretty good. Like I said, I'm in the middle of my little 4-day weekend right now when it comes to daytime work. So got to see Black Phone today, took care of some errands and got a haircut, all that kind of stuff. So good stuff. So, he was a cool neighbor, quiet, polite, and he has the coolest dog on the planet. I love that dog. Is Cal? Is Cal still around? I know Cal was probably up there, but yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, he just seems like he'd be like the nicest guy in the world for sure. So, just seems like that. Anyways. Ooh, yeah. But yeah. Oh, what? Anyway, and that's the end of the 5th. Yeah, I don't think the Brewers stand a chance. The Brewers did this to themselves. They did it to themselves. What can you do? It's fine. Oh, man. Man, I'll tell you what. Jesus Christ. It's funny. What else we got? Peacemaker kills Batman. All right. Interesting. I'm getting married. Okay, so okay. That's obviously an AI image. So, yeah. What's going on, Mr. Drogo? Good to see you. All right, guys, let's get it started. Let's get everything started. Oh, I knew something wasn't looking right. I was like, why is the image not looking right? The image not looking right. Boop, there we go. Didn't put on the neon lights. There we go. Now we're good. So cheers, guys. All right. So, I mean, I can't really give too much of the Black Phone 2 when it comes to like a full-on review because I didn't see it last night. I literally saw it. I got home from watching it 2.5 hours ago. Yeah, so I saw the Black Phone 2. And, if you saw my first reaction, I posted it literally like 2.5 hours ago. Because I saw Jimmy Carr last night, which was excellent. I don't know if you guys know who Jimmy Carr is. He's a comedian. from the UK. Freaking hilarious comedian. I've been watching his stuff for a while. So first time seeing him actually live. So, me and, Mom Film Junkie, my brother Film Junkie, and some other people, nephew Film Junkie, everybody. We went and saw Jimmy Carr last night. So naturally I didn't go to the movies, but I went today since I had the day off. I wanted to make sure to see Black Phone 2 because I love the first one. I thought the first one was great, so yeah. I don't know, I was like, okay, so I got to see that. I wanted to see Good Fortune also, the Keanu Reeves Angel movie, the Aziz Ansari movie, but I was going, no, I'm going to see the Black Phone 2, and I think I chose wisely. I'm not nothing against that other movie. I'm just saying I really enjoyed the Black Phone 2 because Scott Derrickson knew that if you're going to continue, because the first Black Phone is based off a short story. It's based off a short story, and of course they made it into a full feature length, and they did a really good job with it. So the fact that you're going to continue it, it's like, where do you take it? Where do you take that story? And Scott Derrickson and his co-writer really took that story into a Freddy Krueger type of level, but not ridiculous, over-the-top Freddy Krueger type. The tone of this movie is dark. It's darker than the first. It's got more of an 80s horror tone because the score adds to it. They brought in that 80s synthesizer, and just added that element. Man, I want to get the score of this movie. The score is just helps with that ambiance because it all mainly takes place at this campground in the mountains during a blizzard. So you're creating this dark scenario already, and just some of the imagery you see, you go, Jesus, that's pretty dark. That is, really dark. There's really dark stuff, and Ethan Hawke, as the grabber, he's just great. And yeah, I think all the performances pretty good. Some cheesy moments that you're always going to get, some convenient moments as well. You're going to get in this movie, but if you like the first one, I think you're going to have a good time with the second one. I have to rewatch the first one. I've seen the first one twice, maybe 3 times, but I haven't watched it in a couple of years. It's been a bit, so I need to rewatch the first one to determine which one I like more, because I could see myself liking this one more because of just how darker it was, and that score and the cinematography is great. The way that Scott Derrickson shot the dream sequences is just excellent. It's just absolutely excellent. Just the way that the use of a filter, a certain way and a certain style of shooting when there's a dream sequence happening. He wanted to let it be known, hey, this is a dream right here, and he does it in a beautiful way. But the cinematography overall is excellent. You're going to get some great mountain shots, great scenery in the background. You're going to get some great stuff right here. So, just saying, you got to be kidding me. Wait a minute. What? Okay, this is weird, guys. This is weird. What the hell? This is my old boss. My old boss, Mike Mansfield, is in the chat right now. What is going on, sir? This is crazy. Wow. Good to see you, Mike. Hopefully things are doing great. Wow. I haven't talked to you in a long time. Yeah, everything's going good. Hopefully you're doing good. Man, that's pretty cool. I love it when stuff like that happens. I love it when stuff like this happens. Good to see you, Mr. Mansfield. All right. Jeez. Blowing my mind right now. I looked out. I was like, what? Mr. Mansfield, how you doing? That's pretty sweet. Good to see you. Hopefully all is well. Yeah. All's good where I'm at, too. Can't complain. Good to see you, too. Cheers. Man, that's crazy. Man, I partially missed that job. I'm not gonna lie. As much as I enjoy working from home, I do miss that job a little bit, just a little bit. I still got a couple of friends that still work in the cable guy industry, so then of course when I hear them complain, I go, yeah, maybe I'm good not doing that job anymore. But good to see you, Mike. Good to see you. Great to see you. Hopefully all is well with you and your family and everything. So, Cool, man. That's just cool. I was like totally blown away. That just took me by surprise. That is my ex-boss right there, guys. From about over a decade ago. That was over a decade ago. Time flies. Time really flies, man. I tell you, time really flies. All right. So now that I got the Black Phone 2 review out of the way, like I said, go see it. Please support it, and hopefully it does pretty well because, like I said, if you like the first one, I'm guaranteeing you're going to like this one, because everything gets like upped and upped, so yeah. But okay, so now let's see, where are we at here? I'm just looking at some things. Oh, it's funny. I tell you what. Okay, so now let's talk about this. Where are we at? Let me pull up the image. Obviously, I can't find the image now. What the hell? I love it when Twitter, like, all of a sudden I just can't find images. All right. Zack Snyder and Henry Cavill Superman. Oh, boy. Geez. Just when you think that everything's going to be nice and relaxed, we had a relaxed week. We had a pretty relaxed week, right? After the Peacemaker finale last week, we're going into this week. Things were kind of relaxed. I mean, there's a couple of things. Obviously, Jimmy Gunn's talking about... basically just like talking about, the response to the Peacemaker finale. And then, of course, talking about things that are moving forward when it comes to the DCU. And, all fine and dandy. You could check out those videos. Those are, on the channel and everything. And, not much when it comes to the news and everything. And then, of course, here comes Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder to post an image. And when he posts... I mean, it's funny because he's been on Instagram for about 3 weeks now, right? Maybe like just under a month. He's been on Instagram for just under a month, and he's been posting, of course, images, beautiful images from the last photograph that he's shooting currently right now, his passion project. And I think a lot of us knew, like, oh man, if this guy ends up posting anything from his camera, which he's got a shit ton of photos from his movie sets. When he's going to post something from DC, it's going to just go freaking buck wild. And sure enough, yes, it did. And today was one of those days where he decided, oh, you know what? I'm going to post this image right here. I'm going to post this image right here of Henry Cavill. And it's a beautiful image of Henry Cavill as Superman from BVS, behind the scenes. Henry Cavill is Superman. From BVS, shot with my monochrome 50mm Noctilux. 3 weeks on Instagram. Thanks to everyone. Nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong there. There is absolutely nothing, and everybody's reacting perfectly normal to that, right? No, of course not. Because we can't have nice things. And, of course, people were losing their minds when it comes to all this. And there you go. I mean, it was just like, okay, so let's break it down. Now, naturally, people are, because obviously we've got the discourse out there when it comes to the DC fandom, when it comes to, like, the diehard James Gunn fans and the diehard Snyder fans. Now, when I saw this, I went, oh, that's cool. That's such a cool shot of him right there. First off, why is he not smiling? Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. You know how that was always like a thing of Cavill not smiling and then Corn Sweat not smiling. You know how it is. Those silly guys, those silly Gunn and Snyder fans. Anyways, so he posted this right here, and the biggest thing that I think a lot of people were losing their shit about was the fact that it said Henry Cavill is Superman. Okay, and then of course naturally, you got people who are not a fan of this version of Superman or not a fan of Zack Snyder going like, no, he was. What are you talking? What are you doing, Zack? What are you doing? This is dumb. You can't do it. What you're just making a statement. You got to realize something. And I've talked to the man himself in person, in private, and in public. Nicest guy in the world, Zack Snyder. Okay? Does he like to stir the pot a little bit? Absolutely. I mean, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Remember when he posted an image on Vero about Carla Gugino being his Catwoman, and everybody lost their minds? I remember, this was around before the Snyder Cut came out, and this is when I was kind of in heavy conversation with him because he was coming on the stream a lot, and we were trying to get things promoted. And I was just like one of the outlets that he was using to promote, which is, that it was great. So I remember when that whole thing came out and people started losing their minds, he even said that, because Carla Gugino was the voice of the Man, in the Man of Steel, the Kryptonian ship. She's the voice. So she was doing ADR for the Snyder Cut that they didn't record in the initial run, obviously. And, and then he saw that people were fan casting her as his Catwoman, which, yes, that's like, of course, that's still, I mean, she would have been perfect as Catwoman in the Snyderverse. But then he was like, he saw that and he was like, well, I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit. And then he posted the image, and of course that stirs the pot a little bit. So Zach is a little bit of a pot stirrer. He does. He'll do that a little bit. But he's also the nicest guy in the world. I don't think this is no dig on anything when it comes to what James Gunn is doing or David Corenswet or anything like that. I mean, for all we know, he just said Henry Cavill is Superman. You can say that about any one of the actors. Christopher Reeve is Superman. Okay, George Reeves is Superman. Brandon Routh is Superman. Dean Cain, prepare yourself, guys. He is Superman because I know a lot of people hate him. David Corenswet is Superman. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with saying that. That is his Superman actor. He decided to post this beautiful image because it is a beautiful image, a monochrome image. The texture, the depth, everything about this image is absolutely gorgeous. Now, naturally, though, obviously we're going to have that Fandom discourse that happens between diehard Gunn nuts and diehard Snyder nuts, which is always going to be the case. What I always like too, though, is like the snobbiness that you get out there. Like as if I love it when I see the snobbiness of like the diehard Snyder fans. They get all snobby, like look at these guys losing their minds about all this. I'm like, you guys lose your minds about James Gunn and his Superman in the DCU every fucking day. Stop it. All right, you're no better. But yeah, it's like, hey, there's that. I know there's like people that go like, oh, he knows what he's doing. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. To me, I'm like, I've been kind of thinking about that all day. Does he know what he's doing? Does he not? I mean, I know he knows that it was going to stir the pot a little bit. It was going to blow up. I think he knows at least that factor. But when it comes to the caption, I don't think he really gave it too much of a thought other than that's his Superman actor. And he always would say like, oh yeah, he is Superman, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. Relax, okay? David Corenswet still is Superman. Don't worry, it's fine. So I think just cool it down a little bit. It's okay. It's okay, guys. We're gonna be okay. There's nothing wrong with a director posting that right there. I mean, sadly, we're not gonna get Bryan Singer posting, Brandon Routh image and going like Brandon Routh is Superman. We're not gonna get that. We're not gonna get Richard Donner doing that. We're not gonna get any, we're going to get Zack doing that. And there's nothing wrong. And I'm just kind of wondering how many more images does he have from all his set images that he's posted? I mean, he is now, the fact of the matter is like, yeah, there could be the argument of, yeah, maybe he wants to get a little bit more eyes on his Instagram because his last photograph is going to be a small movie. I don't even know how big of a marketing budget it's going to have. So I think Zack is kind of going to be utilizing all he can to get as much eyes on his Instagram. And this could be one of the ways where every now and again, he's going to be posting an image from a DC movie that he did. I wouldn't be surprised. And there's nothing wrong with that. He's just posting it out there. It's the fans that are the worst. That's the thing. The diehard Snyder fans suck. The diehard Gunn fans suck. Okay? They're the ones, and I know like people are like, oh, he's just fueling the fans. It's like, yeah, it does fuel the fans, but he's not doing that. He doesn't want people to be toxic about it. Of course not. He's just trying to get something out there and he's trying to market himself. And there's nothing wrong with that. He has no control. Just like when like George Lucas, there's nothing he could do to make his fans act normal. Nobody's going to act normal. That's just the way it is. There's no way that it's going to act normal. So I think everybody just got to relax. I mean, it's just a beautiful image that doesn't change anything, doesn't do anything. There's nothing, obviously it's going to stir up like the diehard Snyder guys that are going to be like, oh yeah, he's coming back. He's coming back to do it because, they don't want him. They don't care about his other things. And that's obvious. No matter what they say, they don't care. They would rather him do DC movies until he until he's 90, rather than doing his own original stuff. 100%. You know, I'm not saying it's all of them, but it's the loud ones definitely want to do that, want that. So we'll relax, guys. Let's just relax. Just have some fun with it. Yeah. All right. That's all we got to say about that, right? Nothing else. I think everybody's looking a little too much into it. Like, he said he is Superman. I don't know. It's funny. That's the thing. And some people are just like, yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. I don't know if he knows exactly what he's doing, to be honest. I don't know if he's knows exactly what he's doing. But yeah, but I know he likes to stir the pot a little bit. We can admit that. We can admit that. Sorry, I was just looking at some things. But all right. All right, what are we doing here? All right. Let's see. I don't miss the job, but I miss Chuck. Yeah, that's what it is. A lot of his haters got scared and insecure. Yeah, well, a lot of Snyder fans do the same thing. That's the thing. Everybody's so one-sided about everything. You win, you become Superman. Nothing wrong with speculating. I know. I just, but at the same time, Bell, I just go, let the man do his stuff. I don't know. I'm just one of those that I'm like, I'm glad that he's not in the fucking superhero genre is suffering right now. It's suffering. It's not, and everybody's got a jeweler's loop and a magnifying glass on James Gunn. It's like they were doing that with Zack 10 years ago. It would be even more amplified now. You got to realize that. That's why I'm like, when people go like, what's wrong with it? But yeah, but you really want to have somebody, Mr. Nice guy in the world, Zack Snyder. You want him to just, oh yeah, let's get him right here and run DC Studios. That's not what he wants. Anyway, found a Man of Steel novel with the entire script I bought 12 years ago on a bookshelf because I was grounded and couldn't see Man of Steel. So I bought the book with a gift card. That's awesome. I love that. Hey, what's going on? Bell, what's happening? All right, Baha, you're speaking for Zach. I know. Are you one of those? I can't tell. Are you one of those that don't like him or that are obsessed with him? I can't remember. Because I heard that from both sides. I'm speaking for Zach. Oh, yeah, you're probably one of the ones that, I know, I always love that. No, I'm just one of those people who've had many conversations with him and can understand the passion that he has for wanting to, do the projects that he's been wanting to do for years, like The Last Photograph and everything. This UFC project that's coming out. He's got other projects as well, too. And so I'm just one of those that I'm like, oh, yeah, I want to see Zach, progress in his filmmaking career and do original content as opposed to just being in the box of superheroes. That's the thing. That's just me. I'm not speaking for him. That's just me wanting that for one of my favorite directors. I know, silly me, right? I know. I'm supposed to be pissing and moaning and shitting on James Gunn like crazy, saying, and throwing shit at David Cornsweet and the entire cast of Superman. And then I'm, wanting, supposed to be tweeting that hashtag all the time and hoping that somehow, I don't know. It gets exhausting. You guys get very much exhausting. We don't need you speaking for him. Jeez. Even Nathan. Well, say hello to Nathan for me. Yeah, great to hear from you, Mike. What's going on for you, Jason? Good to see you. Yeah, they're all Superman. Yeah, I mean, we could just look at it like that and not even freak out. So, Star Wars is stupid next to Rebel Moon. Star Wars is stupid next to Rebel Moon. I mean, I wouldn't say that. Zack Snyder wouldn't even say that. See, that's the thing is like, this is where I just kind of go like, what the, okay. No, that's not the, Star Wars is not stupid next to Rebel Moon. All right. I don't know. Again, It's just crazy. The purple man has arrived in the chat. Uh-oh, we got the purple man out here. I don't know what that means. And by all means, guys, ask questions. We're going to start bringing some people in here. Start bringing some peeps in here. I'm going to start sending out the invites. Let's see. Oh, man. I sent a couple more invites. I may have to do that. We'll get them when we first get in here. All right. Sorry, I didn't. Hello there. Boom. All right. There we go. We got that. Okay. Sorry, just sending out the invites. Make sure I got everybody. Should always prep this before I do it. Hold on. Just trying to look at it. Make sure I got everybody here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, no, that's a funny picture, right? It's very interesting. Definitely very interesting. So. My favorite Bond is Sean Connery. There seems to be no argument on Twitter about who's... Well, hey, that's a good point there, Antonio. I know. It's not like that when it comes to Bond. Isn't that funny how that is? But then again, I mean, but I think the biggest difference is the fact that, you know, that WB screwed over Cavill. That's the biggest difference. Yeah, at least like the Bonds, they got their stuff finished and all the things and blah 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 blah. You know how it is. So I mean, there is a difference, but you know, like I said, those guys aren't there anymore though. And a lot of the loud people in the Snyder fandom think like it's the same. It's like the same regime, and it's not the same regime. It's not the same regime. It's a totally different regime. So, I wonder if Zach saw Superman. And I'm kind of wondering about that too. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if we'll ever get his review of it. And of course, if he gives his review publicly, he's not going to shit on it. I mean, I know, like, you know, the diehards would love for him to shit on it. He's not going to ever do that. He's the nicest guy in the world. He's the nicest guy in the world. His diehard fans are some of the worst people. Just like I think James Gunn, probably a really nice guy, seems like a nice guy. His diehard fans are some of the worst people. That's just the way it is when it comes to these directors, when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's like these people, they're great. They seem like great people. Everything's, you know, cool. They're fine. But their fans, yeah, it sucks. Their fans suck. I'm so happy that we're going to get a live action Jetson movie. That's right. Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit. That's very interesting. With possibly Jim Carrey as George. That'd be very interesting. High Top Films is a genius. His pitches shape our world. Interesting. I know. Hey, when the last photograph comes out, hopefully we can get Zach back on here. So, Henry Cavill is my favorite Superman. People can disagree with me. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of Corn Sweat's fans are just comparing him to Cavill, which isn't fair to Corn Sweat. Yeah. And there's always the comparisons everywhere. We got Martin right here. Zach should progress to learn how to write better stories or keep it simple. Yeah. I mean, I know some people don't like his writing all that much. So yeah. I hope we get that Lanterns teaser soon. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of wondering about that as well. So who knows? Who knows when that's going to happen? Hopefully it happens soon. I saw the Green Lantern hat. Yeah, I know. We all saw the hat. And the center is like a main focus on that hat, which is interesting. Hello, Angelica. Good to see you. Didn't he love the Batman? I don't know if he did. He never gave his full review of the Batman. He did, however, when he saw the trailer for it, he said he texted Matt Reeves and went, dude, that was freaking cool. So, of course, Sweat is Ultraman and going to Pattinson World to become its Superman. Army of the Dead was my favorite of his. I know. I was more interested after seeing Rebel Moon, and I liked Rebel Moon. I like both. Obviously the director's cuts. The Dodgers win. That's it. Is that it? Oh no, that's still the freaking. Anyways, But I was more interested in Army of the Dead. It seems like Army of the Dead is literally dead, and there hasn't been anything from it. That's what sucks. It sucks. Like I thought there was going to be like, we were supposed to get that prequel animated movie, and we were going to get a sequel, and it's just kind of sitting in limbo. And it seems like Rebel Moon's also sitting in limbo because it didn't do as well as I guess Netflix wanted. I don't know. It had a good opening, like the first Rebel Moon had a good opening. Little Army of the Dead seemed like it had a good viewership, but it seemed, I don't know what's going on with like them investing more into both of those universes. I don't know. I really wish they would. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Like I said, at least Zach's doing his passion project for sure. So that's always a good thing. Passion projects are good. Passion projects are good. All right. Take these off. Go back to the glasses. All right. Let's start having some people joining in here. And like I said, guys, during the panel, every now and again, we might be able to see a question out there, but usually I'm trying to pay attention to the discussion. But obviously, if you do a super chat, we'll definitely get you in there, and I'm going to post some. Push pause on that. Stop it. All right, and then I'm going to put some. I need to put some links. I need to put some links when it comes to Area 51. So let's see. Obviously, I want to put this one on. So yeah, right now, currently, when it comes to Area 51 Studios, issue number 2, 36 backers, and it's at 1387. Let's try to move that number up some more. 2,000 is the goal. So right there is, and it's discounted too. And we'll get Ernie and Josh in here to start talking a little bit more about that. And I'm going to go ahead and pin that right up there. All right. So we'll get that going. And first person we're going to bring on is...
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
It always makes you smile.
Yeah, it's funny.
It is.
It's a good one. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Good week.
Yeah.
So,
always. Yeah.
Yep. Weather here is trying to turn to fall, so it's always nice, crisp in the mornings.
Oh, it's so nice, especially because I've always talked about how hot this room would get. Man, it's so nice. It's so nice when I wake up for work and I walk into this room and I'm going, "Ooh, I gotta shut the window. It's cold in here." And I'm like, "Oh, it's so nice that that's the case. I don't have to have 2 fans on me and the AC, to try to keep me somewhat cool. So it's nice." But yeah, we're feeling the good weather over here too. Still, it gets a little warm, like in the it's gotten to the mid 80s, but for the most part, it's been pretty nice. So,
but what's hot is discussions and reliving universes that just restoring universes, things like that. Just keep on coming back. Just like a bad penny.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, I know. I woke up to that today, and I was like, going, oh, well, that's going to be the topic of discussion. I was like, as it was kind of like it was a slow week of things. It really was.
It was like the post New York Comic Con. Everyone put out their stuff, and we were thinking about a week, and then it's just like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah, it's like post New York Comic Con, post Peacemaker. It's like, there's not really much when it comes to the DCU side, except for James Gunn, like answering some people. And, when it came to other things, it was like, yeah, there's some things, some things we'll talk about tonight and whatnot. But yeah. And then all of a sudden Zach just goes, oh yeah, here you go. He just
drops a bomb and says, deal with it.
Yeah. Just going to throw this down here. You guys deal with it. And then sure enough, obviously, when it comes to, our little world that we jack into every now and again. Yeah, you knew that. I mean, as soon as I saw it, I remember I was laying in bed because I didn't have to get up for work. So I was just scrolling through and I saw that. I went, oh my God. Did Ohtani hit a 3rd home run? Jesus Christ, this guy has been dormant this whole playoffs. And now he's got 3 home runs in this game and he's pitching. This guy, what the hell? This guy's a freaking cyborg. Somebody test him. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Sorry, I got the game on.
Oh, no.
I won't try to get too distracted, but let's go ahead and bring on our featured guests right now. And obviously, returning, we always love talking to him. We love talking to Mr. Ernie Altbacker. What's happening, sir?
How you doing?
Hey, Ernie.
Yeah, it's like I just talked to you not too long ago, Ernie.
It's true, but this time with
This
drinks.
time you're prepared. And then we got Josh White. What's happening?
Hello. Hey, not
First
too much.
time here. Yeah.
I know, man.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Yeah, you as well. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, we've been talking to Ernie like so much. We're like, geez, can we get somebody else? Just kidding.
For the love of God.
That's
I know.
valid. That's valid.
That's valid.
Yeah. No, but when he was like talking about, when we were like arranging this, I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, because obviously really loving the book and hoping that we can help bump some of the Kickstarter for you tonight and get some more people involved. And but it's nice to meet you, Josh.
Hey, you too, man. You too.
Yeah. So welcome. So yeah, I'm sorry. I was like, obviously we got playoff baseball happening and everything. So I'm like, this is insane. Like Ohtani right here. That guy is just, I don't know. He's from another planet, I think. But anyways,
I did want to answer Draga.
Oh, okay.
Question. Well,
What do you say?
hello, by the way.
Oh, this right here.
Yeah, and it did not. We have more. You know,
Okay.
It's like crunch all you want. We can make more. And one of the links is a discount link for catching up, so you can get printed copies of 1 and 2.
Yes.
And it's a vodka stream special.
So vodka drink, we love that. We definitely love that. So we got, I posted one of the links. I'm gonna go ahead and like post some of these underneath. So let's see. Yeah, I'll post that right there to make sure that some people can get that because you said it's discounted right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So through the link it is. If you use the link, you'll get 20% off of either the comic number 2, or if you didn't get number 1, it's a combo of 1 and 2.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Because you're doing like So if you didn't get the first issue and you back up this, you'll get. We talked about that on DC Fanimated, and support it, guys. Because you know what, it's a fun book. I really enjoyed the first. There's the Kickstarter right there. 1387. I mean, it's really cool that people were just. I was seeing like even tweets when I would go to my For You page on Twitter. I saw some people just, hey, I'm backing up issue number 2 and everything. And I thought, it's cool. I'm glad that people are on board with this story because I think you guys really have something unique here.
I got that notification that it launched, and I actually became backer number 1. It's rare when sometimes I get to back something right at the start.
Oh, that was
Dang,
you.
man.
That was me.
Wow.
It's not often I get that. Scott usually is the one who gets those number 1s, but this time I was able to click on the dial. It was easy.
That-
You know what
It
that
was easy
means
number 1.
is in the book on our thank you page, you will be first in there.
There we
That's
go.
what that actually means.
They are in order. Yeah, no, we didn't even
they're in order.
we do our little ceremony, where Josh is in the middle of dropping off kids. I'm like, are you there? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, right? And then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do some socials. We talk for 5 minutes. I'm like, whoa, somebody already bought. We didn't know that Kickstarter sends out a notation that this thing that you're following is now live, and 2 people bought it before I could do anything. We've been very pleased in the repeat people. Which
You put out a good product. I really enjoyed the first issue. I haven't read the novella yet because I don't want to ruin anything for issue 2. So
bigger and better,
Yep.
more aliens, more hijinks. I think people like it.
And we actually have a little shot from the second episode, or not second episode, the second issue right here. Yeah. So we got a little, and of course this is drawn by Mr. White right here, and looking pretty good. I mean, like I said, this story is insane. I mean, I like when Scott and I were talking to you about it. I mean, even Scott was. The way that where the story goes, where it ends with a little cliffhanger, and the fact that you even just said that, you even talked to us on Wednesday talking about how like pretty much every issue is going to have like a little bit of cliffhanger or something like that, keeping people on their toes, we should say.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that I planned it out. I mean, this is the initial 4-issue arc. We'd like it to go more, but we're going to take a little break to think up what's going to happen further down the road by putting it together into a graphic novel format. So all 4 issues, most of the extra pages, probably 120, 130 pages or something, and we'll put in some extras. Who knows? Maybe we'll do 5 or 10 new pages, or a side story or something like that.
Nice. And we got Mr. Taladia Plays is going to be joining the panel as well to have a part of this.
Hello, everyone.
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
I've just had what a night I've had. I can just tell you that much. I can't go much into.
It's one of those kind of nights, huh?
Yeah, this is like a pinch me moment type of thing.
Oh.
So.
That's cool. Yeah. Those are cool moments for sure.
Yeah.
But thanks for joining, man. Obviously, we're talking with Josh. We're talking with Ernie. But I actually want to let's talk with Josh a little bit. So, what is your background when it comes to being in the arts, being in illustration and drawing and everything?
Man, I mean, I've sort of drawn forever. It's been a long time since I've done like a comic or a graphic novel or really illustrated project. I originally studied visual communications. I was in graphic design, and I was kind of going down that road. But I sort of ended up at the spot where I had to decide, what path to go down. I ended up picking the path where I could, sort of pay the bills a little bit better. Mm-hmm. And, like a lot of people, COVID hit. And so I started thinking, actually, I might want to do this whole drawing thing again. And so my wife really kind of pushed me to kind of get back into it. And so it wasn't much after I kind of got back in and really started seriously working on some stuff that I met Ernie in San Diego. And we just sort of hit it off and ended up starting Area 51. And that's kind of where we're at. So, yeah, I mean. Yeah,
but right from the beginning, did I impress you? You want to tell that story?
It was interesting. Like if you've ever done speed dating, it was like we met at a networking event. It was like speed dating, and dude, I saw like 20 different writers, who half of which were insane, and so they're coming at you so fast. And so Ernie sits down. He's like, "Hey, this is pretty good stuff." And I work with some DC guys. I'm like, "Yeah, okay." Whatever.
I saw that look. I saw that like. Yeah, and I was like, "Oh no, I blew it,"
Yeah. And then right after that event, we went to the Justice League War Worlds premiere, in the major ballroom 20 over there, and Ernie's the first guy out as one of the lead writers, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, he does know DC people," So it was a pretty fun time.
Sounds like it. And because I will say, like, the style, it's kind of funny because like when I was reading the first issue, like some of the animation style, or not the animation style, but the drawing style, I remember like the first issue of the Mask, the original Mask comic book, there was like something about like the style of that. You have like a similar style to what was it called? Something Mayhem that first issue was, but it is kind of like a similar ish style. I was getting like that kind of vibe to it. But that first page though, in that first issue, the double page of just like the whole studio thing, just absolutely gorgeous. So
cool, man. Thank you. Yeah, we actually took a little bit of time to figure that out, because we did a couple of different iterations until we came upon how it looks right now, and I think it really hit home once we both looked at it and how it was working with the story and everything.
Yeah, and then of course, like, story concept. What are the aliens going to look like? What are this characters going to look like?
Right.
Yeah, it's always like that's a fun process, right? It's a grueling process, but it's a fun process.
Yeah, so like the first issue took, I think, about a year and a month or so to finish up, because we had so much concept stuff, and we had to kind of talk back and forth about what we actually wanted to make. And then the second issue took about 3 months. So you can kind of see, like, after you get past that initial stuff, concept, illustration ideas, brainstorming, like, then it's just go time. So it was a huge swing from issue 1 to 2 to actually get it put together.
Yeah, because when you're developing something, you want to get, make sure, like, okay, well, we got to get something right. This is going to feel right for this. And then when you have those, those templates, those designs, you could just immediately just go. But I'm sure, I'm actually surprised it didn't take it longer, because I know sometimes some of that stuff can take, even a couple of years to do it. But I mean, what's good about it is it's a small project. It's you guys. It's not a lot of people. Not a lot of people you're gonna have to go through, and not gonna have to, like, hey, is this gonna work for some other people or whatever the hell? It's not. It's not doing that. So it was just you guys. It's kind of like you guys just get. I mean, I'm sure, like, you got on Zoom calls. I don't know if you guys ever were in person. I don't know. Where are you located, Josh?
Yeah. So I'm in Tucson, Arizona.
There you go. So not too, somewhat close, but
not too far. But we've met in San Diego a couple times.
Yeah.
And I mean, California is not that far away. So
yeah,
we kind of met, and it was I guess 2 years ago. And for the first year, we both just called it the side project. And about 8 months of that time, I said, let's go and try and sell it to an indie publisher. So we did a comic book proposal, which was like the first 6 pages of comic, then maybe it was like first 8 or something. And there was all this other stuff that you see in issue 1, cast of characters, things like that to tell you about the world. And then when we met like 2 years ago or whatever, at Comic-Con 24, we went to this other panel that was the Comic Creator Connection All-Stars, that were people that had created comic from this speed dating service, right? And we were in the audience there, and I was like, let's quit fucking around waiting for somebody to say yes, and let's just go for it. And actually, Josh was that way, because I was afraid to do the Kickstarter. He's like, I can handle the Kickstarter. I can handle it. Yeah. I go, okay, let's do it. We're going to get on this panel. This year or next year. And we just made it. We had to kind of fake our way that they were like, it has to be available for sale somewhere. So we kind of put a ghost button on this site that we had quickly set up. I'm like, you can buy it here. Please don't let anybody click this thing, right? We don't have no banking on it or anything, right? It's like, and we got on the panel. Out of the other people that had finished it, we were like, oh shit, I guess it is pretty decent, so yeah.
Yeah,
it's great. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how things can just work out like that.
Now, what did you all learn from from the first Kickstarter to this one that you said, okay, we're not going to do this, but we are going to do this?
I think the main thing was everything was new, so it was sort of like it felt like you were just hanging on by the skin of your teeth, and like I wanted to say it was 1,000 little things. Like, I didn't think about what tiers to get. I didn't think about extra fun stuff we could throw in. I didn't think about how often we needed to send updates to people. I totally didn't think about any way to discount anything or, talk to other people who are collaborating. I remember we were at the comic creators panel, and the people next to us were like, oh yeah, we emailed the main guy who's available for all comic projects. And I was like, wait, the who now? There's a guy who does that?
We looked at
There's like one guy.
Yeah, so she was like, oh yeah, they helped us set everything up. And I was like,
that's a
man.
thing?
Like, yeah, so it was just a lot of that kind of stuff where I feel like we looked at a lot of material beforehand, like YouTube videos on what to expect, but nothing really prepares you.
No.
The second one just felt smoother. Like, we knew what was going to happen when we clicked the thing. We knew to send an update, create some bundles and things like that. So I just would say a million tiny things just that you don't think about, and nobody thinks to tell you because they, like you just can't remember everything.
No, and I mean, like, and it's understandable that you had to watch like YouTube videos. I mean, that's what's so great about YouTube. You could find anything on any kind of thing where you kind of go, "Oh, wait a minute," because I mean, there's even times thinking I struggle with that too when it comes to Patreon. It's like, what can I add that's a bonus for people to subscribe to that? Well, I could do like this. I give a shout out. Oh, I give early access to videos. And you're trying to think of like the tiers, because that's also a tiered system too, where it's like, oh, if you could just do $1 for, for this and $3 for that or whatever. It's it's like one of those things, like, I can understand jumping into this when you want to just get a book out there, but then you go, well, we have to have an incentive for people to do this and do that. I mean, and then of course, I obviously Scott really loves the incentive of being drawn into the comic book, which is really cool. Like, I mean, that's such a cool little feature that, and to have.
I think he told us that.
Yeah.
Like, when we were talking beforehand.
Yeah.
He said that, and we were like, or I was like, oh man.
You got the idea from him? I thought that was already. Oh wow.
Wow. I mean, I think I was emailing back and forth with him. But for those of you who don't know, Area 51 Studios, basically everything you know about Area 51 is wrong. It's actually a studio where aliens go to make galactic reality programming. And by the way, thanks Draga 52 who came on board.
He backed it.
But yeah, the thing that I learned, and I mean, when we first went, we had 8 followers, and they were 8 people that I put on, and I think me and Josh might have been 2 of them. And so I told other people during the process, I'm like, what should we be doing? And it's like, okay, well, you got to lean on your followers. How many do you have? And I go to this one guy, 8, and he goes, excuse me, 80? And I go, no, 8. He goes, they shouldn't have even let you start. You can't go with less than 100. We go with 200. What did he say? 200 we get, or 400. And I was like, I don't know 400 people that like me that much to follow them. We much appreciate follows, man. Even if you're not going to get anything, just to follow and keep up on the project. But so this time we did slightly better. I quintupled.
It was triple. It was triple the number. I mean, 5 times, come on, man.
5 times.
Okay.
We had 40 to start, but still 40 was like, we kept on doing it less because it's like, come on, we can go with 100, we can go with 80, we can go with 70. It's like Homer with the pig. It's just a little bit wet. It's just a little bit leafy.
Like, a little airborne. It's still good.
A little airborne.
No, so I have a question though. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So from between issue 1 to now, what was it like to design the aliens for Area 51 Studios?
It's a fun process.
It's a lot of fun. I think the biggest hurdle, is trying to make something unique. Because there's so much stuff out there right now. And, you sort of suffer from, same, like things that look adjacent to other stuff. So I really tried pretty hard to come up with stuff that I haven't personally seen. I'm a pretty big sci-fi guy. And I was just trying to really step outside. Like there's a couple, like the cover's got, some types of aliens. I've never seen anything like that. So I was just sketching some weird stuff and kind of going with what was the most weird thing possible. And one of the things that the Digital Deluxe has that the other tiers don't is you'll get like a bunch of these sketch pages that I put together for like different ideas of aliens. And quite a few of them didn't make it in this book, but they'll probably be in the next book or the book after that. So that'll be a fun little Easter egg. If you happen to see those, you'll probably see some of these guys pop up.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. I mean, that's the thing. It's like people have been. I mean, especially since this is the Area 51 Studios kind of has a Men in Black vibe. I mean, there's so many different kind of aliens in there. You don't want to like copy anything there, but obviously there's going to be sometimes where maybe there's going to be certain things that are going to be inspired by maybe some of the creature designs. But for the most part, I mean, yeah, I've seen, some of the stuff that you've created. I mean, I'm like, what the F? I mean, Jesus Christ, what exactly did you ingest a little bit of a mushroom or something before you created that one?
Yeah, you take one and you're like, all right, put me in a room.
Yeah. Yes. I need a room, and if you get a plant in there, all of a sudden it starts looking in like an alien or something like that. And I'm like, yep, I found a design for the main guy right there. But but I can imagine really like cool some of these designs. I can imagine some of these designs just kind of coming to you and be like, oh, that would be different. I haven't seen anything like that. So, but yeah, I could see like it's pretty saturated, so it's hard to be like, all right, let's try to be as original as possible. But I think you guys pulled it off pretty well.
Well, also we're kind of positing that it's all real, so we're gonna be using the aliens that people have seen.
Yeah,
you know those types. So we have the gray, right?
You gotta have the grays. You gotta have the grays.
We have our boy who enjoys, tell me when you're going camping, right? Yeah. I mean, like, but he's there. Because, they've gotten their money. They're shooting their show, but they got their money from the Science Council. And that's why all the probing. Like, we just give you a reason for why it's being done, right? So some of those will be real. The original ones, we want a lot of original stuff in there too, but we're positing that a lot of these shows that we're watching are because that there's aliens in Hollywood going, this is a good story. You know what's a good story? There was this war. It was far away. Let me tell you about it, right? And so that's where we get these films, right?
No, it makes sense. We got somebody else joining right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Hey, it's Phil.
Good to see you, buddy.
How's it going? Ernie, Josh, Chris, Taladia.
Hello. Hey, what's up, Phil?
Congratulations on Area 51.
Yeah.
Issue number 2.
Thank you. Yes, the campaign is live.
The campaign is live. And
3 days old.
Yeah, doing good for 3 days. I mean, geez, 37 backers now. So not too shabby. And like I said, guys, the link is pinned to the chat. And then there's, like I said, it's discounted right now. So check it out, please. But Phil, we're talking to, of course, Ernie, and then Josh, of course, illustrating the book, and we're talking about like inspirations for alien designs and everything. Yeah. And then, but like I said, I mean, obviously, I know Chris, you've read the first issue.
Yes.
And like I said, when we were talking to you, Ernie, on Wednesday, Scott and I, the fact that coming up with the story and keeping people like, because you said pretty much every issue is going to have like something where it's like it ends, you go, oh shit. And the first issue definitely has that, where I was like, oh shit. Yep. Definitely going to back up that second one, because I'm like, what is going to happen here? Because like I said, when it came to certain characters and how Mr. ZB is going to be, how he's like kind of getting this whole thing together, I was going, oh wow, it was a very interesting concept of how to do that. So I'm very curious. Like I said, I don't want to read the novella either. I can understand like, hey, let's keep it a surprise and just like what, with each issue. But yeah, it's just all a very interesting concept, and he's a very interesting character.
Well, thank you. Yeah, the novella is for those people who can't wait. They want to know if it's going to end satisfyingly. Well, you can buy issue 1 if you want, or the novella, check it out, and then you're going to see. There's going to be a lot of differences, though, because now I'm doing this with Josh, and I don't mind. I don't mind if we go off the rails. I think we're going to get to the ending that's in the novella, but the way we get there and the characters that do certain things might change. I mean, we have this character in there. You see her at the end, just of the character breakdown. You didn't see her in one, named Hilda, but she's this butterfly creature. And he drew this character design, and I'm like, man, she needs a bigger role. I'm gonna have to give her more stuff, because this character design is great.
See, that's what I love about the creative process too, because I mean, it's very much like when you're trying to adapt a book or even a graphic novel or whatever into a movie. It's like sometimes you can't just do it directly. You got to it's not going to be like page per page. You're gonna take some liberties. You're gonna take some certain things that certain things won't work. Certain things are going to work. And like you said, you saw a design that he made, and you're going, well, this initial story, this character didn't have that. Now I want to make it a bigger role because of how beautiful the design is. And that's cool. I like that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm going to say,
yeah,
I like doing that with my own stuff. Thank you for giving me cover for Batman Hush and others. I'm sorry if I ruined your childhoods.
Yes. You still got to get those shirts, Ernie.
by changing stuff. Yeah. But no, like in the case of something like Batman Hush, I try and keep everything as close to the thing as possible, but there's not enough room. Not enough room. Sorry. We try our best.
I mean, I still enjoyed the film, so I appreciate
it.
Despite everything.
The backwards compliment. Kinda.
No, I still enjoyed it. Don't worry, you're fine.
No, I still enjoyed it. So
no, it's still I know. I mean, it's just funny, but when you're dealing, this is what's good about this project is it's yours. So you're not ruining any childhoods with this, unless some people are like, you ruined my childhood on how you designed this alien, or something like that.
You ruined Area 51 for me.
Yeah, how dare you?
No one had read it before. Come on, no one had read the novella before. I'm not falling for that in this case. I think I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but there's still going to be people out there that love Area 51 for how it is, and you're like, how dare you turning into a studio? What?
Boy, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I would love to get to the point where, we're doing a show. Yeah, Seth Rogen has taken over, and he changes it, and people are like, "Man, it's so much better." Please let us get to that.
Want to be on the opposite end, where it's like, you're like, "Hey, that's what he wants to do, and he's ruining your childhood, not me."
You can shift blame.
He's not going to be ruining any childhoods.
Yeah, he's just going to be like, "I don't know what I'm doing." It's like, what are we doing? It's like, hey, Seth Rogen's going to do whatever he wants. I know. It seems like this would be right up his alley, or even like, we talked about it before because, when it came to Paul, the movie Paul, that's a great like little alien movie that's comedy, and I could see like in the vein of that kind of vibe. I mean, I think this could be something eventually that would, warrant at least an animated feature or something, or an animated little series. It just seems like nowadays with streaming and content, this kind of idea, like when we first talked, Ernie, and I got the lowdown even before we first talked, I went, oh, this is totally right up my alley. I love this kind of shit because I'm loving the alien shit. I go down the rabbit hole of whatever that thing is supposedly headed towards us right now called Atlas 31 or whatever that is.
Yeah.
I'm even falling down that rabbit hole going, I don't know. There's people that are saying that they're projecting into that thing or remote projecting, and it's this. It's all bullshit, but I love it.
I heard it changed course. I'm worried.
Yes. Oh, I heard that there was like a couple of little mini things broke off, and one of them's headed to Venus, one of them's headed to our moon, and one of them's headed to us. And I'm like, cool. That's not true, but cool. But I just love that kind of shit, I mean, it's funny because I follow this on Twitter, this UFO Twitter account, and they'll post like just random things. And recently they're posting a lot of shots from Fire in the Sky. You guys remember that movie, Fire in the Sky, that came out in the early 90s?
Yeah.
That movie to this day freaks me the fuck out. That movie gave me nightmares. When I was a kid, I watched that when I was 11, 12.
Oh yeah,
that movie.
Mm-hmm. Too bad the guy who's based off of is a complete nut
he's
he's out.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so if anybody doesn't know Fire in the Sky, it's about Travis Walton. He was like, what would you call that guy? They go out and chop wood in the forest in the
lumberjack.
Lumberjack. There you go. I couldn't remember the profession, but yeah, essentially a lumberjack. And while they were driving home one night, they saw a little light in the sky that looked like a fire. And then, of course, he's very like, oh, let's just walk out and, see what it is. And then, of course, he gets zapped. They leave. Then they go back. He's gone. And then the movie is a really good movie. The way it's structured, I love how they structured the movie because it's not linear at all. And I love it when a story is not told linear, when they can jump all around and then it makes sense. Because they obviously had to, and I remember even back before the internet, I think like with the TV commercials, they were even saying like the last 15 minutes are like the scariest you're ever. And it's true because you actually see what he supposedly saw when he was in the ship. And it's freaky as all shit. Like it's still to this day, it's hard to watch where I just go, good Lord. Of course, when you hear Travis Walton talk about his actual story, it's a lot crazier. And, who knows if it's true, who knows if it's not. I still love that shit. But Fire in the Sky, yeah, that movie. Whew. That movie. Have you seen it, Phil? Yeah.
Which one?
Fire in the Sky?
I've heard of it. I feel like if I've seen it, when I was a child.
Yeah. It's one of those.
It was probably before my time. So.
Sounds
How dare you? Are you trying to make us feel old here? Come on.
Dude, it's not my fault I was born in 92.
Yeah. That's when it came out. I think it's when it came out. 93, I think it was. Wow. But I would suggest anybody watching it. And then, Ernie, you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
A long time ago.
There's another one with, what's his name? Where like 2 or 3 of them get taken. Who's in Fire in the Sky?
That's a DB Sweeney and it's Robert Patrick.
Okay, no, that is the one I'm thinking of. Where he's in the convenience store after he's like, woo, right? Where they find him.
Well, yeah. He's like somewhere. He's like naked and he's like freaking out. Yeah, they find him in it's like a closed gas station convenience store.
Closed gas station at 7-Eleven. Yeah. DB Sweeney. That's it. That's
DB Sweeney, man. What happened to that guy? He's still around. I think he's still in things, but he was in a lot of things in the 90s and the 2000s.
Yeah.
But that's what was cool about that because the whole, even like the opening scene, I remember, I know this movie like because I saw it so many times, even though it scared the shit out of me. I just like the story structure because when you see like the opening credits, it literally shows just like the forest at night with like a fog. It looks creepy as all hell, and then all of a sudden you're seeing like a light just get lighter and lighter. And like, are we already seeing the spacecraft? No, it's just the truck that they're in, and they're going crazy, and they show up to this bar. And then all of a sudden they call the cops and the detective comes in who is, what's his name? I can't remember the actor's name. A very well-known actor who played Maverick in the TV show. Can't remember his name. Shit.
Garner?
Anyways, yes, Garner. Yeah, what's his first name?
James Garner?
James Garner, yeah. He's like the detective who's, questioning the guys. And so then they do the whole, let's cut back to the beginning of the day, and they lead up to it, and they show all that. And then, of course, Travis is gone the whole time, and the whole thing is like them going like, the town's going, what the hell's happening with all this? And Robert Patrick's character, who's Travis Walton's best friend, Mike, is, he's trying to deal with it, and he's also having issues with like his wife, and it's a lot of drama. It's like good. And then all of a sudden, like he comes back and Travis doesn't remember shit. He has little flashes. It's only till the very end where he has the full-on flashback of what he sees. And it's just whoever designed that stuff, like the inside the ship and inside the little cocoon that he was in, it is just
that I still remember that part of him getting out of his cocoon, and then he goes over to the next one over, and there's like an alien skeleton.
Yes, it's like a dude that's like, and he's like his hands are literally like in his intestines.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, oh my god, and he freaks out, and he's like, because he's kind of like in a, it's like a 0G thing, and he's like, what the hell? And then he goes he kind of floats up to the top, and he sees like the little space suits, and then one of the little guys like tries to grab him, and then he kicks him, and then all of a sudden they grab him, and they're dragging him down that hallway and everything.
Yeah.
Good Lord. And then they put him on the table and they start doing all the stuff, and that's where it just so like, what the if anybody's freaked out about stuff going in your eyeballs, don't watch Fire in the Sky.
Oh yeah. I remember that too.
Don't watch that stuff. But I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like that stuff. As much as it scares me, it's also I don't. Have you guys seen The Fourth Kind?
Yeah,
remember that movie? Huh? No, it wasn't Christopher Walken. That wasn't a Christopher Walken. I think you're thinking of. I forgot what. I think I know what you're thinking of, and I can't.
No, I haven't seen that. Huh?
Yeah, The Fourth Kind. The Fourth Kind had Mila Jovovich, right? And it was kind of based. Off, it was based off of like true events, and they sold it as, oh, we have actual footage of some of the, because they always talk about when it comes to alien contact, you got the first kind, the second kind, the third kind. Obviously, we know, Steven Spielberg's movie, obviously, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and then the fourth kind is alien abduction. And yeah, that movie also very freaky because they sell it as, oh, we have actual footage. I think it came out that it was bullshit. Obviously, they were selling the movie, but it's really freaky. Like it kind of just like dives into the whole concept of the Anunnaki kind of alien race, and how possession, like when people get possessed by something and they start speaking in tongues, they're speaking in alien kind of like language and stuff, and it's really a really cool. If you haven't seen it, it's one of those where I was like, oh shit, I'm probably gonna have a bad dream tonight. Yeah, because it's got its freaky moments, but yeah, and of course you have X-Files. Man, people are lighting fireworks off because Dodgers just won the goddamn. They're going to the World Series again. Shocker. The Dodgers are going to the World Series. And I hear like fireworks going off in my neighborhood. I'm like, so many Dodger fans around here. Jeez. Of course, it happened. But congratulations to the Dodgers. Anyways, I don't know if anybody's here a Dodger fan.
No.
Nope.
No, my uncle does merchandising stuff.
Well, my mom is, and she's of course very happy. So yeah, congrats, Mom.
No, my uncle's a merchandiser. He does stuff for the Niners and the Giants and the Sharks. So
yeah, because you're up north with the Giants. So yeah, which is my team, of course.
Yeah, he lives in the Bay Area, so it's all very close to him.
Yeah,
it's about 2 hours south of me.
Yeah, but
pretty cool stuff.
And Chuck even said right here, said, check out a TV series called Project Blue Book, based on a true story. Ooh, stuff like that. I'm all, hey, based on a true story, I'm all about it, But, but I do fall down the rabbit hole of like this whole Atlas 31, whatever the hell it's called. I've been seeing some videos on that, and I'm like, I remember hearing about it, a couple of months ago, and I'm like, is it really going to be something? What are we even talking about here? I don't know. But then now they're like really getting deep into it, where there are people that are claiming that they're remote viewing into the ship. And, people just doing. But again, I just like that stuff. Like I'll go down flat Earth rabbit holes. I don't believe it's true, but it's kind of just like, this would be a cool story.
It's funny.
Yeah,
like at least funny.
Yeah, when they start talking about what's beyond the ice wall and there's like other worlds, I'm like,
right.
See? Yeah, I'm like, this is the kind of stuff that I like. I like because it sounds like a science fiction story, And hey, for all we know, sometimes, hey, maybe some of it can be true. God knows. And if it is, fine. Oh, I love it. But that's just some of the stuff that I like. Of course, X-Files. We've talked about X-Files, which is I'm kind of still curious about the revival of the X-Files show that Ryan Coogler's trying to do, and I'm wondering like how much involved is David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson, if they're going to be involved at all. Are they going to show up?
Someone just got cast for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think some people got involved with it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's like, how do you have an X-Files without Scully and Mulder and Scully?
Yeah. I think Gillian Anderson's supposed to be in it.
I hope so.
I think I read that somewhere.
I hope they both.
I guess what they're aiming for is a new duet, but is very Mulder and Scully like. And I'm like, sure, I guess, but there's more to X-Files than just Mulder and Scully. But hey,
well,
it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it, and like especially like when William's been on air, he made a good point where it's like that captured the '90s so well.
Yeah.
You know, it just because you hadn't seen anything like it, and even like the one-off stories were really good. Like some of those were like just really good. But then, of course, they would go back to the initial story of the cover-up of of aliens and the smoking man and all the stuff. And then, of course, the first movie was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Fight for the Future, I think it was called. But that movie was just, I mean, because I mean, initially, X-Files was always like, are there real aliens or not? The movie was like, yeah, there is. There literally is. Because, Scully got, taken onto it, and Mulder had to go like rescue it from the actual ship. And you actually see it lift off and go off. And it was like, they were kind of toying with like, oh yeah, maybe it wasn't, maybe it's not. But the movie was like, no, there's a fucking flying saucer right there.
Yeah, that was a satisfying connection for like X-Files people. Like, yeah, you got to see the thing. It was all hearsay up until now.
Yeah, it was all kind of like, I mean, they showed things, but it was like, but they always did a good job with the writing of X-Files to make it be like, and that was good about the dynamic between Mulder and Scully. You had the skeptic, and then you had the one that wanted to believe. He was always like, oh, this shit is real. My sister, she got abducted. I saw it when I was a kid. And he was just always, so that was like the great dynamic of Mulder and Scully. And to the point where it's like, okay, now we just have to have Scully like basically be in a cocoon. and Mulder's gonna have to rescue her, and it, and it worked. It worked with the bees and all that stuff. So, but obviously you could pull. I don't know if you pulled anything from that when it came to writing Area 51 Studios. I'm sure a little bit.
Well, I watched it. I wasn't an X-Files mega fan.
Yeah.
I liked it. I was more interested in like the smoking man and some of the side characters.
Yeah.
But if they're gonna do a new one, I would rather have them be in it in some, maybe they're retired at this point, right? So they have to go to them, Yeah. Oh no, like.
Yeah, every couple of episodes, maybe they talk to both of them or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be something. But
what was the show? And I believe it was produced by Steven Spielberg, where they went from Roswell, like to the 30 years in the future and stuff about alien abductions and everything, and it had a fantastic kind of
I don't know.
Large. Was that Close Encounters?
No, that was his movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
No,
it was directed by him.
It was a show produced by Amblin, and it was really good. And it posited that the aliens, they had very weak bodies, so they were trying to crossbreed with humans so they would be stronger. And at the end, two of them get together, which the aliens are doing, and and they basically they have a child, and the child has like all the alien powers.
Okay, now that sounded familiar, and I can't.
Right, and then all of a sudden at the end, like she just grabs their ship trying to go away, and trackers from people, their nose like it just bleeds, and it's like now they can't follow you anymore.
It was a show, you said?
It was a show. Yeah, it was an hour-long show.
Man. That's not ringing a bell at all for me.
It was done
really
well. Was it Invasion?
Invasion was a movie with like I know there was
there's movies called Invasion, but
which was basically a remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Nicole Kidman and Daniel Craig. But I'm trying to think because that does sound familiar. It sounds familiar. Was it like early 2000s?
Yes.
90s?
Yeah.
See, God, Spielberg's produced a lot of shit. God damn. Just saying. Let's see. I don't even. Let's see. Shows. Let's see. On the lot. Eagle Eye. I've seen a lot of movies here. Huh. Yeah, he did produce. Well, there's Cowboys and Aliens. He executive produced. Remember that movie? That movie should have been a lot bigger than it actually was. I actually enjoyed that movie.
I never understood the hate for it.
I never understood. I thought it was a fun movie. Come on, it had a good cast. It's Cowboys and Aliens.
Nobody in the audience. Nobody in the audience knows what this is.
Is it Invasion America?
Maybe. I thought it was Invasion.
Yes, it is. It is. It says a young crossbreed human and alien fights to keep both of his worlds from going to war. His father, an alien, emperor, and his mother, a human, are both missing, and the young man has to discover who his friends and enemies really are.
But this was a movie?
No, it was a TV series. Maybe there was a movie at one point.
No. It's a show.
It's a series.
Because there's this really cool scene. It starts like in World War II, right? They're saying that
it's an animated series too. Yeah.
No, it wasn't animated.
This show's animated.
Oh, nope, then it wasn't. This was live action. And I remember this sequence where there's a door gunner, right? They steal that one bomber or one like disappears, right? It goes into a fog bank and just disappears, so they think it's crashed from World War II. And the guy wakes up during it and he gets on the 50 caliber and he just shoot. These aliens are like in scrubs doing experiments. He just right, like shoots them. I mean, they're flying through the sky and somehow they tractor beam the B-17 and freeze it, and then they get everybody, but he gets out of his freeze mode somehow and kills a bunch of them. But they plant these trackers and they keep getting them, and then he gets together with another person, and it's this generational thing where this one actor who looks like he's the guy that I used to confuse with the person who is right now trying to be the politician in Tucson against Sly Stallone. He's got white hair. He's like in everything.
I haven't watched that. You talking about Tulsa King?
Yeah, Tulsa King.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Who's that actor? Yeah,
he was also in Justified as like a mafia guy, and like he's in a lot of good shows. But anyway, it looks like him. It's not him.
Neil McDonough.
Yeah, it looks like McDonough. It's not him, and he's the guy who investigates for the government about Roswell. They take this ship, and there's like two Boy Scouts, and the scout trooper is there, and it's like, yeah, you did really good. You did really good. He takes out his sidearm and kills them all because the secret's too big, right? And that starts this story, which goes from the 40s to like 2000s.
I think you're thinking of Taken. Is it Taken?
If it's a show, that's
it's a live action show. It was a live action show. I remember this came, and it's about the lives of three families intersect over 5 decades.
That's
starting with the Roswell crash as they experience abduction, secret government investigations, and mystery alien encounters. Yeah, that was probably what you're thinking of. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's Taken because you're talking about like when it came from like the Roswell crash to like modern day. Yeah, and you're saying because Dakota. Yes, okay, that is exactly what you're saying. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Matt Frewer. That was I think that's who. No, but I think that's exactly what it was. Yeah, Taken. I remember this show. I didn't really get into it big time, but I remember. Yeah, it was sold as Steven Spielberg Presents. So.
Oh, you got to sell that. You got to have that.
It was a really good show.
Yeah, have that
really good show. I couldn't wait for that. At one point, it was in my top 3 shows. Things just gripping, because you'd move 10 years ahead and you'd see, this person's grown and here's what they are. They had all these interesting things. It's like the guy thought he was going crazy. He was in Nam, and he goes, he thinks the aliens were protecting him. He went out, he was like a point guy, and the person like kind of laughed, and he goes, "They probably were." You know?
No, yeah, that's definitely what you were talking about there. Because I'm remembering some of this too. I remember I watched some of this when it first started. I only think it only went one season.
Really? Well, I remember that being bigger than, but satisfying ending.
Yeah, because it had. I mean, it says. I mean, I'm just seeing right here. I mean, Dakota Fanning was like the main star, and it said only 10 episodes. So I think it was just a mini series. But every episode was over an hour long. So that's the thing. It's like it was an hour long. So you had 10 hours worth of stuff right there. And then, I mean, there's so many different ones right here. I was looking at some of the other ones.
Very bingeable. And it's only 10 hours. I'm telling you, the stars in that or the actors in that are just like really cool. He did it well. He produced it well. Or presented well.
Presented very well. We got some more people that are going to be joining right here. Let's first off bring Ray. What's up, Ray?
How you doing?
So we talking aliens?
Oh yeah, we're talking aliens.
Okay.
By the way, Ray, Ernie, Josh, they have a little called Area 51 Studios. But yeah, have you been on when Ernie was on?
Yeah,
you were on like before.
Once a while ago, like recently.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. One time. That wasn't a wholehearted. It was like, yeah.
No, it was because I think you left like
this guy.
I think you left like 10-15 minutes after I signed on. I think you'd been on like prior, and like I came in like an hour in, so we didn't talk a whole lot. But yes, I had good to see you again.
Nice to see you again also.
Yeah, we're just talking aliens and stuff. Obviously, we got Area 51 Studios, which of course people, back it up. We got of course we got the link tied to the chat. So check it out if you didn't. There's a discount link right there. How long is the discount going for right now? Again,
this particular one doesn't expire for the link that we gave you guys. Right. Yeah, so if anybody uses that link, it's good for the duration of the Kickstarter.
Okay.
But, they would
get that back at you. Yeah.
They would have had to seen your show or watch it at another time.
Exclusive.
There you go.
There you go.
Now you got to put the exclusive-o.
Oh, you know what? We were going to call it. We were going to actually give it a little tag that says Dave's Vodka Stream. And then if you say that a couple times, I'm like, I don't know if that's the message we want to send.
That's the good part. Like, I'm not sure if you want to have that right there. But, yeah. And then,
it's crystal clear. Things will be crystal clear if you listen to Dave's Vodka Stream.
And then, of course, we have William joining right now. Of course,
William.
Sci-Fi Center.
Dodgers are going to the World Series, Dave.
Oh, no shit. Jeez.
And there was a reason why I was a little bit late.
Yeah.
Because I was using my magic device here to try to find the Giants playoff game, and I was aiming at the TV. And I couldn't find anything. The device isn't working. They just weren't found.
Once the Giants can get, that payroll that the Dodgers have, maybe.
It's not about the payroll. That's a bunch of payroll. The Giants made the same offer to Ohtani, so they would have clipped coupons from somewhere.
What's the salary cap in baseball? Oh, that's right. There is no salary cap. That's right.
Okay. Every one of these owners are multi-billionaires.
Yes, and I have one.
They can't.
Yes, and my owner is Fred fucking Mertz and won't spend money, which is why we got bounced by the Mariners.
Yeah,
in the fucking ALDS.
That one, the Detroit Tigers you're talking about? Yeah, that guy can make the offers.
Yes, the Illiches have money and they won't spend a dime, and it's why nobody was at our playoff game. It's why nobody was at Game 4, because we know that he's being a cheap ass, and we're pissed off about it.
We're going to lose Scooble. Is it Scooble? Scooble's your guys', right?
Scooble's either going to be a Dodger or he's going to wear pinstrips, and it's going to piss me off.
We already got the meme with him in the uniform.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, but whatever. It is what it is.
No, Ray, tell us how you really feel.
Just an embittered.
I see Omega Swiper in the chat. This. I haven't even seen the show. I know it's already been interesting. I see Omega Swiper.
Yeah, he's been in there. Yeah.
Dude, he came into my chat earlier when I was streaming.
He keeps you on your toes.
Oh man, he came in my chat asking about you, asking about Dave. He wanted me to work with High Top Alex on something. I was like, bro, I'm not the one. Please don't.
I had him on the air, and we were talking about floating aliens, and then that's where I ended the show.
Oh, Mega Swiper, yeah.
Has
he ever popped up in your chat, Dave?
Yeah, he's in the chat right now.
He's in the chat.
Yeah, he's harmless, but it's just like I know as soon as I see Omega Swiper, it's going to be a different type of night.
I had a guy
Omega.
recently. I had a guy recently jump on one of my YouTube videos talking mad shit about you, William, and it's like sending me warnings like he's an asshole. Don't listen to him. He's whatever. And I'm like, what the? Why are you here?
And William's just like,
William's harmless. William's harmless.
And I'm like, okay. I'm like,
William is the best company to have at Comic-Con.
Yeah.
But like, why come to my page spouting shit like whatever?
You know how people are on the internet. I mean, you got Ernie over here running childhood.
Basement dwellers, literally.
One of these days, Josh is going to get some shit of like, why did you draw things like that? I mean, come on. It's just
Ernie's ruining another childhood,
Yeah, they're going to say, Josh, oh, you ripped this off, Men in Black. And it's like, they're going to say stuff like that.
The thing about it is, it's none of this should ever reach that level.
It should never
reach this level. And I think, I'm looking at.
No, I just wanted to say, like, well, no, I know. I would say, by the way, the cover I used for issue 2, the Matrix one, brilliant. By the way, brilliant. I love that cover where it shows ZB on his phone dodging. I mean, come on, I love the homages that you guys have for your covers. By the way, they're so good.
Oh, cool. Damn it! I should have said I could send you that.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
But I'm loving the homages that you're having because, obviously when I got the first issues and I got all the different covers, I love the Men in Black one, of course. But I mean, when I saw the on the new Kickstarter where it was Matrix based, I was like, brilliant, good job, love it.
That is Livio Raimondelli.
Okay.
He does some great work for IDW. A lot of Transformers and Star Wars stuff. I've sent it to you now. Basically, I don't know if you noticed this, but if you look in the back, what's reflected in the building there? I don't know. It's certainly nothing. Oh shit! I sent you the wrong one. I sent you the one with the misspelling.
Uh-oh.
Kudos. The one that's spelled correctly.
Yeah. Kudos.
Oh, nice. Wait. All right. Shit.
Isn't that funny how like that still will happen no matter what? We still fucked up when it comes to like that happens all the time with me.
All right, corrected version. and I put that out proudly like 4 days ago, and
we
Josh and I
so many times.
didn't
notice. Yeah.
So
many times. It's crazy.
The studio's misspelled.
But it's funny because sometimes, when you're doing it, you don't even notice it. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's why it's always good to get other people's eyes on it. I mean, I remember like the other day, a fellow YouTuber person, like he posted like a thumbnail to something and he misspelled something and I saw it and I DM'd him like, check it, check it, pull it and check it, but you just, sometimes you don't see it because, you're creating something and it looks like it's fine to you, but this is cool. So who drew this again?
Livio Raimondelli.
Yeah, I can see his name down here. Yeah.
Yeah, he does for IDW a lot of covers of those books that they do, and insides also of Transformers, Star Wars. I think he's worked for everybody.
So what is that?
Boom Studios too, hasn't he? I think I recognize his work from there as well, right?
Yeah, for Boom.
Yeah.
So what is that reflected? What is that?
Well, basically, that's the reflector is it may or may not be two Transformers fighting, but it's not. It's legally, it's definitely not that.
Yeah, legally not. But hey, and I love the fact that he's holding a script called The Human Race. That's
the name of ZB's show.
Yeah.
That
he's and the fact that he's on the phone while he's dodging. I just saw that. I was like, I love that. I love that so much. But I'm loving the homages to, like I said, the Men in Black one. Let's see what I got.
The variant covers are,
you got
basically like parody covers. I was gonna.
Yeah, 2001.
That's 2001.
And then of course you got the regular one. That wasn't really. That was just like your regular one right there.
Yeah, no, the regular one will deal with something from the story. So like it's number two's cover is a plot point that we see. There's the Men in Black.
Yeah, the Men in Black one.
Turned out.
That one's my favorite. That one's my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like that. But yeah.
It was close between the Matrix. He wanted to do. He came to me with the Matrix idea. For some reason that hadn't gotten into my head. And then the other one that he was like, or I could do them as colonial Marines from Aliens. And I'm like, oh,
ooh,
that's cool too. You know?
Yeah.
There's so many good ideas, man. I mean,
what about the federal troopers from Starship Troopers?
Oh yeah.
With those guys.
I like that too.
Would you like to, Ray? Would you like to know more?
Would you like to know more?
Oh, that would be a cool side, subtitle to it.
just making a note here.
What about Stargate?
Take notes, Josh. Take notes.
Area 51-3. Would you like to know more?
Yeah.
I think Josh has taken that one as his second cover.
Oh yeah, he's writing down notes.
I tried to take some work off him. I'm like, you don't have to do it. We're just going to do it. We'll do a guest cover and you don't have to do, because he did all three last time. In addition to he does everything, all the art, including the lettering, right? There's no penciler, there's no inker, there's no flatter, which is a thing that I didn't know existed before this. And that was another reason why I was like, I can never do a comic. I got to talk with like 5 different people. A colorist, this and that. It just seems he's like, I can do all of it, I was
like,
and he owns his own design shop, right? So he's like, don't worry about the sites. I create sites every day. I'm like, all right, I got myself a good fish on the line here, a rube that I could from Arizona that I could take advantage of. Yeah, it'll do all the work.
From Tucson, yeah.
Didn't work out quite that way, except with the art.
No, but they are, the art. I mean, but that's what's cool about it. I mean, like this, like I said, it's like when you think like, because obviously when you had the idea and you're going, oh man, how am I going to achieve this? And then you find somebody who goes, oh no, don't worry, I got it. It's like, hey, you just read the story. I got you. I got all the stuff.
I think it was kismet. It was kismet that we like.
That's
he was ready
the term right there.
It. Like his kids were old enough. And I was also like, I got to get off my ass and make one of these things, or else it's never going to get done. Because I was waiting, for somebody to call me, give me a shot.
Yeah, well, you're part of that business where that's where what you normally have to do, And nowadays, that's what's so cool about all the stuff that we have now. Is like you can just be like, yeah, I could just sit around and try to pitch this idea and do this and get turned down like 100 times. Or I could just do it myself. And now we have the things. Obviously, when you back it up, you have people that want to see it, back it up. I mean, it's just it's really cool. Like I love it when these Kickstarter things actually take off and turn into something. Hopefully, this could get to the point where somebody goes, "Hey, wait a minute, this could be a show. This could be this." And I mean, when you have something like Resident Alien that was on Sci-Fi Channel and everybody loved that show. I mean, it went on for 5 seasons, I think, and I think it just ended. But I haven't watched it. I think I watched like the first episode or maybe the first couple episodes, but I didn't keep up with it. I have to go back. But my dad was like, "Oh, the show's amazing." My dad's like a big Alien fucking guy too, and I should actually. I'm actually going to see him tomorrow. He's throwing a Halloween party tomorrow, so I might maybe I'll bring a copy and be like, "Hey, here, check this out, Dad. I think you'll like this." So I actually think I'll do that. I'll bring a copy to him because I think he actually really enjoy it, because that's where I get all my love for Alien stuff too. I mean, when my mom was, she would leave. What do you want to watch tonight? Alien, Predator, Terminator. What do you want to watch? He was that dad. She had no idea that I was watching R-rated, movies when I was 6.
Wow.
7. He would tell me where the bad parts were. Don't worry. He would be like, "Hey, this is just letting you know."
Oh, I still remember infamously when I got, what was it? Probably, I think it might have been Mortal Kombat 3 or something for the SNES. And my mom made the not so subtle comment saying, "Well, obviously Santa didn't agree with what Mommy feels about that game." I don't know if that's where I started questioning things, but I was like, but that's a core memory that kind of sticks with me.
Yeah. I'm convinced that my parents just gave me the 2 rules because they didn't want to turn shit off when they wanted to watch, especially my dad. Like, because there was never an argument. It was just like, okay, listen, I'm watching this. If you watch it with, you can sit here and you can watch it with us. Just don't say any of the language.
Yes.
And nobody's actually dying.
And your dad was a cop. Your dad was a cop.
My dad
right?
is a retired cop. Yeah.
My dad was an army guy, so it was like one of those where like, hey, I'm gonna let you watch this. I'm gonna tell you if there's like a really graphic point, you better not say any of the words, the bad words.
Right.
And then if there's any, nudity or anything like that, you're definitely gonna freaking cover your eyes. And it was like one of those kind of things where I remember every time I was sitting on the couch, put the pillow over your head.
See, the ones with like the only one, because my dad, he's not so much into like Alien and Predator, but he loves like Arnold and Bruce Willis and Sly. So like, I think the only one of those movies that we ran into that had anything like nudity was probably Total Recall.
Yeah, with the 3 boobs.
Yeah, that was about it. Everything else was just straight up violence. Like like Die Hard or I remember first time Demolition Man came on Showtime. He and I watched that together.
That movie.
Oh, that movie's fucking classic. I love it. But yeah, like it was mostly just crazy gun violence that like
in bad language, a lot of
and horrible language. Yes, terrible language indeed. But yeah.
Josh, write down 3-boobed alien for background.
Yes.
There we go.
You got to include the 3-boobed alien.
I have the Total Recall cover that is going to make an appearance in it.
Oh,
yes.
All right.
I watched Total Recall when I was younger. And let me just say, I watched the 3 boob scene. I was just like, God damn.
Everybody said goddamn, like, what the hell?
Didn't she get knocked off? They cut her off.
You were fun.
She did. She got shot in the back. Richter shot her in the back.
Yeah, man. He killed the 3 boobs. It kind of ruined the vibe of that movie. I saw that in the movie. Another Philip K. Dick special. We'll remember it for you wholesale.
Yeah,
it's and that was because Dave, I've told people about how much you defend the Colin Farrell version.
Yeah, I totally
and. I've said it before. It was like when my buddies were all pissy about that one coming out, I said, okay, none of us have actually read We Can Remember It For You Wholesale. So I actually sat down and read it and discovered that it's just the recall part of the movie. Like that's literally all it is. It's told from the perspective of the guy who runs Recall, and basically Quail, his name isn't even Quaid, his name is Quail, comes in and like for a procedure, and they trip something in his brain and he just starts talking spy shit, and he's freaking everybody out because he's revealing that he's a spy. And it's really just about them all freaking out. Like, we have an actual spy. He's talking shit. What's happening here? Like, it's nothing. Like, there's no going to Mars. There's no mutants. None of the shit with
no
Cohagen and all that. Nope, none of that. It is all just like take the 10 minutes you're at Recall. That's the short story. That is it.
Yeah, that's the premise. That's with Philip K. Dick, that's what they do. Because if you do Android's Dream of Electric Sheep, there's all significant differences in that between that and Blade Runner. A lot of times they'll take Philip K. Dick's premise and then they'll build around it, and it works out for the best. The remake of Total Recall, I didn't think was a bad movie, but I thought it was going to be doomed on arrival because that movie, when it came out, the Schwarzenegger movie was so iconic that it was just in the gravitational pull of that movie, which wasn't fair, but that's what happens sometimes.
See, and the funny thing about that, here, let's bring this up to current, because I think the reverse might happen with Running Man.
That's what I was kind of wondering. Yeah, with Running Man coming out, like it.
Yeah.
I mean, but at the same time, who knows? Because
it looks great.
It looks so fantastic.
Psyched for this.
It looks great, and it's more accurate to the. And I haven't read the book, but I've heard that I know the premise of the book. I'm like, okay, this is what the story actually was. Okay, so it's more accurate to the actual original King novel, and I think that there's enough distance. Like Running Man, it's weird because like out of Arnold's movies,
was really dated.
It's very dated, and it doesn't have the notoriety that Total Recall or Terminator or any of his other films have. So
it's the Cobra. It's the Cobra of his career.
There you go. That's okay. That's a good comparison. So it's not gonna, that nostalgia is not gonna hit people today, and there's gonna be a whole new audience, especially anybody that likes Glenn Powell, that's gonna like potentially gravitate more towards this one than the old one.
And the fact that it's Edgar Wright directing, I'm like, that's all you had to tell me. When I heard that Edgar Wright was directing a new Iron Man, Running Man, I went, all right, well, I'm already there because I see everything that man makes because he's such a unique and unique director. His style, his editing style, and I loved like the new trailer that came out, kind of displayed a little bit of like his quick like editing, like where someone's like suiting up and you see like a quick zip and he's really fast at like those kind of edits. That's what I love about when you watch the Cornetto trilogy, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End. That's what displayed that whole thing. It was just like his style of like how he moves the story forward. And I remember somebody actually did like a whole breakdown of like how Edgar Wright does like a transition from like when like a character is traveling somewhere. Most of the generic way that usually a filmmaker does is like, oh, they like get their stuff, they get into a car, and then there's like a song playing, and they do like this shot of like the city, they're driving and they're looking their head out the window. It's like a generic thing. Edgar Wright will be like, no, he'll do quick edits where you see like the person like slam the door, ding, oh yeah, paying the money. It's like so quick. And that's just the way he does it. It's so quick and it's so unique. And I'm like, and it just moves the story so much better, in my opinion. And that's what I just love about that guy. That's why he's one of my favorite directors.
Yeah, Richard Dawson was in that from Family Feud.
He was the guy.
Dawson, yes.
So there's a generation that's only known Steve Harvey for Family Feud. That's going to be like,
right.
If they ever watch that movie again. So
yeah, I know. Yeah. If anybody wants to go down that rabbit hole of Richard Dawson, let's just say when he was hosting that show, he would be very much canceled today.
He would have been. He would have been charges.
He would have been thrown probably into jail. I don't know. He used to flat out like full on
kiss other people's wives on standing next to them. Like, hey,
so many jokes made about that. Oh my gosh!
You remember the so like everybody's least favorite vacation movie, European Vacation, and John Astin totally did a spoof of that in that Pig and a Poke game at the beginning of the movie, where he just totally deep throats Audrey at the beginning of the movie, like on television. It's like, okay, yeah, this is wrong. This is not right at all.
And the host is closer to the book now than it was. So they got Richard Dawson because I don't know, he was hot.
Well, he was a game show host, the most famous
one. Like this. It made sense. It made sense.
But so that's a Stephen King. What I'm really excited about is The Long Walk, which was a Richard Bachman book, Stephen King pseudonym.
That was a great movie. It was
that is a great book, man.
You gotta watch the movie. You haven't watched the movie yet, huh?
There's been some changes without spoiling, but there's been some changes.
Is it out?
It's out.
Yeah, it came out a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I've been a little preoccupied.
Wait, what have you been doing? What have you been doing there?
Writing your life story or something?
You got like a comic book that you're working on? I don't know. Wait, the's a guy named Josh here. What is he doing?
Well, I'm in the basement. I'm just scribbling stuff in the basement and throwing colors on stuff.
Yeah. No, but yeah, check out the movie. It's really good. It's really good. It's very well acted. The chemistry between Johnson, what's his first name? Johnson. His last name is Johnson.
The dude from Prometheus, not Prometheus, but
from Alien Romulus. I forgot his first name, but his last name is Johnson, and
he's
and
great.
Then Philip Seymour Hoffman's kid. I can't remember his name either, but they're the leads.
And Mark Hamill's actually See, what sold me on that movie is when we were at Comic-Con and he comes
Mark
out
Hamill
in that role.
Yeah,
He's
kind of
came out in that role, cussing and everything at Comic-Con.
Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really good, but I know like some people didn't like how it ended, and I can understand. The ending's a little like, oh, okay, interesting. But I know.
Okay, the movie ending was better than the book ending. I'll just say that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I read the book. Yeah, I think the movie ending was better than the book
Oh,
ending.
that reminds me of one of my more controversial subjective opinions in terms of a movie ending that I think is better than the book ending.
Which one?
Watchmen.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I think a lot of because
the
of
movie ending was necessary though. That he made the right decision because he did not have the build-up time for the squid monster. That's why when they did it in the show and they had 9 episodes to build it up, and that episode 5, it was beautiful.
No, I 1,000% agree with that because the show just went straight from the book, but you had the real estate to be able to do that. You don't have theatrically, you don't have the real estate to be able to do that. I
2 hours,
completely
45
agree with
minutes.
that.
That's all you got. I thought he did a brilliant job. Yep. Dave, is there a window near you?
Yeah.
Is there a window in that little room that you're in? I'm gonna need you to move away for it because Shohei Ohtani's home run may just come through that fucking window right now.
It might.
They haven't seen home run number 2 since it left Dodger Stadium, and it did leave. And I know you're in SoCal right now. I don't want you to get your eye put out.
So he finally started hitting because he's been doing jack and shit in the playoffs up until
he hit 3 home runs and struck out 10.
Yeah, he's striking out a lot.
Yeah,
but then
he struck out. He was the pitcher. He was the pitcher tonight. He struck out 10 innings.
Okay.
He went 7 innings tonight and hit 3 home runs. Okay, I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe with that fucking Atlas 31 ship that's coming, maybe that's like where he's from, and they were like, "Hey,
that's who got the ball." Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he probably hit one of the fucking home runs out there. My God. But no, it's crazy. I was like, because I obviously I have Dodger fans all around me. I'm like, what's going on with Ohtani? Why is he just not doing it? And then tonight he just showed. He actually made his paycheck tonight. I'll give you that. He made his paycheck tonight by I don't know how many strikeouts he got, but he pitched 7 innings and 10 strikeouts. 10 strikeouts and 3 home runs in a playoff game. That's amazing.
If you're gonna pick a game to show up in the clincher.
Yeah,
like for a series.
That's that's unheard of right there for not doing really fuck all like with.
And he won the MVP. He won an LCS MVP for doing nothing. He showed up for one game offensively, and he took home the NLT.
Because that's just amazing. That's insane.
Off of one.
William is loving this, by the way. William is actually loving this.
Of course he is. I'm a child of the City of Angels. I should be loving this.
And then this is going to be part of Area 51 Studios. Ohtani. You're going to have an Ohtani character, a baseball character who's actually an alien. Write it down.
Yeah, that's how you can explain this.
Seriously, there you go. Have a baseball.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Yeah, that's how write that kind of character in there or something like that. I don't know. It is pretty crazy though, but yeah. But congratulations to the Dodgers. All right,
the LA Dodgers, the Yankees of the National League.
No, we win recently. They haven't won since 2009. And
that's a very fair point. That's an extremely fair point.
Sad.
Aaron Judge should be with Ohtani. I mean, other than the pitching, but you see with the numbers he puts out in the regular season, and somehow when he gets to October, he just each round it gets less and less. Like the World Series last year. I mean, that game 5 when he dropped that fly, that was it. The Dodgers came back and took that game up because of him. So, it'll be fun.
No tears shed for that evil empire. I'll tell you that. Absolutely.
Yeah. The Yankees are giants. San Francisco Giants and the Yankees could go on a losing streak for 100 games and then start a new one.
I have told you where my hatred of the Giants comes from, right? Yeah. Like it should be easy to figure out knowing that I'm a Tigers fan. I told Dave this the first night he had me on this show when the very first episode. I told him I will despise Pablo Sandoval to my dying.
Oh, Pablo
day.
Panda? You don't like the Panda?
Fuck him. Seriously, bury him under the. He ruined my life in 2012. Ruined my life.
He ruined a whole bunch of people. He ruined the whole state of Michigan.
Ruined your childhood.
That was a horrible.
Before you did.
It's different. It's different with sports because with sports, there's a rooting interest, and like the pain that you experience as a sports fan, like that's actual pain because that's an actual winning and losing, and so like with that, it's like, yeah, especially that year because fucking Cabrera, we had like the best pitching staff in baseball, and we did nothing in the World Series, nothing but give up home runs to that asshole.
Yeah, base hits, he wasn't running them out. It had to be a home run because he ain't beating out a grounder.
That is the reason it hurts. The reason it still hurts is because the Jim Leland era. We had Jim Leland as our manager from 2006 to 2013. We played like 5 straight ALCSs or something like that. Got to the World Series twice and never won it. If we could have just won one, we'd be okay.
7-game one. Was it against St. Louis where David Freese did all that damage?
That was a 5-game series. Yep, David Freese, fuck him too, and Tommy and what's his name, frickin' Lasorda, and Jeff Weaver. Just not Lasorda. Who's the other? Who was the manager? I can't remember his name.
You're talking about from the A's. He
yes, used to be the A's. Went to the Cardinals. What was his name? Old school.
Oh! You're talking about LaRusso.
Thank you, Tony LaRusso. Yes, thank you. Yes, definitely. Yeah, no, just nope. I don't like the Cardinals either. Nope.
I have reason to hate them. Yeah,
we'll see what happens. I'm hoping the Mariners actually.
I am not because we just lost to the Mariners. So no.
I mean, you guys have it bad, right? But we have it worse here in England. We have soccer, right? And we take our sport real serious.
Listen, I try and tell people. To me. I try and tell people here in the States that as angry as we get with rivalries here, it is nothing compared to the shit that goes on. With
people don't die.
It is not.
That's the Raider game. It is the Raiders.
What's your team?
Well, mine is Manchester United. Trust me, I'm not happy. I'm not happy, buddy.
It's not worth it though with soccer though, because they take that shit like blood rights. I mean, there's then you add alcohol and a loss. That's you might as well run around with a loaded gun.
I finally got to watch some in-person Premier League games. I went to Notre Dame, so I go to away games and stuff, and we play every 10 years or so. We play Navy in Ireland, and so I go for that game, and then I stay for the next weekend and head over to England this time. And I got to watch a couple of games. I mean, I just wanted to be in the stadium and stuff. And boy, it takes you over. I went to a Chelsea game, and Nottingham beat them 1-0. The Chelsea people were not pleased. And then I went to Crystal Palace and Wolverhampton, and you get tickets, and they were like, this is the away side. Do not wear these colors in the away side. Right. And I didn't get it correct. And I was basically on the row and where the security guards, there's a security guard on every step separating that section. And so I don't have a dog in the hunt on either of these teams. This is the first time I'm seeing them. I know the names. That's it. And the Wolverhampton fans were cursing at me and my friends, thinking that we were Crystal Palace supporters, that by the second half, it became my life's work that they would lose this game. And I guess so, like, fuck you guys, yes, go for us, and now I kind of like Crystal Palace a lot just from being in the game and having abuse and insults hurled at me for the game by Wolverhampton. And then they don't let the people out at the same time. All the home fans get to go home. They like get in the pubs or whatever. And then like 20 minutes later, they let the away fans, and there's a cordon of police and guides them right to the subway station.
Wow.
They're not allowed to go into town.
Yeah, see, none of that shit happens here.
It's bad. That's how bad it is here.
That's how bad it is. I mean, being a Giants fan going into Dodger Stadium is already risky enough where I'm just like, I had to like take a deep breath.
Far
Like,
worse. This is
yeah.
worse.
It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. You know?
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Man, oh, man.
It's crazy. It's religion. It's religion to people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
the thing. Stuff is religion. You know?
I mean, it's religion to people here, but not to that level.
No.
It's a culture. It's a British culture. That's what it is. It's like European, English. We all watch soccer. That's what it is, and it became a really popular thing from the 90s up to now. And to be honest with you, everyone talks about whether it's Liverpool, Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea. Those are the top teams. That's all they talk about. But now the lower league teams are starting to come up, and now everyone is saying, "What's happening to my team?" Like, for example, Manchester United, they were 15th in the league last season, and I was like, my God, what's happening to my team? The last time we actually won something was 2013 when Sir Alex Ferguson was flipping manager. So you could, yeah.
You have so much talent. It's inexplicable. I watch a Man U game and I'm like, why can't these guys score? Why can't they defend? Their team is like worth so much.
It's broken. It's broken.
Players. Yeah, it's like, you know what? You got the Mets. I'm a Mets fan. I'm like, oh yeah, we got great players.
Oh, you're a Mets fan. Oh,
Mets, Jets, Islanders.
That's even worse.
The Jets. See now that one hurts me a little, Ernie, because Aaron Glenn is from our coaching tree. He was our defensive coordinator in Detroit for the last number of years, and I just hate the bad luck that he's getting over there right now. And it's
was he any good?
Yes.
Our defense sucks.
No,
guys.
I mean, granted, okay, Aiden Hutchinson, yes, and Lee McNeil, and we had got, but yes, Aaron Glenn is a good defensive coordinator, but just New York is such a grinder, and if you don't have it, you don't have it. Like as far as personnel, like what Fields went down, like week 2, week 3, he's not 100%. Garrett Wilson has slid off a cliff as far as being a competent wide receiver. I still don't know who's running the ball for you guys.
He's got like 7 TDs, and we barely got a quarterback that can, sometimes he's good, sometimes he sucks. But no, there's an odd thing. We get players, and they can't take the heat in New York. They go away. Sam Darnold, perfectly fine as a quarterback. He couldn't make a 10-yard pass when he was in New York.
Right.
A lot of players. All of our top 10 quarterbacks are at least backups. Decent backups. But 2 of them were starting. The guy from Ohio State, he was good for a second.
Fields.
Rodgers, obviously, now he's a world beater again. New York is.
That's what's so funny. It was like I remember when, I mean, I don't know how many times I see people use that meme of like, when Rodgers was like when his debut on the Jets and he was running out with the flag and it was on 9/11, and then like a few moments later, all of a sudden he's like on the ground with his our Achilles.
Oh, yeah.
Like Jesus Christ,
we can't have those things. We can't have those things.
But it's not just the Jets either. It's like both of the New York teams, because like you said, Darnold leaves. Look at Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he goes to
Indianapolis after leaving the Giants. What the hell?
But the Giants are making a splash now with Dart.
They are now with Dart and Scatterbo.
Scooby-Doo.
Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, Scatterbo, yeah.
Which is funny because
high school I went to, actually, funny enough.
You went to high school with that guy?
No. He went to the high school I went to. He graduated, what was it, a couple years ago.
Yeah.
He's like a decade younger than me, but yeah, he went to the same high school I went to. Everyone talks about it. Like it's a thing about town. It's super
He's
fucking
a madman.
And that's the thing. I love how, like, because when you're someone, I watch more college than I do pro. So when everybody all of a sudden like, who is this kid? I'm like, Arizona State. Did no one watch? Clearly no one watches college. He did the same bowling ball shit at Arizona State. Same thing he did in that game. He did in college. So you just never know how that's going to translate in the pros, especially as a running back. But clearly they've figured that out, at least for the last couple of games.
Oh, I think all positions. You get the top 10 picks. It used to be like they were going to at least be starters. Now you're like, holy crap, he's not good at all. They don't know the leap must be so much. The speed must be so fast that you could be great in college on a good solid team, and you're just a backup in the pros.
I think what it is, truthfully, is it's like, because in college, you can have walk-ons, right, and you got 85 scholarships, right, but in the NFL is literally like the top 1% of everybody that gets like drafted out of college, right, and so on top of that, there are guys that have been in the league for years that just have that experience, and they just know it up here, right? They know what the kid's going to do, so they're already 50 steps ahead of them on the field, and you've really got to be even better than the 1% that you got drafted with in order to like make your hay and be a starter against all these veterans. And it's gotten even trickier like in the last 10, 15 years because quarterback has changed. Quarterback and running back has changed so much. Because it used to be like pocket passers and like, okay, we've got a system, we've got a pro style system, we're going to draft a quarterback to go into this pro style system. And then colleges stopped doing that. And colleges went to all spread, all like mobility, and like the league has been basically adjusting to that, and not everybody can make it work. Not everybody can do what Reed did, because Andy Reid did the smartest thing in Kansas City. He said, all right, listen, we're going to draft this kid out of Texas Tech, Patrick Mahomes. We're basically going to make a pro-style version of the shit that he ran in college. That's how they won their Super Bowls. The offense that they run in Kansas City is just a pro-style air raid. But not everybody does that, right? Like our guy, Jared Goff, he gets drafted by the Rams, and Sean McVay is like, okay, we're going to have him do this. And it's like, okay, well, that kind of works. But you're not necessarily catering to what he did at Cal, which is more of what is happening now in Detroit, where it's like, okay, give him a line and don't ask him to beat the world, right? Not every team does that. They put so much on a kid's shoulders, quarterback, running back, whatever, and they get crushed under that, especially against veterans. And so that's why it's such a meat grinder. And like sometimes, it could be second, third round guy that comes out of nowhere that surprises everybody. And it's like, okay, I got my shot. I'm going to take it. And like, just does what he does with it. So
what's crazy about this NFL season is you don't really know who's good and bad.
There are no dominant teams right now. Half the league is 4-2, and like the Bucks are 5-1, the Colts are 5-1. But look at, we thought Philly was great. Philly was going to steamroll, and then they lose to Denver and the Giants, right? You were just talking about Rodgers. Like they were riding high until Joe Flacco beats them last night.
Dude, that was crazy because in my fantasy football league, I have Josh Allen as my quarterback, and he's on a bye week. So I was like, oh, fuck, I don't have a backup quarterback. And I went and I looked at the selection. I'm like, Aaron Rodgers. I'm like, you know what? I'm going with the old man. I have a feeling. And I went and I saw Jimmy Carr last night. And then coming out of it, he got 30.5 points on my fantasy league. I'm like, fuck yeah, man. I made a good decision on good old fucking,
4 touchdowns.
Niagara Bowl. Yeah.
It was old folks home bowl, right?
I know. We say that, but we're like
40's not like what it was when Joe Montana was 40. It was 45 if they want to.
They're younger than us. What are we talking about?
No,
they care their body.
You know how age is and age in professional sports is such a but especially that sport. Like a collision.
It's like dog years. Yeah, it's like dog years. You got to add like 8 years.
Right.
I had Josh. I told him, I'm like, these guys are gonna nerd out. You better study up about a lot of nerd stuff. And now we're on sports talk. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You know what though? But it's just another realm of nerdity. That's all it is. I tell people this. Yeah. Like when fantasy football is just the jocks version of RPG, tabletop RPG. Same shit. You may as well be playing. It's the sports version of Dungeons and Dragons.
Same shit. Dice, literally.
That is a good observation.
Yes. So it's just another brand of nerdity. That's all it is. I mean, look at all the numbers and shit that we talk. Sacks, quarterback rating. The sabermetrics and whatnot. Going forward on fourth down percentages. There's so much nerdy shit in football. Seriously, like in sports, just following numbers. Yeah, no, it's just please. There are plenty of sports nerds.
Yeah.
So we can dabble. We can dabble in everything.
Yeah, we'll have our like tangents where we talk about sports stuff every now and again. But we'll bring it back. We always bring it back, when it comes to pop culture stuff. I mean, obviously, this week was, there wasn't like a ton of news when it comes to like nerdy kind of stuff. When it comes to like, I mean, obviously, last week was the Peacemaker finale, and there's just kind of that wrap up, and everything's kind of now it's like, okay, we're waiting for the next DC stuff. We have New York Comic Con was last week and last weekend, right? New York Comic Con was, and they did a lot. They talked about they talked mainly about the animated stuff. When it came to X-Men 97 and Your Neighborhood Friendly Spider-Man. Which I'm surprised it's like that's taken a while. That's not going to be out for another year. I went, wow.
Oh wow.
Next fall.
Yeah, that's not going to be till like October. I think they said of next year. Or
it'll be a
how rare is it? Do you have a Spider-Man movie and a Spider-Man animated series debuting in the same calendar year?
You bring up a good point there, Phil.
Has that ever happened?
No,
I don't think that's ever happened.
No.
Well, that's like two different crews going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's kind of luck.
Well, to two different crews and essentially two different studios.
Right, divisions, yeah.
Essentially.
Yes and no. Because Marvel Studios produces brand new. They've produced all three movies. They're producing this movie. Sony is financially backing it. And
right.
It. Yeah. Marvel Studios is technically producing the movie. They hired Eric Summers and McKenna, I believe. Eric Summers and McKenna. They're the ones who write the Spider-Man films. So it's Sony and on paper, but it's Marvel.
Well, what I'm saying is they have and I don't know if it's been absorbed back in, but
Ernie, you're 100% correct too, because it's Marvel Animation who handles.
Yeah, I was going to say Marvel Animation did the Amazing Spider-Man or Spider-Man 95. What are we calling it now? I call it the one I was, the one I wrote for.
For John Semper.
The only one I wrote for.
For John Semper, right? John Semper Jr.
Yes, exactly. Yes. The boss. It's great.
Yeah. I liken that. You don't get Spider-Man No Way Home without his Spider-Verse Multiverse War episode. That Secret War saga. Like you don't get that movie without what he did in that TV show.
Well, he invented the Spider-Verse.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, that's where it comes from. He did those episodes where it was there was rich Peter Parker. We have our Peter Parker he's like, no, I mean, everybody knows me. I don't wear a mask, and he drives a car. He was like whatever. He heads the hugest company, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's also a hero. He's cheered in the streets, right? Yeah. And Peter Parker's like, what am I doing wrong?
But isn't Spider-Man Noir also coming out next year?
Oh yeah, that's I think that's the first thing. So we got a lot of Spider-Man coming out next year, which is I didn't think about that. I'm like, good. 3 different Spider-Man kind of things, which is good because we haven't really had. I mean, we had your friend
Spider-Verse.
Spider-Man and Spider-Verse.
It is weird because we talk about Spider-Man and Batman being on the same god tier of popularity. They're the equals and everyone else is below them. But it almost seems like even from a live action and also from an animated standpoint, it still feels like Batman has had more exposure than Spider-Man.
Yes.
And it's like, why? Why is that?
Well, you're talking. I would definitely say those two are definitely together, but
yes,
wouldn't you say that some people would say that Superman is the most popular superhero worldwide?
I think
he's the most recognized one. He's not the most popular one.
Yeah,
he's the most recognized one. Batman is going to be the most popular one.
And I freely admit Batman has the better stories. In the comics, Batman has runs. Superman has episodes issues that are very good. It doesn't have the same.
Superman has stories. Batman has
Spider-Man has great runs and great stories.
Well, and I think partially when it comes to Spider-Man and Batman, they have a really great rogues gallery. That's the thing. Too. When you look at those two, you look at the villains that they have the best villains. Both of them have the best villains.
It feels like a lot of times when people like talk about Marvel and DC villains, the first 5 villains they list for DC are Batman villains.
Yeah.
A lot
of
like
Marvel. They'll have Lex Luthor.
Phil, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
What? I can't be muted. What about now?
Cannot hear you at all.
Yep.
I can hear you.
What?
There you go.
I can hear you, Phil.
Now?
I can hear you, Phil. I can hear you.
Can you guys hear him? I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Why can't I hear him?
You might have to pop back. He might have to pop back out and pop back in.
I cannot hear you at all.
Yeah, something get bumped. I don't know. Something.
I have no idea.
I think Phil is selectively not giving you his pearls of wisdom.
Dread. I can't hear anything that he's saying.
Got to come out and come back in.
Yeah, I may have to back out of browsers here because I want to hear what he's saying. I see his mouth moving. It's like, what are you saying?
He said you have to go out and come back in.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, there we go. Hey, sometimes wonky things happen. I mean, Chris, you kind of bumped
that. Oh, that was my fault. I was trying to close a tab and just closed the wrong one.
Yeah, it happens. So, sometimes this thing gets a little wonky, but no, yeah, that is. And then of course they I don't think we've talked about this. Like Ernie, have you seen the Cape Crusader series?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we did talk about it. I don't know, but
I don't know if we've talked about it.
Yeah, I don't know if we've talked about it.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Yes, I can hear you. There. Finally. Okay. Cool.
That's good.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. I still don't know. I mean, boy, I don't want to piss off Bruce Timm.
Yeah, you want to piss off Bruce Timm
or James Tucker.
He's great. Yeah, one of the best working experiences of my life was working on the Green Lantern animated series with him. But I still think I like Batman the animated series just because it was first. Just because it was first, I guess.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
But I'm waiting for the next season. I'm psyched.
Yeah. It's coming out next year. I mean, that's what they said. I mean, that was one of the things that was mentioned at Comic-Con. Cape Crusader.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Especially you got to continue. I mean, not just because of the season, but you got to continue from that last scene.
Yeah,
you have to play that out.
Because I think James Tucker was interviewed recently, and he said that the version of the Joker they're doing is unlike what has come before, and it's like, okay, that makes sense. I'm kind of expecting something similar, but I'm also expecting something different in the vein that Hamish Linklater brought to Batman. In my opinion, Hamish Linklater is like the closest anyone has ever sounded to Kevin Conroy without actually being Kevin Conroy. I know a lot of people say that about Troy Baker. I would say that to a point. The only difference is Troy Baker does not have the same vocal chops for the laugh that Mark Hamill does. The laughs are what sets them apart. But Hamish Linklater as Batman, he's really, really effing good. But his Bruce Wayne is eerily a lot like Kevin Conroy's. So I'm very, very curious to see who they got to voice the Joker this time, because Tucker said it's not going to be like Mark Hamill. And this one, based on just that one shot that we got at the end of season 1, it seems like this one's going to be a little bit more golden age experimental, like kind of Joker. I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited to see something that isn't so, I don't know, trying to be abstractly different. Just something that is inherently different because of the time place that it's taking place in.
Well,
that's just me.
No, I'm with you on that, Phil, because I still get people here and there that like say that Cape Crusader was all right because they think it's just a rehash of the animated series. And to me, I see where the similarities are, but the time period is what shifts it. The time period is the biggest thing that shifts it.
I can kind of get the landscaping, the decor that they do it, but to the point of, you look at the animated series, the architecture, things like that, that's comparison. But where it really starts shifting is what they're wearing, how they're acting. That's very intentionally,
The vernacular of what people are saying, how they're saying it. Yeah, it's very, of a time. It's very 1940s inspired. I would say the closest. It's very 1940s.
It's still, to me, the most chilling scene that I love in that first season is that it's at the very end. I think of like the 3rd or 4th episode.
Oh yeah,
the flashback.
Yeah,
where young Bruce is like talking to Alfred and he's just I will make them pay, right?
Yeah.
Like I will just that was like the monster in that child.
Yeah.
That was there, and it was just like, oh, that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I like the way that Bruce Timm described the show before, like a week weeks before it came out. He was like, "This isn't just like year one Batman. No, this is like year one, week 2 Batman."
Well, he also said it's like it's more Batman the animated series than Batman the animated series, which I thought
1000% is.
Because one of the things that Scott and I, when it came to DC Fanimated and talking about, it's like they had to pull back on things.
Yeah.
In this one, they didn't have to like pull back. It's very much more, more adult and stuff like that. Yeah. But I wanted to ask, like, Josh, what is your since we're nerding out on Batman and Spider-Man, I mean, do you have some top tier like superhero stuff that you like?
Man, you're sort of talking about my top faves. I mean, I think my favorite comic run ever was the Spider-Verse comics. Like that whole story arc was. I think that remains my top level. I really enjoyed Moon Knight an awful lot.
Okay. The show, yeah. The show was actually pretty decent.
The actual comics. I like the comics way better than the show. But But
doesn't Jed McKay do the recent Moon Knight stuff? Jed McKay is the Moon Knight writer as of late, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, those comics are phenomenal, man. I mean, the show's okay, but it can't quite catch how crazy the comics are.
Yeah.
The comics are crazier than the show. That's interesting.
Yeah, and they're super fun, and so those are my top.
Because I thought the show was pretty crazy, and I really liked the show.
The thing about Moon Knight is like there are a lot of some like serious iconic moments of Moon Knight in his costume saying some really off the wall shit. And that's the gist. That's the gist. Is like you can't seriously take the fact that this grown man dressed in an all white outfit is saying what he's saying, beaten and bloody to a pulp, but that's why it works. And the show doesn't quite do that. They do it from we're honing it in from a Stephen Grant, or we're doing it from a Mark Spector perspective, and we're gonna give you a little bit of Jake Lockley, and it's like, no, Moon Knight fans thought the show was fine for a reason, because it scratches the surface of just how fucking crazy the character actually is.
And right there, Phil, right there, that I feel like this is kind of the from a novice like me, this is where I deal with the philosophical question. It's like, okay, is it better to go into these shows and these movies with the knowledge or without the knowledge? Because without reading a Moon Knight comic, I thoroughly enjoyed the show. But if I had read that comic and watched that show, I might have felt the way that you guys did. And it's like,
well, here's the
what's
thing.
better?
You got to
chicken
treat
egg.
them separate things,
Yeah.
Because you have to appreciate it. You can't always do on TV what the original property is doing.
Correct. Absolutely.
The same discussion we had with Watchmen. Right, so you could appreciate what the movie did, and then you could also appreciate what the show did because they have the room to do it.
Yeah.
But I think you can enjoy them independently of one another.
Yeah.
I think if you can't, then the writers made a mistake. If you can't come in as a novice and enjoy the comic, then the writer has made a mistake, and that person's not worthy of that job, because you're making. To be honest with you, and I hate to say this, the majority of people who will ever watch any comic book IP movie or TV show will never ever pick up a comic book. That's pathetic. It's sad. I wish it would change, but that's where we're at right now. So you have to make your story for the masses. And when you are reading a comic book, you are reading a comic book. When you are watching a TV or a motion picture, it is a different thing, because the way a motion picture story lays out versus 32 pages a month, connected with maybe a crossover here or there. So your ebb and flow of a story has to be different for something that's on a comic book TV or show.
Well, and it's also a different. I mean, different
but it
industry,
should be accessible
different
to everyone. If it's not accessible to everyone and just us 3%ers, then you got a problem.
Right.
Like as an example, I jumped into season 2 of Peacemaker without watching Peacemaker season 1. and I never even read a comic about Peacemaker, so I just jumped in. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah.
And it's funny too, because like, I think we talked about it on your stream till it was like the fact that, I mean, yeah, you can go back and watch that, but I mean, very much when it came to Peacemaker season 1, it was like its own little contained story that was about a little like alien invasion kind of thing. Yeah, it had the Justice League at the end, but of course that got retconned to the Justice Gang. It got retconned to, obviously, now that James Gunn is like holding all the everything now, so it like everything's a little bit better. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, you can go back and watch it, but it's not going to have really any kind of effect on the DCU that is now moving forward. There's really not much. I mean, watch it, just watch it, but there's not going to be, except for maybe a couple, I don't know, there's like a couple of things maybe in there, but, maybe like, yeah, killing his father, and spoiler alert. And then, of course, is, but
it was late.
I know. Right.
What?
2023. But I mean, at the same time, it's like, there's some things, sure, but at the same time, it's like they recap everything in season 2 just enough to be like, hey, you don't have to really know too much. Like the villain in the first season doesn't have any effect on the second season really at all, except for like the group came together, the fact that they're all together, and then they, broke apart, and then now they're getting back together again.
How does everybody like kind of approach that where there's a bunch of stuff earlier? Like in case of the Peacemaker, I would have definitely watched season 1 because there's only one season, and Peacemaker's a character very much that James Gunn plucked out and created. I mean, or fleshed out totally. I don't think there was a Peacemaker comic before. He appeared in the comics, yes, but
was there actual Peacemaker comics? I don't know.
I don't know. I would have watched that, but if people, if like I have to have watched if I had to watch the one, the Marvel show, the show before watching the movie, The Marvels, I'm screwed because I won't do that unless I wanted to watch that show.
Miss Marvel was actually a good show. I actually give credit to that show. That show was I actually really enjoyed Miss Marvel. To be honest, I was actually pleasantly surprised with the opening episode. I went, oh wow, this is very stylized because it's the two guys that did the last 2 Bad Boys movies, and they have like a really good like stylistic sense to them.
Adil El Arbi and Bilal Falah.
There you go. Yeah, those guys.
Yeah. So I missed that. So if it's like, oh, you had to have watched the show before you watched this like feature.
Not really. Like, well, the Marvels was just confusing because they fucked up the, even what's her name, DaCosta, Nia DaCosta, who directed it. She's come out recently saying like, it ended up being the movie that I was like, this is not the movie I pitched, and that sucks.
Because Ms. Marvel was really good. I don't know why they haven't released it yet on Blu-ray. But I did like the Marvels. The thing is like, no, I don't think that. I was glad that I watched Ms. Marvel before I watched the movie, but it was really just so that I could have context for Kamala and her family.
To be brutally honest, it had more context for Kamala Khan and her family than it did the other two.
Completely. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. 1000%.
Ironically enough. And that's kind of sad because the Marvels is technically a follow-up to Captain Marvel, and Captain Marvel,
it is,
love it or hate it, $1 billion movie.
It does not feel like it's not a Captain Marvel sequel. It really
no, it doesn't. And that's kind of the problem, right? Like that's and how do you go from doing a Captain Marvel movie to a Captain Marvel sequel and then have that sequel turn into, well, it's Captain Marvel and friends, but they're not really friends because they all have similar powers, but that's the kick. They all have similar powers, but they don't really know each other. And it's like, well, what are we really trying to do here? I mean, yes, they all have marvels. They all have like, some aspect of light with their power. And it's like, yeah, that's cool. But it just really felt like a thing that Marvel Studios does occasionally where they go, we're going to try and do something original and different unto ourselves, specifically to the MCU. And it's like, that's great. Take your swing. the thing is every time you take that big swing, it's not always going to be a hit. They did it with Iron Man 3 and the Mandarin, and look what happened however many years later when they did Shang-Chi.
What's funny is like when it comes to Marvels, what I really liked, I liked the concept of the fact that they all together. Anytime they used their powers, they all swapped. And that actually hooked me into it, where I was like, oh, that's an interesting concept where, well, if you use your powers, you kind of like, they were like swapping. The three of them were like swapping around when they would do that. So they'd be in different spots. And I thought that was actually a pretty cool concept, but it just, yeah, those scenes were cool, but the whole story in and of itself was like, all right.
I think what we kind of get, we say this a lot where, we don't necessarily need to have the comic on the movie screen. Like we have the comic, we have the stuff, like we'll always have it. No one can take that away from us. And I think when it comes down to the essence of either the story or the character, if you get that right, we'll either like it or not. But again, if it's not our tempo, then we go back to what we always have. But, as we see in many of our circles, some people need to have everything the exact same way, and they let their speculation become their expectation, and then they'll constantly be disappointed. And
these are also the same people, Chris, who when you do decide, when they complain that you're doing the same old thing, and then the second you do something different, they complain you've done something different.
Oh yeah, you can't win.
I mean, right. I think Dave just released a video earlier this week pointing out something in that very, very same vein in regards to how Zack Snyder and James Gunn approached the birth of Superman in terms of the heritage, and how Snyder did something different with Jonathan Kent, chastised Lambasted for it. James Gunn did something different with Jor-El. Look what happened. Nerds everywhere were in a fucking tizzy fit.
I love the fact that they did that too. I
knew it was going to happen. When that happened in the theater, when that reveal happened.
Yeah.
Here, listen, I'll be frank. I did not like the fucking movie. I don't really care for it. But when this moment happened, everyone was laughing at all the moments when they laughed, and it's all great. I didn't really laugh all that much. When that reveal happened, I audibly laughed out loud. I was the only one who laughed because in my mind, I knew, I said everywhere, nerds are going to have a fucking bitch fit over this. And sure enough, who had a bitch fit over this, right? Like, and it's
they still don't buy it. They're still not accepting it. They're still fighting.
And they think that like Supergirl, like, because we're gonna get some Krypton moments there with Kara Zor-El and her father there, because if you read Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, like there's a pretty important thing that happens in that book on Krypton. Like there's a very important conversation that happens between Kara and her father on Krypton while Krypton's like collapsing. It's not really collapsing, but like the planet is going through the motions of being right, exactly. So James Gunn is like, no, dude, that's my Superman. This is what you wanted. This is
and
what
people are like, oh, Brainiac did it. He, and I even said like, yeah, there could be the concept that maybe Brainiac manipulated, but I don't know. It seems like Gunn is sticking to his gun.
What did you say in your one of your most recent TikTok videos? What did you say? You said, we do this to ourselves.
Oh yeah, we do. We do
this to ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like we do this to ourselves, and that's why I want to do. Because I was at the beginning of like a Vodka stream a few weeks ago when I was talking about those comparisons of Zack, his controversial moment. One controversial moments, I would say the most when it came to his Superman movie was the tornado scene. And Jonathan Kent. And I've said many times, when I first saw that, I went, really? I was like, I didn't like it at first. I was like, because the whole concept of Jonathan Kent dying of a heart attack, that's something that his son could not save him from. And and that's a good concept, totally. But at the same time, as I kept watching Man of Steel, I went, oh yeah, but it makes sense because like throughout the whole thing, Jonathan Kent, anytime we're showing him trying to protect his son from being exposed, he's like, you're not ready. The world is not ready for you yet. You need to be ready for this world, to the point where he was even saying like, you might not even should have rescued those kids in that bus that went into the water, and a lot of people don't like that too. The Superman purists hate that line when little Clark is going like, what should I have done? Let him die? And he goes, and it's like, oh man, the Superman purists, just go, fuck that line, and they get all huffy puffy about it. But I'm like going, well, this is like, again, you have to adapt with the time. I mean, it's the time period. Just like, that was back in 2013. And like Zack was like trying to take the approach to Superman of like, how do you make Superman more like, how do you, a character that could just do this much stuff, how do you like kind of break him down and deconstruct him? How do you like put him in this like time period? And he did a really good job with that with Man of Steel and BVS. And now James is doing that with 2025 time, where it's like you have a lot of social media, you have a lot of this and a lot of that. And that's why I think he injected those scenes with the monkeys and all that stuff. And like, yeah, maybe one person thinks it's childish. Other people go, well, I mean, have you seen Twitter? It's like, hashtag super shit, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, good Lord. But I mean, at the same time, it's like you have to do those controversial stuff. And then when it came to the Jor-El thing, I actually heard about that before the movie came out. Because I was like, oh, wait, there's like a whole thing about Jor-El. And I asked somebody who's in the know. I was like, just tell me what it is. And then when I heard about it, I'm like, I cannot wait for the people to lose their minds about that. I cannot. There's going to be meltdowns about that. And sure enough, there was. And I was like, I love it. I love it. You got to change shit. Sorry, what were we going to say?
Well, if you guys already spoke about this for like hours and hours, I just want to hear the 1 to 2 sentence version.
Yeah.
Of why Phil, did you say doesn't like it isn't a good movie, the new Superman?
Oh, Phil, I don't know if it's possible for you to do
it. One to 2 sentences? No.
No, I can do it in 1 and 2 sentences. It's very easy. Okay. Ernie, to me, James Gunn's Superman movie plays a lot like Batman and Robin. It is very campy, it's colorful, it's cartoonish, and I just was not a fan of it.
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
Does it insist upon itself?
Does James Gunn?
Would you like to know more?
I did not care for The Godfather.
Does it have a credit card?
What I really liked about it was it's completely different tonally.
Yes.
And it is the more wholesome Superman. It is definitely a more comic booky, for not saying it derisively, Superman. But to think that it's not a good movie is like a different thing. I mean, you have to admit that it's a good movie. It's a good watch.
He won't
admit it.
I won't. I can't agree, honestly.
Ernie,
I respect your opinion. Truthfully, I do. I just don't.
Here it is.
To me, this is like one of the worst movies James Gunn's ever made.
Okay, Ernie, I get to say this to you. I've said this to these guys for years. I get to say this to you. It's all subjective.
Yeah. I understand that, but he's got this just reams of data on why other stuff that is good
he is allowed to feel that way. It is his subjective opinion.
I mean, he did like Creature Commandos. So
I did like Creature
Commandos. I thought I think Creature Commandos is the best thing the guy's written in a long time. I swear. I know. Yeah. No, I was not a fan of the Suicide Squad. I really did not like that movie.
I still really like that movie. But
and his Superman film was just, I wasn't a fan. That's the best way I can say it without getting too detailed.
Yeah.
That's all I could.
What about Josh? Josh, did you see the new Superman film?
Oh yeah, I saw it. I mean, I like it. I
just end it right there.
Okay, so here's the thing.
The worst guess. Yes, I did.
No, so my overview on it was that it wasn't my favorite take on Superman. There were some problems that I had character-wise, but I will agree that it was a good movie. I enjoyed it as a movie. As you know, I thought it was written well. I thought they had good characters. You know, I do agree it was a bit campy. It was but part of that's like, oh, we want to get that Marvel funny juice in here, where Marvel has spent all this time building sort of a more of a comedic pulse, and I can see them trying to go for that market in this, where traditionally we've seen DC movies try to be like, oh, we're not lighthearted like Marvel, we're gritty. And this was sort of like what I felt was their pushback on that. Be like, no, we're cool too, guys. Come see us. Yeah. And so I did enjoy it. I laughed. I thought it was funny. I thought some parts were great, but yeah, it wasn't my favorite take on Superman.
You know what, Josh? You know, the funny thing about that, I with humor, because I hear what you're saying in terms of like them trying to like inject the humor into DC now as opposed to what they did before. But I've always thought, I've told the guys at Squadcast Media this for years. I've always felt that between the two studios, like to me, DC films do situational humor, whereas Marvel films, it's one-liners and quips.
Yeah,
and not that there weren't one-liners in Superman, but I still feel like the majority of that humor was situational.
It was very
compared to Marvel movies.
It's very true.
Yeah.
And before we continue, I know, Chris, you got to go. You got a soccer game you got to get to tomorrow.
My daughter's got an 8 a.m. soccer game.
Yeah, so you got to get some sleep.
So, congrats on the next Kickstarter, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So look forward to it. Y'all have a great weekend. Check out Marvel Alliance. We covered it, breaking out everything with New York Comic Con, and lots of exciting.
And be sure
stuff.
to give Chris all the thanks, all the hard work he does in Marvel Alliance.
Stop it.
Because without Chris, there would be no Marvel Alliance. Don't you all forget that, especially you, Travis.
Things are going on. I'm going to leave before I get in trouble.
Oh.
Let him come.
Oh, be careful what you wish for. See y'all later.
All right, take it easy, Chris.
Later.
You just quoted Mara. That's funny.
I did. I totally did.
Yes.
Amber Heard may be crazy, but her character's not that crazy.
Nice.
Oh, maybe a little bit, but
yeah.
But
right,
but no, I do think that like the thing I said from the beginning, like watching that movie, I'm like, okay, they went like as far as the suspension of disbelief with the film, they went even further than the Marvel Cinematic Universe has, because we've never seen like take the whole sequence in the Pocket Universe with the baby and the Proton River. We've never seen that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We just haven't, not yet, right? Because in Marvel, like with the MCU in particular, there was still kind of this. It's weird to say this, but there's still kind of this grounding of, okay, there's still people in the world, like bystanders, that are processing all this craziness with the Avengers that is happening. Mm-hmm. Whereas in Superman, when the rift was coming, Metropolis was ready to evacuate and evacuated like, oh, this is just another day. Like, hey, let's or when the kaiju attacked, there's the dude eating the yogurt in the it's just like, okay, well, Superman will save us, right? It was normal to them. There was nothing out of the ordinary. They just processed it like a normal day, because that's how this universe works. They've had metahumans for 300 years. Crazy shit happens. So I think that's strategic, because it allows him to push the envelope a lot further, which is one of the many things that he needs to do in order to separate the DCU from the MCU, so that people don't just think it's a carbon copy of the MCU. Yeah. He's dead set against this being an MCU 2.0, which I love that he's dead set against it being that. And so he's got to make enough changes here and there with his presentation of that universe, and so that people don't just think it's, Avengers all over again or Guardians all over again.
Right.
And that's the thing. I mean, that's been a lot of discussion too. I mean, and the fact that we got through the first year of 3 DCU, projects, I guess you could say. It's like, and they're all been James Gunn. Now we're going to get to the ones that aren't James Gunn. He's just producing.
Here comes the test.
That's a test. And then the next test is the sequel and more things. And then of course, but like I said, then the next test is that. And when I brought up a thing when it came to the Peacemaker finale, like, the Peacemaker finale, when you watch it, and I'd actually want to watch it again, because obviously there was a lot of build up to that Peacemaker finale. Who's going to show up? What's going to happen? It's going to be nuts. Look at the last episode. It was crazy. And then this one ended up almost being like an epilogue. And then of course it revealed a couple of things, which was cool, intriguing things. But at the same time, there was like, you had Nelson, the group Nelson, who was performing. And it was like, okay, cool. Do we have to watch, like, do we have to have like a 2 minutes of them playing? Do we have to, what's Foxy, what was the other
Foxy
thing?
Shazam.
They literally opened the show. They opened
Yeah,
the
and I'm
show.
like, do we have to have all this music stuff? But I mean, it was a very personal episode for James Gunn, and I understand that. But I think sometimes he might have to realize, hey, not everybody's gonna dig what you dig, dude. And when it comes to like certain things and building it up, yeah, maybe, and we do build it up ourselves, 100%. Fans like to do that, and I was trying not to do that as much as possible. And I do, like, I could totally tell if I watched that last episode of Peacemaker, going, if I had just watched the character where the characters are now, yeah, those scenes are fantastic. And even like the ending scene with the salvation, that's intriguing. But at the same time, there was like some things where it's like, okay, maybe you went too heavy on this, and maybe you went too heavy on that, and and whatever. But I think James Gunn is still trying to find the footing of like, oh yeah, I'm dealing with, these aren't my creations. I'm playing in somebody else's toy box. So there's times where like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't go too far this way, and kind of like got to reel it in a little bit. I don't want him to reel it in a lot. I'm like, hey, make things that you want to make, man. Not everybody's going to like it, and people are going to say you ruin childhoods, as Ernie has heard many times. And I'm sure Zach has heard that. James has heard that. Anybody who's dealt with this stuff has heard that. But, but it's sometimes like, but sometimes when you get a little too like, and when it comes to deep cuts are like great. But then sometimes people are going, I don't know what the fuck that is. And then it doesn't hit as much. Like I remember he responded to somebody who's like, somebody was asking if Tim Meadows' character, Langston Fleury, is he Martian Manhunter? And then he was like, no, but
every black man has to be Martian Manhunter.
Yeah, I know, right? Every time they see like a black DC character, is that Martian Manhunter? It's like, come on, guys, can we stop that? But then James Gunn was like, yeah, but we revealed Checkmate and Salvation. And it's like, yeah, but James, people don't really
for nerds.
That's like deep cuts. That's really deep cuts. Not people.
But I think that's who he's talking to, though, because I saw the same thing on Threads, and somebody else commented, was like, yeah, but James, nobody's gonna know that. I was like, okay, no, he's not talking to, because again, remember, the general audience that watch the show, they don't care nearly as much about the finale being underwhelming as we do. So the people that he's talking to are literally the fans who felt underwhelmed, and then he goes all nerdy and says, well, Salvation and Checkmate are there. And no, not all of us are going to know, because I mean, I knew I'd heard of Checkmate in passing, but didn't remember what it was. I had no idea about Salvation. That's something I learned. I learned about Salvation.
For the most part.
A lot of people didn't know what Salvation was. You know?
He has to make the adjustment from being a fan to being a full-on storyteller now, because it's a little bit different when you have an overarching vision like he has to have now, being a studio head. He can't play inside baseball. And you can sell it to stuff like me. That's 3% of your audience.
And right there, like it because like you said, the transition from being storyteller to like art creator, but also he's also got to juggle a third job, which is the marketing.
Yeah,
because I hear people, because a lot of people are like, well, he should tone down the hype, and he should tone that. No, he shouldn't. That's his fucking job to hype. His job is to hype. His job is to get people.
To add on to
he
that,
needs to delegate it, though. I mean, he needs to spearhead it, but he needs to delegate that workload, though, because there are people who are trained to market this stuff, that go to school for this and are in our ad rep that should be right alongside with him doing all this stuff, because it gets lost in translation. I hire people to do advertising for some of the stuff we do here, because they're going to see it from an angle that it needs to be seen at.
Right, but I find it difficult to believe that those people aren't. I mean, look at all the marketing for Superman. He didn't think of all that. He didn't think of the Daily Planet stuff. He didn't think of that.
I think he thought of the timing, though, because that's not what he did with as far as the pace of advertising for Superman. That's not traditional, and that's not advised. I think that came from him. The content may have come from other people, but the timing and when to put it out, I think that was, and that was risky.
Well, but that's also where, and this is where we have to remind, and this is something else that we do. We have to remind ourselves, he's co-head of DC Studios. Safran is there for exactly what you're talking about, to go to James and be like, hey, listen, as a producer, we need to do this, we need to do that, get all dot all the I's and cross all the T's. So that still has to happen. Safran has to do his job.
Still new. He's years. It's been a year, but
that's the thing. He's still trying to find his footing, and that's the thing. It's like the first 3 projects in the first year, they're not going to like land completely. But what's cool too is like, well, I mean, like we're in this age of streaming where we're all like looking for instant gratification, instant results, and it's like, oh, look at the reviews, look at this and look at that. And I'm like, well, if Warner Brothers and DC Studios are looking at the long term and they're like doing, I mean, I don't know how it works. I mean, Ernie, you might even chime in on some of this stuff. Like even like when they're thinking about certain things, obviously they're thinking long term, but they're also thinking, oh, what's it going to make like instantly? But even when it comes to, when it comes to doing these characters, I mean, obviously we've talked a lot about Aztec Batman, with coming out, which everybody should see. And everybody should go watch, on Wednesdays, DC Fanimated, where we did a real deep dive into it, spoilers and everything. I mean, when you're taking a character as beloved as Batman and totally going, hey, we're going to add this aspect of it. I mean, there's going to be people that are going to be like, are you kidding me? Kind of thing. And, even when it comes to like when Zack was handling Superman and Batman, and taking liberties and going, well, I want to do this. I want to do that. Like Zack, obviously the tornado scene with Jonathan Kent, that was like a big controversial moment. And initially when it came to Batman vs Superman, when you see the dead Robin costume, he didn't want it to be Jason Todd. The studio changed it to Jason Todd because that's the Robin that gets killed. But he was like, no, it's supposed to be Dick Grayson. Because in my world, it's like, well, if Dick Grayson got killed like that, that would drive Batman to where he is now, and we're not going to have all these, multiple Robins that we are going to, that are in the books. And that makes sense to me because he's not trying to do like a direct thing. But of course, the studio was like, no, we can't do that. We're going to get the backlash and whatever. But I like it when these creators like James Gunn, doing the Jor-El thing and sticking to his guns. I like that. I'm like that shit. And, and I'm like going, oh yeah, it's driving the fanboys crazy, but fuck it, just go for it. And if he has like I have an ending point for this whole thing that maybe people are going to like, do it, and I'm sure Ernie, when you're writing some of this shit, you're just like going, hey, well, what if we tweak this a little bit and just kind of send it in this direction, see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, well, let's not call it shit.
Yeah.
but I thought the Jor-El thing was actually one of the smartest and brilliant things in there because it's perfect for the arc of this character who is a lot more innocent than your Cavill character, right? Or seems as such, right? But yeah, it's like you get a chance to do one of these properties, and when you're fully in charge, this is not my experience, okay? Because I'm always answering to just a ton of people with notes, and what I try to do is please everybody, but also please myself, and somehow chart a course where they're all. I
like Josh's face when he said that, right?
Yeah, and it's really good. Yeah, I was like, man, I'm gonna
phrasing.
Hey, somebody clip that. We're clipping that one.
Myself first, But I mean, somebody said, I think Jay Oliva said, he goes, when I get a chance to do something, I don't want to do it exactly as it is in the comic book. It's like a recipe. I want to put my own spin on it.
Yeah.
And so with these guys who now you get in and you're the guy. These are the crown jewels are now, you get to play with them. Of course you're going to recast. Of course you want it to be your thing to survive or fall on your decisions. And that's why a lot of the stuff just goes, which the fans, I don't like it. But if something great new comes out of it, that's awesome. I mean, like, I liked Cavill. I think he was the perfect Superman, but hey, Corn Sweat in this movie was freaking great.
He was very likable.
When I first heard the name and I was like, oh, a Brit for this? Oh, come on. nope. James Gunn knows his shit, and I mean it's a great thing. But there is a thing to a tendency of like, well, let's change it up. Let's fix some of the mistakes, maybe some of the things that people have been caterwauling about the internet on the internet all these times that make sense. Where they go. There was a thing. I looked through. I'm like, is there anything that I'm missing when I was doing Batman Hush? And on the internet, they were like, but splitting the villains not great. It makes both of them weaker. And I was like, well, I can easily solve that. And then I pitched it, and Mike Carlin from DC was like, let's do that. People I've always picked at this one thing, but of course you do it, and people were like, I ruined some childhoods that day, my friend. But other people come to you and they go, oh man, you fixed it. It was I agree with what was said earlier also in Watchmen. In the movie, the squid thing makes far more sense than in the comic.
Yeah.
It just in the comic comes out nowhere, whereas for it to be totally planned and stuff is like, well, that's really a great conspiracy for what's his name with the mask to like go get after the cow.
Rorschach?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rorschach.
Yeah.
I thought you said Horseshack at first. Mr. All right. So, and like Forrest Gump, that's all I got to say about that.
That's all I got to say about that. Yeah. No, I mean, like, and that's the thing. It's like, no matter what, it's like, when it comes to these characters, I mean, everybody has to have their own take on it. And you can't, I mean, especially when it comes to Batman and Superman, and they've been around for 80 plus years, and you have to have some kind of unique spin on it. You have to have your own. And what I liked about James Gunn's Superman was, it was very comic booky. It had a sense of Superman the animated series, which the fact that there's already heroes out there. There's the Daily Planet. They got that group. There's a Jimmy Olsen that's there. That's Clark's really good friend. And they have Kat. They have Lois. They have Perry. There's everything's there. And it's, it is in a very cartoony, very comic booky kind of way. And then you got the Justice Gang. There's other characters. We know there's a Batman out there somewhere. There's other heroes out there that we don't even know about. And I thought, like when that was initially like James Gunn's plan before we even saw like a lick of anything, I went, all right, he's already doing something different. And why are people are complaining? Oh, it should be a standalone Superman movie. I'm like, we've had those. Why not have a Superman movie where other heroes already exist? What's wrong with that? And that was my whole argument to defend it, was when it was initially like there was going to be like, oh yeah, Guy Gardner's going to be in there, Hawkgirl's going to be in there, Mr. Terrific's going to be in there, and people were like, what the hell, and then I was even the same thing defending when it came to BVS being the follow up to Man of Steel. It was like, yeah, there's already a Batman, there's already a Wonder Woman, and guess what? Now we're going to find out there's other characters out there. I'm okay with that, because I remember when Marvel Studios, after Avengers came out, and then every solo Marvel movie that followed that, everybody was going, well, where's the other guys? Why isn't Thor showing up to help out Captain America? Or why isn't Captain America showing up to help out Tony Stark? They exist. Why are they not there now? I remember seeing that so many times when it came to the solo Marvel Studios movies after the Avengers came out, when everybody was already established. People were starting to say that. And now, now we get a decade later, we got James Gunn going, oh, we already have like now we have a Superman movie where we have Mr. Terrific fucking bailing him out on shit. We have Guy Gardner helping out in Hawkgirl and stuff like that. And then people were complaining. I'm like, okay, again, nobody's going to be, satisfied. And I'm like, yeah. I'm just like one of those, and I'm like, I like it. It's something different. It reminds me of the animated series, because there's numerous episodes where Aquaman would randomly show up, the Flash would show up, Batman would show up in Metropolis, and I'm like, yeah, they're already established and they're there. We don't need a backstory. They're just there, and I love that. And that's what I really liked about what James Gunn did, and that's why I appreciate what's going to be happening moving forward. Is like he's got a DC universe where he's not doing origin stories for every little bit. He's just like, they're already there. And I like that,
Yep.
you know?
Yeah.
You know, whenever we would get in trouble, like where it was like, well, you know what? The Flash with his super speed could solve this whole problem. And we'd always go, oh, stuck in an alternate dimension, though. It wasn't there.
Yeah.
So you just put in a sentence somewhere. Like,
Yeah.
the Flash is like, well, he hasn't been heard from in 2 days. You know, like, he's just stuck in an alternate dimension, alternate Speed Force. He's in there. Can't stop.
And that doesn't go with the Daredevil Born Again. Season 1 of Daredevil Born Again. They're in New York. Where's Spider-Man? It's not the Spider-Man show. It's a Daredevil show. Right. Basically, pretty much. Yes, exactly. That's the headcanon. So.
Just do that. But Talade, I know you gotta take off.
I've got to take off. It's already like 10:06 in the morning here in the UK. So.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, Ernie, it was great. Nice to meet you, Josh. Great to meet you.
You as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'll see you
next
time. All right. Take care.
All right.
I'm probably going to slowly shuffle off also.
Yeah,
it's probably I'm kind of in that camp.
Yeah, no, I figured you guys have been on for a bit, so I was like, I appreciate you guys.
This is my record.
Yeah, it might be.
I'm coming on 3 hours. I was like,
it's good. But like I said, guys, like, please, of course, everybody in the chat, everybody who's watching post, links are down below. Links are in the chat. Support the book. And you will not be if you even just have a hint of just enjoying alien stuff. If you're an X-Files fan, if you're a Resident Alien fan, anything that has to do with aliens, you're gonna like it. Men in Black, anything like that, you're gonna love this book. And and it's we want to see this continue on to you said 4 issues for the first part at least, right? 4 issues.
Yeah.
We want to get it to that point. So
then it'll be a what do you call it? A graphic novel, or I guess call them trade paperback. I don't know. It hasn't been published through a thing, so it's not a trade. I guess we're gonna just call it a graphic novel. What do you think, Jim?
We can do whatever we want. That's the cool thing.
See, that's the thing. You don't have
There you go.
I mean, that is one thing that I loved about this process, because usually you go for one of these movies and really what William said was, this is for the 5%, the 3%, the people that go to Comic-Con, like those DC straight-to-video animated features, right?
Those nerds.
And the nerds. And I'm happily one of those nerds. Even with them, dealing with notes from DC, from Warner Brothers Video, from the Jim Krieg or Alan Burnett, who were the people who were riding herd on those things. Mm-hmm. And then also the animation supervisor, like a James Tucker or a Butch. And, there's a lot of balls to juggle. With this, it's great. I mean, we were talking just through our conversations. It's like we need some. Do we have any plant aliens, Josh? And he's like, no, we haven't had plant one yet. I'm like, let's make plant aliens. And one of us said something about like soup. I'm like, ooh, the Soupians. That sounds like a good alien race. Maybe it's like there's the schism between Chunky and Clear. And it's in. It's in. Yeah. It's only us. So it's in, right?
That's what's great. You don't have to answer to somebody in a suit who's sipping scotch and somewhere. That's the thing. I mean, that's what's so great about this time right now is like, you have there's the tools and everything to back up your own creation nowadays, Yep. And it's great. It's freaking great. And like I said, I can't wait for the next book. And I appreciate you guys spending time with us, talking all things nerdy and talking a lot of alien movies and TV shows again. And again, guys, everybody out there who's listening or watching, support the book. Just everything's at a discounted price right now. So please do it.
Not everything, but for your show, we've got 2 things.
For the show,
You could buy the printed book, or you could catch up and buy the printed versions of 1 and 2, and there's a 20% discount in those links that Dave has put in the secret place.
Below, below, and then of course in the chat, also pinned to the chat. So,
but if not, just take a look at the Kickstarter. You can read what it's about, and and if it tickles your fancy, we'd love to have you. And I think we're gonna have that type of audience that says, hey, I'd like a broccoli alien in there, and we'll go, what do you think? Broccoli aliens? Sounds good. Who knows? That should be an award.
Josh is already drawing it up right now.
We will draw you in.
That's what I've been doing. I'm over here doing it.
He was when he was looking to his left. I'm like, he's working on the book right now.
Yeah, taking notes.
I actually was.
No. Anytime that I saw him writing stuff down, he was writing shit down. We're like, I could incorporate that in something.
No, but he's doing the art. He's got like one page to go. All right, for book 2. So it's going to be done by the end of the month. Aside from little wording changes, because I like going through it 2 or 3 times. We get a lot more jokes in that way. When the art is set, he'll have put something in the background. And I'm like, that's interesting. I think that guy should have a line. I don't know what he did. I mean, I didn't even notice that one that was like a smoke alien or a cloud alien. And I'm like, sweet. I thought it was a stain on the wall. I don't look at the panels good enough, actually. The 3rd time in. I mean, hell, we didn't notice that Studios was misspelled. So,
God, that's so funny, man.
Things do slip by us, but anyway, thanks for having us.
And this is great, guys.
Had a blast.
And always a blast talking to you guys.
We hope to come back.
Yes,
maybe the last week, right?
Yeah. We'll try to give it that final push right there. We'll do a run.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you, Ernie. Thank you, Josh. Have a good weekend.
Jay. Thank you.
Always great talking to you. Yeah.
Have a good night. Have a good weekend.
Good to meet you guys.
Take care. Take it easy. All right. Bye. Great talking to those guys. And like I said, guys, support that shit, man. We got like a backer or 2 tonight, hopefully. But it's a good little book right there. But now I think now that's just the 3 of us. Now we can really dive into this whole Zack Snyder post.
Okay. Why not? Cool. Because you know how I found out about this?
Huh?
Slav wrote up. Because I follow him on Threads and TikTok, and I didn't read his thing. But all I had to do was read his reaction to it in his post, and I just went, okay,
it's just something.
Listen, Slav's cool. I don't.
No, he's been on the stream, and he's great.
Yeah. But he
goes hard on against
I need and listen, all of us, we all hate the cult.
We all hate the overachievers.
Yeah, no one is like defending any of that bullshit or anything like that. But the issue that I had, and I'll read exactly what he posted, because he wrote an article, and he said Zack Snyder posting Henry Cavill as Superman isn't just a nostalgic nod. It's a flare shot straight into the Snyderverse echo chamber. He knows exactly what kind of storm that stirs up, and it's not helping the DCU move forward. So my thing is, obviously, all you have to do is ignore it, Slav. All you have to do is
see, my thing about it was, when I talked about it at the beginning, when people were so emphasizing on the fact that, and that's why I put it in the opening, like in the my title of the stream is Henry Cavill is Superman. People were freaking out about that, and I saw people go, "Oh, he was," or it was this and this and that, and I'm like,
smarmy dipshit comments.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, guys. Zach doesn't spend all his time online. He's making movies. He's being creative. He's been a lot more creative than we are. He's not spending all his time online.
You know what I thought about today? You want to know what I thought about today?
What?
That you're mentioning this is I love that he came to Instagram now, as opposed to 12 years ago when he was doing, Man of Steel.
Yeah, all the stuff.
All of that, right? I love it for him now, because thinking back on it, I think had he gone to Instagram or opened up an Instagram account or had one, you know, back then with all of, you know, Man of Steel to BVS, whatever, I think things would be very different. You know, I think he probably would have gone to Vero a lot sooner. But I'm glad he's there now, and I'm saying this because now it's just like, oh, he's on top of the fucking world, dude. Like, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, like, the man can do no fucking wrong, okay? Well, and you know, we're all human. We make mistakes, obviously, but I mean, like, creatively, the man can do no wrong. And when it comes to that, I love that when I see him just sharing pictures of making the last photograph, in my mind, the first thing I'm thinking of, like, damn, I'm glad he's in Colombia making the fucking movie he wants to fucking make. Yeah. And then I fucking scroll maybe for another 30 seconds, and then I put my phone down. I go back to playing my fucking game. That's what I fucking do. But I don't even think about the fucking cult anymore. Now that I really think about it, now that I don't have Twitter, now that I'm not like, I spend my days kind of looking for a job and a bunch of other shit. You know, I go to the gym every day, 5 days a week now. And I've just kind of like remorphed my life into just not worrying about dumb, petty bullshit. But when I come here every Friday and I hear the antics, and I just laugh. You know, I hear the same shit on Council every Wednesday. I hear the same shit on Party Nation, and I just laugh. And then people ask me like, "What do you think about it?" I'm like, "Well, I don't really know what to think because I don't see this dumb bullshit anymore."
Well, I mean, like the biggest thing was just like the fact is like everybody was emphasizing about that Henry Cavill is Superman. It's like I mean, that's his Superman. I mean, that was like, right. He probably saw that and he was like, I mean, he joined Instagram because he wanted to, you know, obviously Vero doesn't have a big reach. Let's face it. I mean, and I'm so glad he decided to be like, yeah, let me go to Instagram. I can get a bigger reach there. And it's 100% true because Vero just never took off. It never took off. You know, I thought it was cool, but I don't really use it because I'm too busy like handling like the three other big ones, you know, and I'm like,
it's really unfortunate that Vero didn't get the treatment that Threads did.
Yeah, I wish it would have gotten like
and because who owns Threads compared to who owns Vero.
Bingo.
Precisely.
Bingo.
So
yeah.
Threads is hardly perfect, but that's you know, right.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it never took off. So I totally, when he joined that, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because, you know, when it comes to the last photograph, I don't think he's not going to really have marketing. And this is a small movie. This is going to be a small movie for him. He's got to utilize his fandom to market this movie. And for the most part, it's like, yeah, that's what, and I even saw somebody tweet that, like, it was a couple of weeks ago, or like, yeah, Zach's like utilizing his fandom. And I even talked about it on my show. I'm like, yeah, that's a good thing. I'm like, it just sucks that the loud ones are mainly talking about his DC stuff and not really, and then they're fighting against James Gunn and doing all this stuff. And I'm like, God damn it. Why can't they just focus on, hey, yeah.
No, it goes further too, because first of all, speaking to what Phil just said in terms of the peace that he has found, the last 3 episodes of Peacemaker, I did the same exact thing because those were the ones that we were like super worried about spoilers. And granted, did I really need to do this for the finale? No, as it turns out, I didn't really need to, but I still did it anyway. What I did was Thursday night, because I couldn't watch the episodes as they release because I got to go to bed because I got to get up at 2 in the morning for work.
Right.
So before I go to bed for the last 3 Thursdays, I would turn off notifications for Threads and Reddit and basically complete social media blackout when I wake up, during work, and not until I have watched the episode would I even think about touching Threads or anywhere else in social media. And when I tell you, it was 3 of the most fucking peaceful Fridays I've ever had. It's like, seriously. And so really cleansing yourself of social media for a period of time is like the healthiest fucking thing you can do these days. It really is, because oh my God, like your brain will believe that the button is being pressed right now if you just stay on social media as much as they want you to stay on social media. So there's that aspect of it, right? But then when it comes to, like, with respect to this whole thing about Henry Cavill as Superman, it isn't just the cult. It's also because Slav posts that, right? but then also Discussing Film posts it. Because, of course, what have they been doing for the last 10 years? Anything Zack Snyder does, anything, is immediate clickbait. And so what it is okay, to call attention here. Because they,
in fairness, that's any regurgitator, too. Any and all regurgitators know his name will pull a headline.
Discussing Film, Culture Crave, Fandom Wire, yes, every last one of them. And so that's what it is. It's the manipulation of the fandom, because they know that this will get attention. They know that people will pay attention to this. So it's more than just the cult latching onto it. It's the regurgitators and the manipulators trying to fuel the fire. And then consider this. Consider all the nonsense that's been going on with Scooper Madness since James Gunn took over. Think of Chattanooga FBI and all his bullshit and all that, right? And consider that those people are really in a tough spot because they can't get away with the same shit that they used to when it comes to DC. So now they're, finding Marvel rumors and doing all that and whatnot, right? So the only thing they have left is to glom on to this shit, which is nonsense. There's nothing. This is a nothing story. The fact that he posted this means not a damn thing. And it is not holding anything up with the DCU, because the DCU is rolling. The DCU has nothing to do with this shit. The DCU is continuing. There is no, Gunn doesn't need to acknowledge shit. Nobody needs to acknowledge a damn thing, because they're on their trajectory, and this has nothing to do. There is nothing that affects this in the grand scheme of things whatsoever. The only reason this is even remotely any type of a story is because we're paying attention. And I know we're talking about it here, but that's fine. We're talking about it here, but I'm saying fandom in general. This is a fandom created problem. This is a fandom created nonsense.
That's
fandom
what it
created drama.
And that's the thing. Like, the whole thing was like the fact that when they were saying is, and I'm like, people were like, oh, he was. I'm like, no, everybody, there's actors. People, if someone were to post Christopher Reeve is Superman, people would be like, yeah, of course. It's like, so, but it's just the discourse between these two directors. It's so crazy, the discourse that we're seeing, like, when it comes to this. When I saw it, I immediately went, oh, fuck, this is going to be a thing. And sure enough, but I was like, it's such a beautiful image of Cavill. I mean, obviously we know that Zack, just those images, and there's going to be more. And I think Zack probably was like, he was probably waiting for a time, like waiting a bit, because joining Instagram, you knew he was going to eventually post something from his DC movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I remember even seeing people on Twitter going like, oh, wait till Zack posts something on DC, things are going to blow up. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's most, and I even think I even said it when I first mentioned that Zack was on Instagram. I'm like, oh yeah, wait till he, maybe I did, or maybe or not, or something like that. But I'm just saying, like, wait till he posts something DC, it's going to fucking blow up. And sure enough, it was. But it was just the fact that it's like, people were thinking like, oh, the timing. I'm like, what timing are you talking about? First off, I'm like, everything is done with the DCU. If anything, it was actually a good time to do it, because the DCU now, like, everything is wrapped up with the DCU. He didn't do it he didn't do it on July 11th.
Right. Exactly.
He didn't do that on July 11th. He did. And then even like the whole thing of Henry Cavill is Superman, he did not mean it as, because because people were saying like David Cortzoid, he's currently he did not do it as a dig. I think it was just Zack finding an image and going, I'm going to post this now. And yeah, it's going to probably, I think he's not a dummy to think that it wasn't going to blow up, but he was like, I'm going to post this now. And I'm like, Henry Cavill is Superman, and this is what blah, blah, blah. It's like, but he didn't mean it like, oh yeah, he is. And this is a dig at James Gunn or something like that. It's like, no, he's not petty like that. His diehard fans are 100%, but he's not petty like that, and, maybe even like Gunn probably went like, oh shit. But then hopefully they had a communication where it's like, hey, I posted this. Doesn't mean anything. I'm just was like posting, and hopefully maybe there was like, we don't know what happens behind the scenes. We don't know. I'm sure they have their numbers, and maybe even Zack was kindly enough like, hey, I'm going to post this. It doesn't mean anything, but I just wanted to post this because I'm like, and then there's even like a level of I'm promoting my movie as I'm doing it, and I found this image and I wanted to post it, and it's probably going to get a lot of eyes, and it's probably going to even help the Instagram. It's a marketing thing. It really is. And I'm sure we're going to see more. We'll probably see a Ben Affleck fucking picture in black and white that we haven't seen. We'll probably see something like that in the next few weeks or whatever the hell. He's going to end up posting things, or maybe we'll just see something from Sucker Punch or 300. Who knows? He's going to post things that he just finds randomly in his phone or on a hard drive or on his camera, on a fucking, who knows? Like the fact of the matter is like when people are getting huffy puffy about, oh, this is just fueling the fandom. Yeah, it does. But it's like, he has no control of those idiots that go buck wild. And then are like, oh yeah, he's coming back. He's coming back. And it's like, those guys are idiots. And then when it comes to, the diehard gunners out there that are just like, how dare he do this? It's like, he's just posting about his Superman. It's the DCU is still very much moving forward. There's nothing affecting it. You're okay, guys. You're okay. I don't know.
That would be my number one question to anybody that is like, oh, he's fueling. Okay, so what's the worst case scenario? What's the danger?
Yeah.
What are we worried about? What is going to happen? Oh, now all
internet squabbles. Internet squabbles. You're worried about that?
Right, because if you think that this has even a remote impact on Gunn and Safran's plan for the DCU, you are out to lunch. This does nothing to change any of what they're doing.
I almost think that the file that photo was under was Henry Cavill is Superman. For all we know, we don't even know. Like maybe like Zach is just like, hey, I'm just gonna post this, and Henry Cavill. Who knows? Maybe the file even said that. Like, again, I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm like, Zach is the nicest guy in the world. He's not petty. He's not trying to take a dig at James Gunn. For God's sakes, they showed up in this fucking thing together to make fun of themselves.
Yeah.
He's not out there to like do a dig on James Gunn or anything like that. It was just probably like, hey, I'm just going to post it. And again, who knows? They might have had a communication outside of all this stuff, but it's like, Zach is not a dummy. He knew that. I'm pretty sure he knew that this was going to blow up. But at the same time, he was like, I'm mainly doing this to maybe like, hey, I want to show my photography from my movies, not just my new movie, but it's like, it's going to be a mix. And I'm going to throw in past stuff into my Instagram because, it's going to draw attention. And that's smart. So it's like, I think everybody's just looking way too into it. And again, it's like,
like you said, we do this to ourselves.
We do this to ourselves.
And the sad part about it is, just like you were saying before, if someone says this, like say Dick Donner. I hate that they call him Dick Donner, but whatever. It's just what the producer. It's what Safran says. What the producer. I guess they just call him whatever. But if Richard Donner was still around, and he posted a picture of Reeve and said Christopher Reeve is Superman, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. There's no issues, no controversy.
Yeah, nobody would freak out about that.
No one would freak out at all. In fact, you'd get people like, damn straight, this is Superman. Right, exactly. But because it's this one.
Yeah.
Because it's the controversial, the polarizing one. Yeah, okay. No, the reality of the situation is that any Superman director should be able to post that.
Yes.
Without it, like the people of Superman and Lois should be able to post Tyler Hoechlin is Superman.
Yes.
Right. The Smallville should be able to, Tom Welling is Clark Kent or Superman or whatever. Right. They should be able to do that without there being a fucking problem.
Yeah.
That's just how it should be, but
that's just the way it is. I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, it's the way it is. But then at the same time, you get the snobbiness from, some of the diehard Snyder fans who are just like, hey, look at all these guys freaking out. Zack Snyder was just posting. I'm like, motherfucker, you post every day about anything James Gunn and this Superman. Don't act like you're like now all of a sudden above, the freak out. You freak out about so many things every day and pound your keyboard. I see it. I mean, I even saw it today when I went to my For You page. Some of the same guys that complain constantly about James Gunn and Superman are now going, look at these guys freaking out about this Zack Snyder post. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Oh, do we have to do the call the kettle black thing? Do we have to fucking bring that fucking term up? Because you guys are
on more than one occasion, yes.
Yeah.
If I see one more bullshit Sora AI image of Corin Sweat crying over Superman's box office,
Oh my god!
Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. Seriously, like that. That is.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Ray? If it was Cavill, it would have made $2 billion.
Right. Yeah, because it well, and this also went to because like when we were talking earlier about the difference between like being recognizable and being popular, like popularity versus recognizability. You know, that's when you have to remind Superman fans and everybody else that he's never made $1 billion on his own ever.
No,
that has never happened
unless you adjust for inflation with the first movie. That's about it.
Right. And if you again, as you and others pointed out, you adjust that for inflation, you got to adjust the budget for inflation.
Exactly. Everything. You adjust everything. You have to take into account there were more movie theaters back in 2013. You have to take into account ticket prices factor were worth way cheaper.
Exactly.
Like, there's so many different factors as to why like that movie made the money it did in 2013 and why this movie made the money it did in 2025. And you know, when I see that, when I saw shit like that on Threads, and I can only imagine the kind of dumbassery that took place on Twitter, you probably had some fucking no-name dickless moron just fucking going,
oh yeah,
Man of Steel made more than James Gunn's Superman. And it's just like, okay, Tweed, good for you. Sit the fuck down, spank your little meat, and fucking have a good one for the rest of your night.
Basically, but it's the height of hypocrisy for them to spew their bullshit, right? Yes, because again, and it's funny because you try telling either side that they're a cult, and they're like, "Fuck no!" You're both cult. You're both cults, and you both can go fuck yourselves.
Yeah,
you both seriously.
Oh yeah, and you know, and I posted the image too, and I was like wondering, I was like trying to be very, you know, I just said that's a pretty shot of Henry Cavill as Superman. I wonder how many more photos Zach has like this. ... I didn't want to like emphasize the fact that he said Henry Cavill is, and that's what a lot of people were, and I'm like, all right. I mean, and I didn't want to emphasize that. I did not want to emphasize that because I saw the gunners out there going crazy about that is, and then of course people were like, yeah, and I'm one of those that I cringe anytime go like my Superman, my, when people say my, I hate that shit. I
will be right back. I'm gonna go end the universe. Be right back. Right back.
It's one thing to like have a preference, right?
Yeah.
It's one thing to have a preference, and then to really think about the totality of that statement as it is. Henry Cavill is Superman. It's a factual statement. Same as saying David Cornsweet is Superman. Tyler Hoechlin is Superman. Exactly. Tim Daly is Superman. When people see shit like that and they get all huffy puffy and they fucking jump down your throat or whatever, and they try and act all high and mighty like, oh, fucking Henry Cavill's not Superman. It's just like,
it's so I know. It's like, what is what is up with, like, what is going on with you that you can't just like go, oh, okay. And then of course people are like, oh, it's gonna fuel, you know, this side. I'm like, yeah, it is, but he has no control of that. George Lucas has no control of people in the Star Wars fandom. Nobody has, like, I mean, I hate it when people think that, like, you know, that these directors or these creators, Kevin Feige needs to control like the Marvel guys, or certain directors need to, you know, do that. Zach needs to handle his fandom. James Gunn needs to it's like, no, they can't. Like they're just going to put out the shit that they do. Is it always going to be like, you know, is it always going to be good? No. Like where they handle social media correctly? No, because nobody knows how to fucking handle social media correctly, because you're just dealing with a bunch of fucking people who have their own thoughts and all this stuff like that. So there's going to be sanctions where they're going to be bad parts of like fans. There's nothing you could do about that. And I hate it when people go, Zach needs to address the toxicity in his fandom. James Gunn needs to direct the toxicity in his fandom. It's like, no, they don't. And I'm like, anytime like somebody says that to me or I see that, I go, okay, you're part of the problem. I'm like, you're part, because you're only saying it for one side. All you keep on saying is, oh, the gun guys keep on saying that. The gun guys keep saying this. The gun guys keep. I'm like, yeah, because you're part of the problem on the other side, because you keep on pointing the finger at them, just like there's people on the other side that are pointing the finger at you.
Where is our apology from Jamal Igle for calling us terrorists? Where's that?
Where's the conscience, or where's the maturity coming from Joanna Robinson for saying something snide like I will never respect anything Zack Snyder makes? Where is all of the fucking humility from these people who spent over a decade treating us like we were fucking terrible people?
Matt actually at Rotten Tomatoes, who said they should punch themselves in the face. Or Lindsay Ellis, who says they have it on good authority that Zack Snyder hates his mother.
I want Hector Navarro to personally apologize for laughing alongside Joss Whedon. I cannot fucking stand Hector Navarro, because that dude thinks he is like the it guy for DC, and he thought he was the it guy for DC, and he thought he was so high and mighty, and he talked all this shit about Zack. Meanwhile, he sat there and laughed with Joss Whedon the minute his name came up. That dude is an asswipe. I can't stand half these people.
He blocked me on Twitter.
He blocked me too. He blocked me too.
Being good and what? Fuck that guy.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
He's I can't stand that guy.
Yeah, but they want all these. They want Zack to control the cult behavior. While they get to roam free with theirs.
It's like, wait a minute, you want the guy that you talk shit about on the internet to control the people talking shit to you for talking shit about him.
Yeah.
To stop talking shit to you? No,
Right.
How about you shut your fucking mouth once in a while? There's
There's like, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and same thing when it comes to Gunn. Like, he's not going to address his toxicity side of his fandom, because that's out there too, and it's like, he's not going to sit there and go like, hey guys, but at the same time, one of the responses I did like from like Gunn this week, when somebody was like, asked him like, did you see the criticism for all this stuff? And he goes, yeah, it's not for everybody, it's this and this and this. And I'm like, that was a good response, Gunn. That was a good response, where he goes, I know everybody's not going to like everything and blah blah blah, and I don't know exactly what he said, and I'm like, good on him for like, being cordial and being like, yeah, I know not everybody's going to like it. And I get that. But, but at the same time, I also, now that he's in this space, it's like, he's got to realize, okay, yeah, maybe sometimes I shouldn't say certain things like this, like the Blue Beetle thing. Some people, I thought when he talked about, hey, yeah, people who want to see Blue Beetle, you might be in luck, or he said something in that vein. And so I thought, is Blue Beetle going to show up in one of these doors? Maybe he will. That'd be kind of cool. He didn't. And I was like, okay. I wasn't like going, oh, how dare you? But somebody, on Threads was like, dude, with a Blue Beetle, of course, profile picture. And he was like, I never said that. I'm like, yeah, but, I'm like, James Gunn has to like, the only thing I would criticize is the fact is like, sometimes you're going to have to like realize, if you do like, you give a little bit, you're dealing with the DC fandom right here. It's not just, it's not Guardians of the Galaxy fandom. This is like the DC fandom. So I think what he is probably going to learn from this first year and all the stuff is, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, I got to sell the product, but I can't oversell the product a little bit. I mean, but at the same time, it's such a fucking, I don't know. I don't even know how he does it.
It's a balancing act, and I do think there's going to be a difference, because of everything we've talked about in terms of this year being all him and next year being all not him. I think that inherently the marketing, and not that of course he's going to push Lanterns, of course he's going to push Supergirl, of course he's going to push Clayface, but it's going to be different because it's not his movies. He didn't write the scripts. He's going to push those differently. The PR that he does next year is going to be different than what he did this year. And also not just because of, they're not his projects, but also because it's year 2, right? Year 1 is in the books as far as the launch of it.
Totally is. And it's successful, not like big time. Like it didn't fuck. And a lot of people think that it should have been like huge, but I'm like, no, it was successful enough to warrant the remaining,
let's, because I love pissing off cults and morons. And I love breaking the universe. So let's break the universe for a second here, okay, people. Right, prepare yourselves. Okay, you see this?
Hey, welcome back, William. Yeah,
what's up? Sorry about that.
Okay,
this is all the Christopher Reeve movies, all of them, because you can't own part of a set. So yes, had to own Superman 3 and 4. Right, they're here. Okay, now this is crazy. Okay, get ready for this. This is crazy. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Surprised you don't have VHS.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Man of Steel, 4K. My goodness.
Even physical media.
Wait. Hang on. I have one more thing. Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh no. What am I doing? How is this possible? How can all of these movies coexist?
You're not being a good cult member by doing all
oh my goodness. How could I possibly own all of them? And you know what? If I wanted to go bury it, I could go get my Superman animated series and my Superman and Lois complete series. I have that back here too.
Yeah.
Seriously. It is come on. Like it the fact that there are people out there, someone out there is pissed at what I just did. And I don't understand that. They think I've wasted money. Like, no, I'm just happier than you.
Yeah.
And listen, if you want to, if you hate the Reeve movies, because somebody out there does, or if you hate Man of Steel, or if you don't like Superman, that is your business. But leave me the fuck alone. That's all I'm saying. Sure. You know what I mean? It's like I get to be happy because I have a Superman collective to enjoy. And this is not a weird thing. This shouldn't be a weird thing. This should be a thing that we're dealing with on a regular basis. I should be able to do this and not have somebody go, wow, you were just such a WB bootlicker.
And you can.
Or have a difference of opinion on the fucking internet. That seems to be something that these people
I mean, like I said, when it comes to this whole thing, I mean, like this whole thing today, it was definitely, I don't think, I 100% know that Zach was like, oh yeah, this is going to blow up. But then like when he posted that and the whole Henry Cavill is Superman, that's not what he meant as like, it was a dig to whatever Gunn's doing or something like that. That's the fans. The fans were doing that. The fans were making it seem like, no, he was just like Henry Cavill is Superman. And I shot this like
picture, he was. That's him.
Yeah, that's his Superman. It's his Superman. He's not gonna, and then I remember I saw somebody even post like, man, we should get Zack Snyder's review of James Gunn's Superman. I'm like, we're not gonna get that. And if he gets asked that in an interview, he's gonna be positive. He's not gonna, he's not gonna fucking shit on it. He's never gonna shit on it. So, and if he saw it, he'll say like, it was great. I enjoyed it, and blah blah blah. He's gonna be cordial. That's the sad fact of the matter is like the fans are obviously way worse than the actual creator, because Gunn tries to be as cordial and try to be as nice as possible and stuff like that, but his fucking his diehards are fucking nutty too. They're just all nutty, and it's just so weird that we're just. I say so many times, I'm like, how is it that a decade later, I'm also defending another director and his Superman vision? I'm like, and it's funny because, people are like, oh, they'll say the same thing. I'm a bootlicker. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, Man of Steel is still my favorite Superman movie. I'm like, Cavill's still my favorite Superman movie. Like, I don't know where this is all coming from and stuff like that. But, and then I get hate from the Gunn people too. It's like, they'll just fucking start just throwing shit at me as well. And then of course, when James Gunn, a big thing, a tweet that I had that people got upset about. And it was, let's face it, when it comes to the loud Snyder fandom, and when it comes to the diehard conservative side of the fandom, when they don't have a target. What's the target that we have that's woke? Well, Disney is not giving us something. Oh, we got James Gunn. Let's go after James Gunn. Obviously they're going like, James Gunn's woke. He's doing all the woke shit. Look at what happened in Peacemaker. Look at this and look at that. And then of course they want to like, I can't stand the fucking word anymore. It's like, but at the same time, it's like they're going after James Gunn because of what things that he put, and then of course they want to like break him down and pull him down. Like, oh yeah, it didn't make profits. It didn't do this. It didn't do that. And I don't know. It's just like, and then of course they're taking it side like, oh, Zack Snyder just posted this right here. He's sticking it to James Gunn. It's like, no. Zach is not that guy. Why are you trying to make him be like a petty asshole, like a fan?
Because they are.
You're projecting yourself onto him. He's the nicest guy in the world. Like, I've talked to him in person. I've talked to him privately. I've talked to him on here. He's the nicest guy in the world. He is not trying to be petty. Does he like to stir the pot a little bit? Yes. And I think he knew that he was going to stir the pot a little bit with this. But there is, when in the context of Henry Cavill is Superman, that's because it's his Superman. Okay, just like when Gunn would like say like David Cornsweet is Superman, he would not do that. It's not a dig to Cavill or anybody who came before that and stuff like that. It's like, come on, guys.
Cavill was
not everything is a war. Not everything is a fight.
Not everything has to be a war. No.
Okay, I was gonna say Cavill was one of the two Supermen, him and Hecklin, that like talked to Cornsweet beforehand, like about the role, you know. And so there was never like the animosity is all forced, and like William just said, not everything is war. It really, none of this should be a fucking war. Truthfully, none of it at all. Because
I was in my comment sections, and I'm like, man, you took that much time out of your life to write this fucking novel.
Oh, dude, when I see some of those, I don't even read it all. I'm like, I just respond. I'm like, do you feel happy that you sent all this right now? I'm like,
well, because they're either,
and I remind them, we're talking about things that involve some things like a dog in a fucking cape that flies, aliens, giant dinosaurs, all kinds of stuff. And I need just people to pull back a little bit, have fun with it, but it doesn't have to. Your veins shouldn't be posting, bulging out of your head over this stuff. It's just not fun anymore. And I tried, like, when I look at review of my shows and stuff, there are certain topics I just don't even want to go anywhere near because it's not fun. Some of these topics is once you reach a certain level, I'm fucking tired of the mergers. I mean, we've spent since I was a kid in AT&T fucking up Warner Brothers all the way till now. I probably had enough merger talk for the rest of my life.
Oh, I know, right?
Well, that's.
But then I imagine too, because you have Brad as your co-host. I mean, and he writes things where it's like, all right, Brad. Sometimes I'm like, reel it in, Brad.
All respect in the world to the co-host, and I told him, you've been on air. You hear what we say on air.
Yeah.
There is a way to go about these things. There's passion and then there's strategy. Everything I've gotten from any of this comic book stuff, whether it be entertainment wise, has been by just waiting for the opportunity to happen. And sometimes I think people need to force something to happen, and everything needs to be connected to certain things. And it's a lot of people. And I understand I want a resolution more than anybody, but I never seen anything work by forcing things to happen. If anything, you burn bridges with the people who can actually make things happen for you. So,
I mean, that's the thing is like, and I've said it many times. I mean, I was like in heavy contact.
That's not Brad, by the way. I'm
just saying, like, and I like, I'm not trying to throw shade on Brad, but
I will later on tonight.
Yeah, I know, but I've seen things where, like when he's like post articles and stuff like that. I'm like, dude. It's like, I get it. You're not one of the crazy ones, but you are.
So what does he post?
Well, okay. So he'll write articles, and a lot of it goes back to the Snyderverse. And here's what I told him, and I'll say this on air because I've said it to him while he's on the screen with me.
Yeah.
It's become white noise.
Yes.
It's become exhausting.
Yes.
As much, and I'm on your side, but it's become every time you come into the room and you bring in this 2,000-pound bag of luggage that is the Snyderverse, even for people who are with you, it's still 2,000 pounds. There's no pathway there. And one day there may be out of nowhere and then you strike. But right now it's become the hashtag. I'm fucking tired of the hashtags. I'm tired because they don't do anything. There is no plan. And I want to see something just like the air cut. I want to see something that's not a pathway to reality of making something happen. And when you have one, move by all means. But if there's no pathway other than your desire, then you don't have shit.
Right.
And it becomes exhausting. People I like, they come in a room. It's like your best friend that you haven't seen in a while, but he comes in and he sits down and he's wanting to sell you Amway or something. It's just so much baggage and weight to it. It's not.
And it's like they don't understand how Release the Snyder Cut actually worked. There was a pathway for that movie to exist.
Oh,
and when the time to strike arose, it happened, and but there was a doorway. There was an actual path to,
and it was movie. Zack Snyder, right? And it was Zack because he was posting things to.
It was Zack. Plus, it was the circumstances of HBO Max,
Yeah.
needing content and having the door open to finish a piece of content that they could slap the Max original logo on the year after the pandemic.
You know how many times I had people go like, well, like when I push back on like the restore or sell hashtags, I'm like, stop it. I'm like, stop it. I'm like, well, people thought those fucking Snyder Cut didn't exist. I'm like, that is not the fucking same thing.
No, it's not.
Okay, you're talking. This was like something that was actually filmed and something that was actually there. We knew it was there. Zach was posting. He was like putting it out there. He was like doing his thing. When it comes to restoring, you're talking about everybody dropping what they're doing and coming back, and it's not even feasible. I mean, I've said it so many times, right? When I was even talking to Zach, and I was like, hey, what if they wanted to do more? What if they wanted to do more post Snyder Cut? He goes, I'm going to be busy. And I went, would you have somebody handle it for you? Like if it was a mini series for the sequels? He goes, absolutely. I'm like, yes, because he's going to be busy. He knew he was going to be busy.
Right here, papers.
I felt like when the movie came out, it was going to be tough enough convincing the general audience, hey, everything that you're watching, except for the nightmare stuff, was part of the original 111 days of photography back in 2016. Now it feels like these fuckers didn't even know that.
Yeah,
these people didn't even know that. It's like,
I'm thinking some of these guys don't even know that. Hey, do you realize like when you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, a lot of that was shot 9 years ago.
90% of that movie was shot 9 years ago,
almost a decade. It's like, guys, this wasn't like something that came out 2 or 3 years ago. It's crazy.
Even though some of these people look extraordinarily well for being 9 years, it's still 9 years. But once again, here's the thing I always ask somebody when they want something like the air cut or the Donner, whatever these cuts are. I'm fucking tired of these cuts. But when it comes to the cuts, when you come into someone else's office, what is your pathway to not being thrown out of their office? Yeah. So when you say, I want the Dave Pena cut or whatever, right? I say I want that, right? So the first cut or question out of their mouth, if they're worth their position, is, okay, how do we make this happen? Where's the money coming from? What's the case I have to make to the people that I have to borrow this money from to make this happen? What's the path of the revenue? How much can we make here? How much is it going to cost? How much are you asking for? And how much can we realistically? Have you done your market surveys? Have you gotten a pulse on if something from 2017, 2018 still has that pulse? Do we have to do other things before we get to the point where you're asking me to? Do we have to do miniseries somewhere? Do we have to do do we have any of that? And nobody wants to have that conversation about any of that stuff. And then, but they want it to come out. We fans, like I've always said in the current streams, is we want to spend someone else's money with our desires of what we want. It's the easiest thing to do is to spend someone else's money. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean, look at one of the actors from the Batgirl movie even said recently, like, hey, it could still come out. And blah, blah, blah. And I didn't even touch it. I'll probably talk about it more on Monday's Film Junkie Live, but I'll be like, that shit's not coming out. I mean, that was like a fucking, and it would even like, as much as people were like, oh yeah, the Batgirl movie should still come out. I'm like, I would like to see it 100%, but the logistics of it, no way that's fucking coming out.
And when I hear the Batgirl thing drives me crazy. So I'm like, because once again, same question. What's the business reason for putting it
fucking fund that shit?
We just chased all those people who came up with that fucking concept.
Yeah.
Why would we chased them for a reason? So now you want to put something out that somebody should have probably said no to. And then I hear the so-and-so deserves his vision. So-and-so got paid. So-and-so got their check.
Yeah, both of those guys got their checks, and everybody got their checks. Yeah, it sucks that they didn't
that ain't going to pay for my fucking electricity. It just doesn't. It just doesn't do it.
Right, and exactly like you said, that comes from the the back end of the DCEU which was hilarious because the irony of all the Snyderverse stuff. We were told that Warner Brothers is throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. No, they started doing that after Aquaman. Because that's how you get Shazam. That's how you get 2 Shazam movies. That's how you get Black Adam. That's how you get
You almost got Wonder Twins. You almost got Wonder Twins.
Yes, Wonder Twins totally almost happened. Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Right? The same people who said yes to Catwoman, or Batgirl, I'm sorry, that said yes to Batgirl, we're going to say yes to the blue fucking monkey.
And we're going to give us Michael Keaton as the replacement for Ben Affleck, talking to J.K. Simmons as Jim Gordon.
Yeah, I just need it all gone.
Right, all that shit, exactly. Yeah. So
see, that's the thing is, like, as much as I want to see that, I get why that's never going to be seen
completely. Yes, and it's tough. It's tough realizing that, because as a fan, you're curious.
Yes.
You're curious. You want to see what it looks like.
Of course.
But you totally understand why the fuck it shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Listen.
Because Walter Hamada wanted to do some crazy fuck shit when it came to the goddamn multiverse stuff.
Right.
You know? Walter Hamada didn't have a fucking plan. I've been saying this
he
for
did
a long
not.
time.
He did not.
He wasn't qualified for the job he was hired for.
He wasn't qualified for the job because he basically he was a puppet. He was just listening to fucking
Which is what they
wanted to do. He was a fucking puppet, bro.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for years.
Emmerich.
Yeah, he's good where he's at now. Emmerich, he can be in a witness protection program for all I care.
Walter Hamada,
him and Sarnoff can like wear disguises. I would
amen to that.
Sarnoff who?
What's up?
Sarnoff who?
Yeah, Missy.
Where'd she go? Where's she at?
Fuck, who cares?
Don't give a shit. Seriously.
I always said she was Anne with a plan.
And that's just, you know, and that's that to me, that's also the biggest thing that I say now is like, and I had this moment too, because one of my listeners who's actually from Seattle and is like excited over the Mariners brought this up a week or so ago. She sent in an email talking about how peaceful things are operationally and organizationally for DC. The fan shit's never going to be peaceful, but we're not dealing with, 5 years worth of slates that aren't going to happen, that have been announced, right? Yeah. We're not dealing with Scooper Madness getting away with murder, saying, "Oh, this exec says this was unwatchable and this is happening," whatever. There's so much fucking peace right now organizationally with DC Studios and the DCU compared to the last 9 years of what we had with the DCEU and all facets. And that's another one of those things where you just sit there and you go, wow, DC films had not one, but two failed regimes, right? People in charge just had no fucking clue what to do one way or the other. You had one group that knee-jerked because they didn't get the Rotten Tomato scores they wanted despite the money they were making, and they made a bunch of changes on the fly and got all their people fired after the Justice League disaster. And then the second group comes in and has no fucking idea what they're doing and just is aimlessly firing shots everywhere, not hitting a single target, like with respect to any of their grosses, right? So now you finally come up with the idea of, all right, maybe DC needs to be its own studio, which it finally now is. It finally now has the autonomy out from underneath the grip of Warner Brothers Picture Group. And you get a creative with passion like James Gunn and an actual producer who's been in the business for a long time in Safran and Gunn to co-head this. And regardless of how you feel about Superman or Peacemaker or Creature Commandos, or regardless of what you might think about Lantern, Supergirl, and Clayface, the one thing that you can 1000% say is that they're running this shit far more efficiently than the last two groups. They have a fucking plan. Whether you like the plan or not doesn't matter.
I don't disagree at all.
Right.
I don't disagree at all.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's what I love when Phil's here, because he's not a James Gunn fan, but he recognizes what's going on. It's like, it might not be his brand of vodka, but then at the same time, you're looking forward to Lanterns, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, look, I saw the interview of him fucking bawling his eyes out, talking about how, the 8th episode of Peacemaker was like his, most fucking loved creative endeavor, whatever. And then 5 minutes later, I'm scrolling on my timeline, and I see the clip of Adrian talking about how he, oh man, now I'm thinking about you and my mom fucking eating each other. I'm just like, okay, dude, that was fucking good for you. I'm more power to you. But then I see shit like that, and I'm like, that's why this guy's not for me all that much. Yeah. It's so funny because in 2012, I remember walking out of the Guardians movie the second time I watched it and thinking, like, yeah, this is different. This is nice. And then I get to the second movie, the second Guardians movie, and I was just like,
whoops.
Whoa. It's a tonal shift completely. And then, the whole thing with, Disney happens and he comes over to Warner Brothers, does the Suicide Squad. And listen, for all their fucking faults and shit, what did Toby Emmerich do? Found his replacement.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And
he may not have known that at the time, but yes.
Right. And that's bitter irony, because what did he always say? James Gunn's Superman, right? Like that's all we ever fucking heard from Toby Emmerich was James Gunn's Superman, and now James Gunn has a Superman movie. Yeah. It's just like, I can't disagree. I really can't, because you look at the clownery that took place prior to Safran and Gunn taking over, and I'd wondered for years, because Peter Safran always tried, especially after Justice League, to really be at the forefront of DC films narratively. I remember right around the time Aquaman was coming out, he was talking about how Aquaman's different, the Batman's going to be different, like all this and that. And I remember like thinking smarmily, I was like, this guy is trying really hard to be the next DC Films president, and he's failing fucking upwards. Well, foot and mouth, he got the fucking job.
Yeah. I mean, that's
granted, he got part of the job because his friend was like, hey, do you want to do this with me? Because I don't want to do it by myself.
Well, and that's the smarter way to do it, right? Because the last thing you want to do is repeat your mistake with Jeff Johns and John Berg. No, what you actually want to do this time is you actually want to get a producer that has been around the block and knows the ins and outs of the organization, and pair that producer with a creative that actually has a passion for the source material.
And
and
filmmaking, and that's the difference. Because what was the biggest problem with Jeff Johns? He was a fucking comic book guy trying to tell filmmakers how to make movies.
Exactly. Yeah. So when so
this is James Gunn, who is a filmmaker, and granted, I say this as someone who is not his biggest fan nor his biggest fucking hater. I will just say that like he's middle of the road for me at best, but operationally in his new job, he kind of, even Kevin Feige, the fucking crown for the last almost 2 decades, came out saying this year, look at what Superman did.
Yeah.
And this is again, and we'll see this next year, right? But Gunn can talk to directors, he can talk to writers, because he gets it.
Now here's where the challenge comes. He has to avidly try harder to not be like Kevin Tsujihara, like Toby Emmerich, like any of those.
Well, look what he said. Look what he said in like recent interviews. He goes like, now like that he's done this. He's like, now I have a new respect for Kevin Feige. He said something, I don't know what it was exactly, but he said like, oh yeah. He said in like some interview, he was like, yeah, now I'm like, what Kevin Feige was dealing with. But another thing that was a big talking point was the fact that when Rolling Stone article, or when they asked about Supergirl, like the Lantern, stuff like that, he said, Supergirl is a space adventure. It's like Guardians. And then people went, of course, James Gunn, that's all you know how to make. And I went, whoa, pump the brakes, guys. It's not his movie.
Nope.
Sure isn't. And the story it's based on is in the cosmos, like Guardians. So why wouldn't he like compare it to that? And then of course I got a lot of shit on Twitter, of course. But at the same time, I'm like, I was seeing like some really like, I literally went like, why wouldn't he it's his movies, but that trilogy was highly successful. And there was people that were trying to tell me that it wasn't highly successful. It literally made $2.5 billion.
No, we're not even entertaining that notion. That is, I think the only reason here. I think the only reason it's not, in fact, truthfully, I think maybe because what trilogy, what set of movies what trilogy in the Marvel Cinematic Universe has made the most money other than Guardians?
Yeah.
I think Guardians is the top as far as trilogies. The what?
Spider-Man, I think.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, because Far From Home broke $1 billion, and then No Way Home made almost $2 billion. Fair enough.
Iron Man, maybe.
The only reason I wasn't sure about Iron Man is because, and I was going to bring this up actually earlier, Phil, because when we were talking about Iron Man 3 and the Marvels, what I was going to say is the biggest difference between Iron Man 3 and the Marvels is that Iron Man 3 made $1.2 billion.
Iron Man 3 made how much did you say? I
1.2, I think. 1.2 billion.
Okay, 1.2, and then you factor in the fact that the other two movies made around 500 both.
The first one made like 540, 550.
It made over 500 because that was the big talk.
It did, absolutely.
That Marvel Studios and Paramount made an Iron Man movie and it made over 500 million that summer against The Dark Knight. That was the big talk of the summer. So
definitely. And then the second one made like over 600, something like that.
Yeah. So collectively, Iron Man is a $2 billion character by 2013.
Right.
Technically speaking, yes. Right.
So
in the MCU, he would then have a $2 billion.
$2.4 billion to Iron Man trilogy.
To Iron Man. Okay. What about Spider-Man?
I'll look that up right now.
That would be No Way Home, Far From Home, and Homecoming. Homecoming made 880.
Far From Home made 880. Far From Home did over $1 billion.
1.7, 8.
Well, okay.
It creeped pretty high.
Okay, No Way Home did 1.9. I know that. Yes. No Way Home did 1.9. I don't remember what Far From Home exactly made. I just know it broke.
I know Far From Home cracked over $1 billion.
It did. Yes, it did. Yeah. One could also argue, well, it's Spider-Man. Spider-Man doesn't fail. So,
but even still, like technically speaking, he's a Marvel character. And
that is true.
Marvel Studios.
Oh, that is true.
Every Spider-Man movie has made no.
The thing is,
made no less than 700 million. No
live
Spider-Man movie.
Correct. Yeah. That includes ASM too.
Yep.
And that in turn makes him the most profitable character at the box office because Batman and Robin made. What was it, like 241 million?
See, and that's the thing. Even though Batman has more movies, the Spider-Man's movies started a couple decades later, so he's never
fewer movies, but
fewer movies, but bigger grosses.
Yeah,
like collectively, right?
Collectively, yeah.
Plus, superhero movies weren't. You got a lot of that is going to go to the Marvel machine because a lot of people were on the ride and they stayed on the ride because Captain Marvel sucked. As far as
I don't know that you can say that entirely on the Marvel machine because we're talking about two different franchises, one pre-Marvel Studios and one during Marvel Studios. I don't necessarily know that you can collectively flunk Marvel collectively together because at that point they were kind of pulling the company apart.
You're talking about the Raimi movies and
no, I'm talking about the No Way Home, Far From Home. Once you start getting into that collective, you have the benefit of the doubt of that collective.
Okay.
There are some movies that are mediocre that made a lot of money because they were part of the overarching narrative. So.
Well, but also by the same token, Spider-Man boosted that narrative by himself when he became part of the MCU.
Oh,
yeah, you could say that, but Avengers also brought them into the $1 billion territory.
Okay, so the Spider-Man trilogy for Marvel Studios almost made $4 billion.
Yeah, I buy it.
3.9.
But here's the thing, William. I still think I hear you.
For now, think about it because once Brand New Day comes out,
it's going to be 5.
Question.
If it doesn't, we're going to have some interesting conversations.
Over $4 billion.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not going to try to do that.
It'll get close to 5.
Right. But no, as far as like because I hear what you're saying, William, about the Avengers movies, but like remember that the Raimi trilogy, the first one did what 800. The first movie did over 800 million. The second one did like I think over 700 million, and then Spider-Man 3 made almost $900 million. So Spider-Man was already like financially incredibly viable before the Avengers even were thought of on screen.
Yeah.
So that's not like when we were talking.
I just think that collective advantage guarantees you a much more than that. You're talking $200-300 million more than an average than any of those movies.
Yes, no, I understand that for sure. But getting back to the whole thing with him bringing up Guardians of the Galaxy, that line is not meant for the fans. That line is for everybody else in the audience that liked his Guardians trilogy to give them another reason to go see Supergirl.
Yes, And that's exactly funny too, because like I when I saw that and I saw people like going, and I saw a lot of people going like, that's whatever, it's everything James Gunn makes. And when I posted my video, I said, yeah, James Gunn is a little one-noted. I will admit that he's a little one-noted. And I'm like going, yeah, I get why people are saying that. Yeah, maybe he like, you know, when it comes to whether it's like super R-rated or, you know, softly R-rated or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I get it. He's a little one-noted, and I hope that he can maybe expand, you know, further in his filmmaking career, where he could shock people and be like, oh, I'm going to make this fucking small budget little whatever the hell. But right now he's running.
Honestly, to that point, real quick, that's my problem with Superman. And that's honestly just even a me thing. Yeah. Because I was hoping he would like kind of dial himself back a little bit with his humor.
And I totally understand that. That's why I said, like, yeah, I get it. He's a little bit one-noted. See, for me, I'm like, I see where he's adjusting a little bit, and that's why. And I found Superman to be thoroughly entertaining from start to finish. It was a tight, like fucking, Superman movie. But at the same time, I'm going. I told people, I even said, like, with my tune, I'm like, it's not his movie. But of course, people are like, of course it's his movie. He fucking, and dude, I had people that said, like, yeah, he approved the script, of course he's going to approve the script that he likes. I'm like, what fucking CEO wouldn't approve a script that he doesn't like?
So who's Craig Gillespie then?
I know exactly.
Who is that?
I'm like, let's, can we just wait?
Who are Craig Gillespie and who's Anna Nogueira? Like, who are these people?
And I'm like, guys, can we just wait and see? I mean, yeah, there's probably going to be a little bit of like, yeah, there's going to be humor in a space adventure. So you're going to be like, oh yeah, it's James. But at the same time, like, that discredits the writer and the director. Fuck you. I'm like, and I'm also like, fuck you guys for like discrediting those two creators. James Gunn's not fucking he's not over the shoulder of like Craig Gillespie. Like, are you doing this right? No, you got to enter a joke here.
No, he's not in. He's not going to be. He's not in the edit bay like Feige was.
Not at all. in the MCU. He looks at the dailies and yeah, he's going to give notes, of course, because he's the CEO. He'll give notes. But at the same time, when he read Anna Nogueira's script, he was like, "Oh, fucking great! This is great." People think like, I mean, like I even said, like, I mean, I was having a conversation with people who were like agreeing with me. They're like, do they just think that James Gunn just likes James Gunn movies? I'm like, yeah, I think so. I'm like, and then somebody brought up, I'm like, one of his favorite movies is Old Boy. That's not a James Gunn type of movie. It's like, yeah. And like, I'm like, he even in the podcast that he's done, he's brought up like movies and shows that he likes that are very un-James Gunn. And I'm going, yeah. He like when he makes his stuff, yeah, it's a little one-noted, and I know, and I hope that eventually he'll like change it up a little bit. But he also really appreciates other creators and what they make, and I'm going, that's what we're gonna see next year. We're gonna see those other creators that he went, that's fucking good. Go with that.
And that's part of why I love the subjective nature of how we interpret his work, because I hear both you and Phil in terms of like him being a little one-noted, but I can also look at a movie like Superman myself and go, okay, no, the humor is still there, but it's not Guardians Volume 2.
Totally true.
At least not. Okay, there is no scene like the apartment scene in any of Guardians Volume 2. There is not.
No, you're right. You're right. And I'll give that. And I'll even like, but there are some times where when people are going like, Jesus Christ, I go, have you watched the movie Super? That movie is like, that's James Gunn's like indie fucking introduction into the superhero realm.
Right.
And it's a really good movie. And it's R-rated, it's indie, it's unlike any other James Gunn movie you will ever watch.
Well, how about the fact is, since we're talking about movies that he produces but didn't direct, well, what about Brightburn? People completely ignore Brightburn. What is Brightburn? Brightburn is Man of Steel horror movie. That's what it is.
Belko Experiment.
That movie is fucking crazy.
I have not seen that movie.
Oh, it's crazy.
He produced okay.
Yeah, I don't think
where he met Adria Jorna.
Yeah, that was where she got introduced.
Yep.
So that was her first big role.
Oh, he knows her.
Yeah.
That's where the whole Wonder Woman thing started because of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for like dotting that I, because I had no idea where that came from. Like, how the hell does he know her?
Yeah, she said in an interview like James Gunn gave me my first starring role. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was Belko Experiment.
Yep. All right.
So
yeah,
fucking batshit of movie, so crazy.
I'll have to look into that. But
I remember
it's
a wild one.
I thought Brightburn was wild. Because seriously, I saw that movie in theaters and was just like, okay, first I thought he was going to get sued. I thought Warner Brothers was going to sue the shit out of him for that movie, truthfully. But then, because literally that movie is Evil Man of Steel.
It's Evil Man.
Literally, that's what that movie is.
And then when you go to the end, it's Evil
Justice League.
It's Evil Justice League. It's like when they start talking about all the other fucking super people out there that are very much
Evil Justice League being reported by, why can I not remember his name?
Oh,
what's his name? Why am I blanking on his
Michael
name?
Rooker.
Thank you, Michael Rooker. Yes, because Michael Rooker is in that scene
Yeah.
on the news talking about that.
Talking about that, yeah.
Right? Yeah. No, but
I love that. Yeah.
No, I really I said, because it was a Sony movie, and I'm like, okay, part of me wants to see if Sony can get away with this.
Yeah.
But they didn't do anything with it further, and they don't, and he certainly doesn't need to now because he has the actual licensing at his disposal. But yeah, just this idea that like, I wanted to see, like, going into Superman, I wanted to see like how much he could pull the reins back. Like, I knew the humor was going to be there. I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the needle drops, I wondered if there were going to be any. He actually really did rein that in. Like, I mean, there are 2 needle drops.
Still hate him, but I agree. The needle drops themselves, I mean, not him, but I hate them. The needle drops and the fact that you know what I'm saying,
yes, totally.
Okay.
I love the last one. The second one grew on me after the second time I watched it in theaters, because the first time it was like, it was jarring the first time, but still, the fact that there is a score. The fact that there is an actual score, and he at least understood, as much as it scared him, and he said it scared him to like not do needle drops because that's just what he does. But like the fact that he recognized that a Superman movie needs a score, needs an actual, for like all the action punctuations. So I feel like the latitude is definitely there for him to change things in terms of his style. But yeah, as far as people thinking that, like, I'm not going into Supergirl expecting it to be exactly like one of his movies. I don't think Clayface is going to be like one of his movies either.
Hell no.
He hired people that would walk. Lindelof would walk before they let that happen.
Say what?
Lindelof wouldn't agree to a project that he.
Lindelof didn't do Clayface. He did Lanterns.
No, I'm talking about Lanterns. As far as the upcoming project, he's had a collection of people that he's employed now that have a history of, you just leave them to do their thing. And give them.
Yes, absolutely.
I even said too. I was like, all right, if everything's gonna be James Gunn tone for the DCU, it's not going to be successful.
No,
that's the thing.
It's not.
And that's what Marvel Studios ran into, was things were starting to feel like the formula. We kept hearing about the Marvel formula, and that's what started making it where it was like, oh, now it's not fucking working, But then I'm like, James Gunn's trying not to do that, and it's good. But of course, everybody's just like, yeah, but he fucking, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I'm also not, just to talk about Marvel for a second, that's also one of the things that gives me a little bit pause about Doomsday, because it feels like the formula, at least within the last decade or so, has been tied to the Russos, and you brought them back with RDJ for this extravaganza. I'm not saying the movie's going to fail. I'm not saying that at all. No. It's just, for me, it's like, okay, how much of this is recapturing the glory? Or trying to recapture the old glory, and I don't know how effective that's going to be.
Like that. And speaking of Marvel, we had actually a $5. Thank you, Rational Skeptic, for a $5. He said, "Panel favorite Marvel animated film. I really like the Marvel anime film Avengers Confidential, Black Widow, and Punisher."
I've heard of that one. It's
I haven't
fun.
seen those ones.
I have not seen enough Marvel animated films to legitimately answer that question.
I actually like the Planet Hulk one. I'm not gonna lie.
Planet Hulk's fun.
Yeah.
Hulk versus Wolverine and Thor is great.
I think I saw that. Yeah, I saw that one. That was pretty good too. Yeah,
because it's two different stories, two different animation styles, but the stories are, you know, Hulk versus Wolverine, Hulk versus Thor, Hulk versus Wolverine. You get cameos of everyone of the Weapon X program. You get Deadpool, you get Omega Red, you get a couple other characters. It's pretty fucking fun. That one I think is pretty cool.
I'm trying to remember.
The Doctor Strange movie isn't too bad either. The animated one they did.
Yeah, I saw that one too.
Wasn't that bad. That's about it for me personally. But there is there's like 4 different animes for a bunch of Marvel properties. Like they did X-Men, they did one for Wolverine, and then they did 2 other characters. I don't remember who the fuck they were, but they did 4 animes based off of Marvel properties.
What about you, William? You got anything?
Ultimate Marvel.
Ultimate Marvel.
That's about it. I don't watch too much of it, but that I saw. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's funny because I think we're mainly DC guys here. You know, that's the thing. But but I thought Planet Hulk was pretty good. But yeah, I saw the Hulk versus Wolverine, and you know, yeah. But I haven't seen. It's been a while since I've seen. Yeah, have they even really released anything? What is the last thing that Marvel has released animated? Like full on anime, not like Spider-Man, you know, or anything like that, but like those movies that were, you know, based off books and shit. You know,
they haven't really done an animated.
Yeah, they haven't really done that. Like DC keeps on doing that.
Yeah,
it seems, but Marvel just kind of like, we're just gonna stick with, you know, doing new shit, which is good. You know, it's fine. But yeah, kind of interesting. Where because I remember, I think it was like when Ragnarok was about to come out, and they already had didn't they have like Planet Hulk already like out and animated? Maybe, or was it?
Yeah, Planet Hulk came out a long time ago.
Yeah, it came out a while ago, right?
Yeah,
yeah. So I was like going like, well, I'm gonna fucking brush up because I didn't know too much about that. So I was like, I'll watch the animated movie, and it was good. I liked it, but you know, it seems like when it comes to animated and Marvel, there's not much there, but of course we have DC, and then so of course somebody brought up your favorite movie that's going to be coming out, 3 parts, right? Nightfall.
Oh yeah, brand new idea. I can't wait to see how it ends. I've never. This is so fresh. This is so fresh and foreign to me that I can't believe that people who get paid thousands of dollars and sometimes millions of dollars came up with this brand new idea that hasn't been ran into the fucking ground over and over again.
Oh, that's a good story, William. But it was funny because I remember like what was revealed in the past couple of days, or at least in the past week since we've talked, because we were talking last week about Nightfall, and I think we kind of thought, is it going to be 4 parts or 3 parts? And it seems like 3 parts is the best because it's Knight's Fall, Knight's Quest, Knight's End. You know, so and I think somebody involved with it said, like, actually confirmed that it's actually 3 parts.
Darn.
What?
4 parts.
It's 4?
4.
I thought I saw something that was 3. Oh man, did I get misinformation? I don't know.
Give me a Scott Snyder Bane and Batman story. I'll take that.
I don't know. I saw something. God, I still love that cover. I love that cover of the Knight's End, where it shows like Batman and Azrael, Batman like duking it out. It looks weird.
Did you just say Azrael?
Whatever. Yeah.
No. The what? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the cover.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about we're talking about the Marvel stuff, and Marvel is not really doing much with animation, at least when it comes to like their, based on their books and stuff. But then we're talking about Nightfall again, and the fact that is it going to be 4 parts or is it going to be 3 parts? Phil's still hearing 4 parts. I thought I heard that it's.
Oh, they're animating Nightfall.
Oh, you didn't know about this?
No, I didn't.
I've known about this for like 2 years.
Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. So here's the thing. So like I can't say it. I need to read through Nightfall comprehensively because I skimmed through it once many years ago. My introduction to Azrael was actually Denny O'Neill's Sword of Azrael book, right? Didn't he write that?
I believe so. Yes.
Wasn't that Denny O'Neill? Yeah.
Yes.
Because when I was a kid, I got 3. I've told Chris this story because I've actually talked about a couple of these books on World's Finest before. But my family, even though I was deathly afraid of Jack's Joker, knew that I loved Batman. So they would buy me. One Christmas they bought me 3 like trade paperbacks for Christmas. They bought me World Without a Superman, which is the Funeral for a Friend 9-issue arc in between Death of Superman and Return of Superman. They bought me Cosmic Odyssey by Jim Starlin and Mike Mignola, which was like my introduction to Fourth World stuff. And they bought me Sword of Azrael. And like I read all 3 of those multiple times as a kid. Now, out of the 3 of them, Sword of Azrael is definitely like the most adult of like, and the most violent of like all 3 of those. But yeah, that's an interesting character.
Yes, he is.
So
Azrael,
yeah, very interesting
I've
character.
Got Nightfall, Knights Quest, Knights End, Troika, and Prodigal all up there on the bookshelf.
Damn.
Yeah, Prodigal and Troika happen after.
There was always that part of me whenever I talk to you or Scott or like any of you guys or Scott, there was always that part of me is just like, I am such a fucking rookie when it comes to the comics because there's just so much you've all read that I have like not
it's
broached.
Not, think of it this way. How much do you know about Star Trek that I probably don't know about?
Fair enough, but there's a lot of comics that I want to read. Right when you guys talk about these
Star
stories,
Trek that I would like to check out, and then there's a lot of Star Trek.
Yes, that is true. That's
see my point.
We all have our
Same exact deal with DC.
We all have our strengths. It's like I always say, like my strength is just movies and like hey, this so and so is because like when it came to my friends and everything, it's like, hey, like remember this movie, and I would always be like, oh yeah, that movie, and it stars so and so and this and then I'm like, okay, there you go. Yeah, we all have our strengths. That's the thing. It's like no matter what, we all have our strengths. When it came to like talking about like salvation, when it came to Peacemaker, a lot of people didn't. Diehard DC fans I saw on Twitter didn't even know like what the fuck that was. And I remember like when I talked about it, I went, yeah, I'm like, I didn't know what that was. I'm not the DC junkie. I'm the film junkie.
Like, all the time. Fans don't know what it is.
Exactly. There's a lot of people that didn't know what that was, so we all have our strengths when it comes to like knowledgeable shit, and I don't look at it as a crutch or anything like that. Yeah, I wish I knew more about the comics. Sometimes I'm like, oh shit, but I have specific comics that when it comes to Batman, I'm like, hey, what's your favorite Batman story? I'll talk about. Brace yourself, William. Nightfall. I'll talk about Ego, Batman Ego. I'll be like, oh yeah, there's like certain stories where I'm like, these are stories that I really like. Because I think it tests Batman. It's like a test to Batman. But then I'm going, and then we've talked about it even with, Scott and I on DC Fanimated. The encyclopedia that is Scott has admitted so many times that like this is the first time like when I knew about this about Batman or about this villain because of Batman the Animated Series. I'm like, it wasn't like he just was always collecting comic books. It was the fact that he learned about it from the animated series and then eventually found out the source material on certain things.
That's something I still have to come to grips with as a retailer because I got to be careful. Because if you walk in and the first thing, the only thing that is a cartoon, I got to be careful with what I hand you because not to take a shot at the animated series. I've already done that. That's done. But now you're talking about grown man stuff. Now you're talking about things that I got to be careful. I got to be able to take the experience that you're coming in here with and not shell shock you. I can't. If you came in watching Batman the Animated Series, I'm not going to hand you the Killing Joke yet. I'm going to have a
don't do that.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I've read the Killing Joke. Yeah, that's a good valid point.
Yeah,
and I remember. You know what? It's funny to come to this point because I remember the revelation that I had when I found that out about the animated series. Because you also got to remember that, like, as a youth, when the Batman '89 mania swept everyone, and I was cowering because I couldn't watch the fucking movie. And the Family Channel started showing Batman 66. And like that was like my binky for Batman for a couple of years until I had the stones to like, you know, go forward with finally getting over my Jack Stoker phobia and all that shit. So I'm watching on the Family Channel, I'm watching all these crazy ass villains like the Archer and King Tut and all this other crazy shit. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, right. And so when the yes, which they did spoof in the Harley episode of Cape Crusader.
Yeah.
And so when it gets to animated series, my thought process was that the villains were just as made up as the villains in that show. And then I find out years later, oh no, these ones actually came from the comics. I'm like, really? There's a real baby doll? There's a real Clayface? Really? It real in the operative sense of the word. Like from the source material, right? But like that was a revelation. Like I had no idea that, like watching that show, I had no idea that they had drawn from the source material quite the way that they did. And no, William, it's not 1-to-1. Obviously, it's
it can't be. It can't
right,
be.
exactly.
Things, and like I said, my fundamental and philosophical difference with this is that not everything needs to be neutered to be put in front of a kid.
No.
When you walk in here and you say, well, I watched X-Men 92, that's like, okay, when I joined the Army, that's like when the ROTC people came up and say, well, I did ROTC in high school before they go to basic training thinking that that's the Army.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's got to be an interesting, I mean, you know, being, you know, running the shop and engaging, like, you know, I'm sure, I don't know how many times you probably get where it's like, you know, hey, what, the Joker didn't kill Batman's parents?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Right. And, you know, the stuff you saw in X-Men 92, let me show you some of those same characters during the Claremont era. And, you know, that's what you're drawing from. So you because they've done this, you got to be careful because you want to build the bridge so that they can come into the grown man's world.
Okay, so let me ask you this question then. So from your perspective, what is more difficult? Dealing with someone who came into this from the quote unquote kiddie perspective, which it still really isn't a fucking kid show. Animated series still isn't really a kid show. But is it more difficult dealing with somebody from the kiddie perspective or from somebody who's only watched the movies? Because I feel like
the animated, it's tremendously, it's immensely harder because
really?
It's not the same thing. It's not to see with the movies. The movies are identifiable more cross. It's obvious none of it's 1-to-1. But when you see, you know, if you just watch Robert Pattinson the Batman, I can relate a lot of the stuff that's on the shelf to that. Okay. If you watch the cartoon, there's nothing in here besides the animated series cartoon that I have to be careful because it may not be suitable for you. They took away everything that made that character what it was. So there are things in the current run that are not suitable. They did that because they had to. So now I have to be careful because if you aren't ready for it there, I got to make sure that you don't get turned off. So when you read, you know, you don't go walk over to a DC Black Label and pick up Batman Damned. I got to be, you know, what got you into this? You know, where should we start you at if you want to become a long-term creditor? And I go on that based on their questions, not what I think that you do. They tell me, hey, where should I jump into? And it all depends on what influenced you to get in anyway.
So then conversely, were we just led down a wrong path, those of us that got into it with the animated series?
No, because here's the thing. Here's the way I think of it. These entertainment things, whether it be Star Trek, whether it be comic books, it's a mansion. It's a mansion with a table in the middle. There's a bunch of different rooms and doors, entry doors, the way you can get in. They will all eventually lead you to that table if it's done right. But you have to do the groundwork for it. I would rather have you as a Batman fan, period, you know, through these other means and not have you at the table at all. But if you are going to further that, we have to be real that they neutered and spayed these IPs to make them suitable for children. And I'm not saying it's kiddie. It literally was on a it said kids right on there.
Standards and practices.
I mean, yes, you're right. It was 90s kids. They're not making that shit today for kids.
Well, look at Batman Cape Crusader and the Cape Crusader.
See, that's different. Now we're talking about, and it's really limited for me. It's limited to the 90s because of the safe space that they created in the 90s for kids to watch these things.
And there were standards and practices. Standards and practices.
Right.
Like
here's the thing,
it's funny because sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, William, but at the same time, it's like when it came to the first 2 seasons of Batman the Animated Series, you could not show blood.
Right.
Like blood. But then when Mask of the Phantasm came out, you saw blood. Like you saw blood. Like Batman bleeding from his foot. Yeah, you saw murder. You saw Batman punching fucking, planes, and his fucking fists were like shooting blood out of his fist. And then all of a sudden, the new Batman Adventures, you could have blood. They all of a sudden it changed. There was things, in the 90s, they were like going, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh yeah, now we can. So now when you watch something like, nowadays, like, oh yeah, you could show blood, but there was that standards and practices. Where,
even beyond, because I own that.
That's
like
real blood.
Like there's some parts of Batman Beyond that I'm like, okay, this actually goes darker.
Oh yeah, it does.
Some of the
and I hear people in the chat. It's dark comparatively to what they're watching.
Yes,
but not the actual IP. Like I see Pretty Fly say they dealt with a lot of adult things, homelessness, suicide, class differences. But yeah, within the context of that cartoon, that was deep, that was dark. But that not within the context of what the identifiable IP was. And here's another, by extension, I have a slighter problem with, is because you had a generation that came up with that, they see that as the standard of the IP instead of something that was pared down into something that they could watch as a kid. They want to use that as an influence going forward. Well, this is the Batman. This is the definitive Batman. I'm like, no, they ripped the nuts off of that Batman to make it. So
okay, so then let me give you a headache. Let me give you a real headache, because the reason that I was forced, and I do mean forced. I love my parents. I love my dad, but I was forced, Clockwork Orange style, to watch Batman '89 with my mom and dad at the Ford Wyoming Drive-In in Detroit. Because my dad and mom grew up with Batman 66 and honestly believed that movie was going to be 2 hours of pow, bam, and ziff.
That's so great. Did they watch the trailer?
They've never read a Batman comic. Yes, they watched the trailer. I mean, obviously they know now, but going into the movie, they did not think that it was going to be what it was.
My dad was the same way, because we're probably nearly the same age. And you went, because after World War II, parents drew back on it. They looked at the violence, and that's where you had the campy versions of these characters that came out through the 50s. And that's where you got Batman 66. It really wasn't until Neil Adams and a lot of the guys in the mid to late 70s started to turn it around. But to me, it's always going to be these two books right here.
Yes,
those
are the books. Right,
I've read both of those. I read both of those. I read Dark Knight Returns not that long ago, and I read year one after seeing Batman Begins because I wanted to see all the parallels. And there's parallel. I mean, they took things out of year one definitely for that film, without question.
No,
but those two books made it okay to come back to the core of not what I think Batman is, but what Batman was before that era did a lot of that damage to those characters as far as making cartoony and goofy. Right. So once we got back to the 80s, so I'm reading Dark Knight Returns. I'm reading Batman Year One. I'm reading a lot of that stuff that goes into it. I'm reading Death in the Family. I'm going into that. And then literally 36 months later, I get this Flintstones vitamin cartoon version of it that is none of those things. After we spent all those years getting back, we just basically
I think Batman the Animated Series did a good job of like going, this is not Batman 66, but it's not going to be,
I think Flintstones is a little harsh, but
I think it's very If there's some episode, I will give you this, William. There are some episodes, like there's an episode called Batman in the Basement.
I've got Batman in my basement.
Yeah. So that one, there's some episodes, and Scott and I, those certain episodes we have ripped to shreds. We're like, they were really trying to go for a certain demographic.
Or like you remember the Worry Men?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that one.
That's a Mad Hatter. That's a weird Mad Hatter episode.
It was a very weird. That was not good too. So there are certain, but at the same time, I think the animated series really did a good job of being like, all right, yeah, this is not going to be super dark, but it's dark enough, you know, and then it got by with certain things. And I think it really introduced a lot of people to Batman.
Which is I'm grateful for, because some of them are my cousin. Here's the thing, though. So I watched the Super Friends when I was a kid, right?
Oh, yeah. Fucking A.
I watched the Super Friends. Kid me sat in front with the Cheerios, watching, you know, Marvin with his bell bottoms, watching, you know, Aquaman out with a joke, watching basically what's something I would find unwatchable as a grown man. Here's the thing, though, and I introduced me to a lot of these characters, and so did 66. As I grew into that grown man, it's the same reason why I don't wear diapers and drink from a bottle anymore, is the same reason I evolved to the point where, okay, I can't bring that with me and expect that new movie makers are going to cater to that. That was something that got me into it. That was something digestible. Same thing, baby food versus, you know, chewable food. That was something for a certain age of me, but under no circumstances am I going to go say, well, Dave, you're making a Batman movie. You got to make it like this. This is the definitive. No, that was the baby food you ate when you were a baby.
And there are calls for that. There are fans that want the DCU Batman to be like that.
Oh yeah, of course.
Every time when Ben Affleck's Batman came out, that's all I heard was the animated say, "Well, how come they don't just make it like that?" I'm like, dude, I mean, no,
I mean Super Friends.
Oh yeah. There were people who wanted Adam West in 1989 because I was there.
Yeah.
There were people who remember, well, why can't we have Adam West play it? And I'm like, oh my god.
They wanted, WB wanted Bill Murray to be Batman at one point. You know,
it's true.
I mean,
yes.
and it's
thank God for Tim Burton. Thank God they hired Tim Burton, because if they hired, like, you know, the director of Mr. Mom, you know, and Keaton, you know, they would have been a whole fucking different thing. You know, I don't even know who made Mr. Mom.
Dark Knight Returns made it, because if you look at the architecture and everything from Batman '89, they took a lot of that from that mid '80s era.
Sure.
And made it okay for this to do that. They realized the numbers that it was doing, and they're like, okay, not everybody is remembering Batman from Adam West surfing and running through the bridge with the bomb. You know, there was this Batman out there that you guys went away from that actually is out there, and Frank Miller did the work. Frank Miller did the work to make it cool again. And
and he did a good job. And that's the thing. It's like, that's what we needed. And, you know, I mean, that's why, I mean, even James Gunn, when he's talked about Batman, he's like, I mean, he emphasizes, I mean, I think Batman's like his ultimate challenge. I think he's thankful that he doesn't have to actually direct it. But at the same time, he still has to overlook it and be like, we have to get this Batman right, where it's a good balance of like, okay, we don't have to make him like super dark, but we don't all obviously have to make him, you know, Adam West. Like, he wants to, you know, he's talked about like, yeah, I like it when like Batman's like this certain type of character and whatever the fuck. And that's what's going to be interesting. I think that's the ultimate challenge, that even though Gunn is like, you know, obviously focused on furthering his Superman saga, man, in the back of his head, he's like, how do I nail Batman? Because, you know, we have Matt Reeves doing a super dark, gothy kind of version of Batman. So how does he do his Batman?
But it's also going to be like, this is going to, the DCU Batman is going to be another challenge that he will share with Zack Snyder. Because unlike every other interpretation of Batman, this is going to be the second time in cinematic history that we will have to have a Batman that coexists with Superman.
Yeah.
That is something that Matt Reeves does not have to worry about. That's something that Tim Burton didn't have to worry about. And certainly Christopher Nolan didn't have to worry about it. Right? Yeah. So the idea is, when you have Batman by himself, you're unencumbered. And this is why when people talk about it, this is why I personally subjectively think that Affleck is still to date probably the best on-screen Batman, because he had to be like not just the work that he did in terms of the size, but the stature and his behavior and what he did and how he operated had to match Superman.
Yes.
Had to be a Batman that would match a Superman.
And Zack wanted to bring it to a point. He wanted Batman to be taller than Superman.
Right.
He wanted just like a little bit, just to like give Batman that edge, but he doesn't really have an edge.
And I give And I give Zack an immense amount of credit because to date, he's the only filmmaker that has had to deal with that challenge. James Gunn now has to deal with that challenge, and it is much more difficult. And I'm not, not throwing shade against Burton or Schumacher or Nolan or Reeves, but they don't have to worry about that. Yeah. They don't have a Kryptonian that they got to match their guy up against.
I know, that's the thing. It's like, and it's gonna be hard because, I mean, let's face it, in BVS when the Batmobile hits Superman and then crashes, right? And then you see Superman walking, his cape flapping all, and then he just, and then you see that shot where Batman just stands up to him like.
That's what I'm saying.
That's orgasmic. That is orgasmic to any nerd right there.
Right. So for all of us, the bar is high for that. So now that puts even more. That puts even more pressure on what this DCU Batman's got to be, because he's got to fit in a world with Superman, and there's already an example. Yeah. There's already an example. However people feel about it, the example's there, right? And it's weird because I feel like over time, more and more people. I don't want to say that they've necessarily started praising Affleck's Batman, but they've at the very least said he wasn't the problem.
No, he was not.
Right? They've at the very least come to that agreement, right?
So nothing was the problem, in my opinion. But at the same time, it's like there are so many people that go like, I've seen same thing too, or it's like, oh yeah, Ben Affleck was a great Batman. Look at how he looked. I mean, he's the most fucking. You look at that statue. It's like Jesus Christ. You see those. Yeah, I mean that first image was like blew everybody's mind.
I'm looking. I'm like, this is the dude from Mallrats, right?
Yeah.
This is
Buttman. This is Buttman.
This is that Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
Looking like this.
Shannon Hamilton.
Like you're right, freaking Shannon Hamilton. Like fucking ripped. Like he's gonna straight off the pages. Like
I love that. I love that because in the opening credits of Mallrats, he had him as Buttman, and it looked like a Batman comic. It's Kevin Smith. He knew that he knew that Ben Affleck was going to be Batman at one point.
But no, it just and I do agree with people, because there's always there's the discussion about how good of a Batman or a Bruce Wayne are they? I think he did balance both very well.
He did a great job.
He did a fantastic job balancing both. Yeah. I think. Truthfully, and so that's the bar. Yeah. So figure that out. Oh, and by the way, Superman's around.
That's a big Green Lantern and Green Lantern's around.
See, and that
Justice Gang is around.
That just makes it even more difficult because now you're dealing with characters that are around that even Snyder didn't have to deal with.
Yes,
and it's like
that's the thing. James Gunn already upped the bar by having metahumans being around for 300
years of metahuman history, right? So this is a really fucking difficult task.
Yeah, because what Zack had to deal with was metahumans were just being introduced into his world, so he just was like, "Oh fuck!"
Right?
Look at this guy. Look at
it was the metahuman thesis,
yes,
compared to metahuman history.
Yeah, and you better you better incorporate that Bruce already knows that, because
has to. Right?
You have to know that. He's like, oh wait, I know about the first fucking metahuman, and or something like that. Yeah. So I mean, that's what's cool about it, though. And I'm like, yeah, that's a challenge. That's a challenge for.
Oh, he made it harder on himself, yes, but that's just part of what he's got to solve. So, and a lot of it is going to come down to who that director is, because he doesn't want to direct it himself. He really didn't want to do Superman.
Yeah,
but he took it under his wing, and now he's engrossed in it. He's involved in it, which is great. But fuck no, he doesn't want to do Batman. That's a whole other challenge,
whole task. And if Andy Muschietti does it, all right, we'll see. It's all up in the air still. But I think Andy Muschietti is a good director. I think Welcome to Derry is actually going to be from what I heard from people who've seen 5 episodes. He did some good shit. So,
well, I like the It movies. I like.
The It movies are great. But apparently, when it comes to Welcome to Derry, like it's it's good shit. So, and I'm like going, okay, if that's the case, if Gunn sticks with Muschietti, we're definitely going to be getting a dark horror-ish-esque Batman, and we're going to get fantastical Batman. Like what Muschietti showed us in The Flash. but we're gonna get a better script because the Flash. I still enjoy the Flash. I don't care what anybody says. I am a Flash defender. I enjoy the movie, but I could tell that there was a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
I will continue to say this. It is a minor miracle that movie even fucking exists.
You're right.
Because of all the directors and all the writers that it went through. And the fact that it's sitting on my shelf right now is a minor fucking miracle. It really should not exist after all the development hell that it went through. Say what?
I still got promo posters. Those cool promo posters that came out with the
Oh yeah,
they had some great promo posters.
They had great marketing, and I agree with you. The story itself, if you really look at that story, if you really look at, especially with the ending and how they altered things with respect to the whole thing with him and Nora, like that was very heartfelt. It is a good story.
In the movie, best scenes in the movie.
Yes,
like with his mom. Best scenes in the movie.
Absolutely. It is a good story. It's just we can quibble about execution. That's where
about certain other things. Yes.
Right. That's where the
chrono roll and stuff like that.
All that stuff. Right. And I will always personally appreciate that movie just because it directly connects to Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yes.
The fact that he references Pajarnov. It's like, okay, good. Like that, I was looking for that.
01 event,
right. I was looking for that. I'm like, reference that fucking movie, please, and they did. So,
yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens with this DCU, but I think this is
what?
The Flash. That's my reaction to that movie.
I would have liked to see the movie that was originally intended.
I agree.
I would like to see the original one.
You're intended to make a different movie.
Is it the Seth Graham Smith or the Rick Famuyiwa?
No, that one. That's the second one.
Rick Famuyiwa. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Because that lineup that they showed at Comic-Con, I would want to see his movie over Sam Graham Smith. Fuck that guy. He blocked me on Twitter.
I want to know what.
And you know why? And you know why he blocked me on Twitter? Because I think he went on a crazy defend of Ghostbusters 2016, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna try, and I'm a Ghostbusters fan, and I wasn't trying to fully shit on that movie. I didn't really enjoy it, but he actually said, like, I think he said something in the line of, people are trying to say that Ghostbusters is like this franchise. I mean, it really isn't. It's only 2 movies. And I went, are you fucking kidding me, dude? It's got cartoons, comic books, toys.
I was about to say the fucking cartoon.
Yes.
Seriously. Like that.
He said, in his defense of Ghostbusters 2016, he said, it's not really a franchise because there's only been 2 movies. And I went, dude, there is so much that is more than just the 2 movies. And he blocked me because of that. I was like, it's got comic books, cartoons, toys. What are you talking about? It's not a franchise.
So he blocked you for proving
being right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And mind you, that's not that particular aspect. That is not subjective. Ghostbusters is a franchise.
It is 100% a franchise.
Right.
And he was trying to say it. Like when people are like, oh, they ruined the franchise. He was trying to be like, it's not really a franchise when there's 2 movies. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's not a good defense.
It is objective fact.
Yes, that is an objective fact.
That before 2016, it was 2 movies. Fucking how many episodes of an animated series?
Comic books, toys.
I had the fucking proton pack.
Yes,
so
did I.
You kidding me? Like, there's no.
And he blocked me because
that's a terrible fucking argument.
He was probably getting strays from everywhere, though. He was probably just tired of getting it from everywhere.
And
you were just one of a million people that he.
And I was trying to be cordial. I was like, dude, it is not.
But that's how blockchains happen, though. Yeah. Like, because all it takes is 5 other idiots that he's actually blocking, but you got caught up in it, even though you were being more respectful.
Yeah. Right? And I was like, dude, no, it's got this, it's got that. It's a total franchise. What are you talking about, man?
No, it's very, and I won't call myself a fierce defender of 2016, but I do defend it as not I do live on the island of, in subjectively speaking, there are no bad Ghostbusters movies. because I don't think it's a bad movie. Do I think the other ones are better? Yes. I mean the Prime movies, right? Yeah. Listen, the one that I fiercely defend out of that is Ghostbusters 2. I fiercely defend Ghostbusters 2.
So do I.
I think that one is really underrated.
I defend it too. It scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Yes, because it's fucking scary as a kid.
Vigo was scary as fuck. I don't.
Yes, Vigo was scary as fuck.
Good Lord, man. I
mean,
and
the slime and what he turned into at the end when he grabbed Ray. Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's just fucking.
I'm Ray. Yeah. Oh,
right.
God.
Just no. It's. Yes, exactly. I'm glad you cut off my intro where you did, because after that is the scary part. Like
that's the part where Ray turns around and he's all fucking possessed by
right.
Vigo. Yeah.
It's like, no, hurry up and shoot him. Jesus.
Yes.
No, absolutely not.
Good Lord. Oh
no.
Man. All right. This is a good way to end the stream right here. Yeah. With some good old Ghostbusters talk in defense of that. But great stream tonight, of course. And thank you, of course, to Josh and Ernie. And again, guys, back up Area 51 Studios. It's a great book. It's a very entertaining book. And I guarantee you, you'll be entertained by it. Very unique story. Please do so and do all that. But we'll go around the horn. And, of course, thank you to Chris. And was there anybody else that was here? Oh, Teladia Plays. That's who was here. Thank you to both of them for joining too. But we'll go around the horn, promote anything you got going. Phil, what do you got?
I actually went back to YouTube yesterday and today.
I'm so glad you did, man.
Yeah, I'm doing it through OBS now, so I'm not using StreamYard. So
ooh,
it's
look at
different.
You.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I won't be able to like pull up questions and comments, but I'll be doing things a little differently.
I can show you how to do that though.
That'd be cool. I'd really appreciate that. But
yeah.
you know, I'm really not. I hardly did anyway when I did my show. But yeah. But yeah, that's kind of it. Everywhere else, just unfiltered.
So Friday Phil is back.
We'll see.
Okay, so it wasn't on Friday.
So I got the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Legends EA. That's what I'm playing.
Okay, that's what you.
And I just I've been playing it. And it actually streaming the game from my PC has actually been really smooth. Looks really nice. Comes out really nice.
I cannot believe that for the last like 2 hours I've been racking my brain as to what you were playing, and it did not fucking occur to me it was Pokemon. I don't know why I didn't think that. Why did I not think that?
Latest game came out yesterday. I am like 60% through it.
Wow.
Yep.
You are a dedicated
nerd.
What do they call that? What is it? What do they call it?
Oh, I've already made a few friends mad. I've got like 4 shiny Pokemon, and they're like, I haven't even gotten one yet. And I'm like,
but there's a term for what? There's a term for like a not a Pokemon catcher, but what do they call Pokemon catchers? Don't they have a term? There you go. Thank you. Yeah,
Pokemon trainers.
Yeah, I've only seen Detective Pikachu. That is my only entry point into.
Sure, man. Dude, yeah. Everyone I talk to, a good large portion of people are like, yeah, I don't fucking know Pokemon. I'm like,
and I love that movie, by the way. I own that movie in Glorious Steelbook.
It's a fun movie. It really is. I mean, I think,
underrated Ryan Reynolds movie.
Yeah.
Yes,
right?
I would agree.
And Ray, what do you got?
Theflightcast.com, where all my shows are, plus patreon.com/theflightcast. I'm working out a new schedule, but I will tell you this. A couple of days ago, I did a blind buy for a Robert Eggers movie because I've never seen any of his movies.
Ooh.
But there was one of the 4 movies he has directed that have been released that caught my eye. And I'm going to watch it.
Nosferatu.
And I'm going to review it on my Patreon. I shan't reveal what it is.
He won't say
live. God, I mean, every movie that I've watched of him, it's just fucking.
Robert Eggers hasn't made a bad movie.
He hasn't made a bad movie. He has not made a bad movie.
So there's The Witch, The Lighthouse, The Northman, and Nosferatu, as you said. One of those I have in my possession, and it looks fucking awesome. But yes, I will watch it.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this.
That will be my intro into
good tease,
Robert Eggers.
Yeah, good tease. Because like Phil said, he has not made a bad movie, and so we're all intrigued now. Man, That's intriguing because I'm like, what could it be? I mean, I'm thinking Nosferatu, but we'll see. But all right, what do you got, William?
Look up Sci-Fi Center, Google watch party later on today, I guess, since it's 12:03. We're doing Spinal Tap 2.
You're doing Spinal Tap
really?
too? I gotta watch.
No shit.
I gotta watch that still because I really love the first one. So
ponied up, but be sure to find Phil on Twitter. Look till you find him. You'll find him. I hate the fact that he skips that every now and then. Where can you find me? Filtered. So I'm gonna create a fake page of you.
Please don't.
That
is a real problem, William. You should know that.
Group watch. No, I won't do that because there's probably one of me. That probably sucks. Nope, that's all I got.
Oh, I know. I got. Yeah. I got
burner account.
Oh, I got a weirdo that like.
Ray, I saw that comment.
Yeah.
That guy is a regular problem.
Yes. Every Film Junkie Live, he shows up as a different character.
Oh, okay. So then all right. So he plagues you guys as well. Yeah. I figured that because why the fuck would he come to my page and just post 3 paragraphs of shit about you like that?
Well, by the way, guys, you can't make fun of him. I know what I am. I have been in this sleek stack body since I've been on this planet. There's really nothing you're going to throw at me that's going to be like, oh shit, I need to go hide under my bed. I don't know if I can come out into the world. So the whole the comic book guy off of The Simpsons. Oh, so what? I mean, that's what you got. That's what you got.
It's all good. It happens. That means we're doing something good.
Yes,
that's true. That's where I look at it. When you have somebody that's like doing that, hey, you got, hey, we're doing something where somebody is trying to tear us down, and if you didn't have that, then we're not doing something good. So but but thankful to all the awesome audience members and fans out there who like to watch these, and I appreciate you guys. I see you out there, Aaron. Aaron, of course, he's part of your. She's part of your,
one of my 3 Aussies.
Yes, both exactly. She's down in land down under. I always like seeing her out there. Always great to see her and stuff. And of course, Jason McKenzie, and everybody. There's more positive than negative.
Yeah, overwhelming. Like
yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
so
the other ones are just comedy.
Yes.
Yeah, but we always get those ones, But anyways, thank you guys for listening. Of course, thank you to Ernie, thank you to Josh, thank you to Chris, thank you to Taladia, and of course, thank you Phil, Ray, and William. And we will talk to you guys later.